What is up, guys? Zach Ginn here.
Rick Ginn here.
And welcome to the 2025 Ginn Games. So this is what we are calling the opening ceremonies, basically the amazing kickoff to what is the largest wholesaling real estate challenge ever in the history of wholesaling real estate. And that is not a bold statement. That's not being crazy or saying something nutty. The amount of wholesalers that are in this challenge is more than any other challenge probably in history of wholesaling real estate. And the amount of prizes has to match that. And the amount of success has to match that. So if you are ready to go on the Ginn Games and learn exactly how in the next 30 days, you're going to get your first wholesaling real estate deal, how you're going to get the biggest assignment fee possible and have the best success in the best community for wholesaling real estate, all without spending one dime. This is the challenge. This is what we're here for, and we're ready to go. So my name is Zach Ginn.
I'm Rick Ginn.
And we are excited to break this all down. So we got a lot to cover right now. We got a lot in this challenge. And so let's just get straight into it and let's share exactly the Ginn Games. Guys, this is going to be live. So please comment where you are, what's your name, where you are from, and let everyone know who you are. My name's Zach. I'm ready to get rich wholesaling real estate. I'm ready to change lives today. And we are excited to go. So let's break this down. Welcome to the 2025 Ginn Games. Let the games begin. We are ready to go. We are excited. Welcome to the Ginn Games. And so let's break down the 2025 Ginn Games step by step right now. So we got to know, what's the Ginn Game? Well, what's going on? Well, what is all this stuff? It might be brand new. So let's break down exactly what the 2025 Ginn Games are all about. So number one, the 2025 Ginn Games is going to be Mario themed. The reason why it's going to be Mario themed is me and Rick both love Mario and we both played him as kids. It's kind of crazy, right? It truly transcends generations, but really Mario's fun and I think everyone loves it. And this is kind of the point of wholesaling real estate, right? Do it like wholesaling is supposed to be a fun thing. A lot of people look at wholesaling as, oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's a lot of work. And a lot of people look at wholesaling real estate just like Mario. Oh, playing Mario's so bad. Mario's just, it's so tough to play. If you look at playing video games like that, you're going to have fun. This is a blast. We're here to change your life. This is amazing, right?
Yeah, it's, guys, I've always looked at wholesaling as just, it's like a conquest. So I get bored easily, but like chasing people down for like a real estate deal, to me, like, the chase is everything.
Oh, yeah.
Is it wild? Absolutely. But if you're like an adrenaline junkie and you like doing stuff like that, it's better than doing all the other bad stuff that you can do. You can actually forge a future and you can make monumental change in your family. So if you would just look at wholesaling like you do most of your video games, we're trying to change the mindset of how you look at it. If you dread going into it, you're probably not going to do well. But if you take the actions and you put in the effort, that the rewards are going to be there for you if you make the sacrifice. That's how you have to look at wholesaling, just like you look at the Ginn Games.
Exactly. So let's break this down here. So it's going to be Mario themed. It's going to be fun. And we're here to make a ton of money. Guys, you can play Mario at any level and have a great time. This is the point, guys. On top of this too, we're going to learn how to wholesale real estate. We are going to do deals and we're going to win prizes. That is the point. So again, why are we doing the 2025 Ginn Games, right? Number one, we are wanting to share the power of community in wholesaling real estate. So many times people talk about communities and all these things. And, most of the time it's, hey, you got to pay to be in this group. The cool part about me and Rick, right, is like our community is free, right? We have freewholesaling.com, which is just our community, right? You got our Discord, all these things, right? And the course has changed everyone's lives more than anything, but the community is the one aspect I think that we've been lacking. And we've really worked really hard last year and this year to start doing this, where anyone learning for free, every walks of life, and even the rich wholesalers are in the community too. And we're going to share exactly why and how you're going to get rich doing this. We're going to share some brand new concepts today that have never been talked about in wholesaling. I've got so much awesome stuff today, but the power of our community, the people inside of the Ginn Games working together This is going to be the thing that is going to change everything in wholesaling. So share the power of community. United, we are the largest wholesaling community ever. There's not one group of wholesalers larger than what we have at freewholesaling.com on our YouTube channels, and everything combined is absolutely amazing.
It's huge.
Our YouTube channel is not a community, it's a channel.
Oh, yeah.
But like outside of there, it's insane. Now, we also wanted to create a central challenge in the community, and this is the challenge. And obviously, we just want to give free stuff out to people who are doing well and making money. And of course, we're here to educate the wholesaler. So the point of this kickoff is I am for a lot of hours today. This is not a regular live stream. This is going to be very, very, very extensive. I'm going to educate you guys and really everybody in the Ginn games in this video today and tomorrow. So we're having 2 days of full hours and hours of recordings of this challenge, so you know exactly how to get your first deal in under 30 days. And so why the 2025 Ginn games? Here to educate you, get you guys rich. So again, what is the Ginn games, right? This is our free school community. So it is freewholesaling.com. That is our course and community together, freewholesaling.com. That is exactly how you can join the 2025 Ginn games, or you just watch and play around with it, right? That's pretty cool too. You watch the 2025 Ginn games, right? On top of that too, how do you win? What's the point, right? The point is to participate in the community. The more you participate in the community, the more points you get. So every time you comment, every time you like, every single time you make a post, and every single like you get on that post, every comment you get on that post, you get points. And the top 10 people with the most points in 30 days is going to actually go out here and win a ton of prizes. And we have a lot of really cool stuff for him, and we're going to show you guys how to do it. But the harder you hustle, the higher you rank. So the point is, I'm going to be pushing you every single week in that community. The first 2 days on YouTube, obviously, for the education. I'm going to be pushing you guys for your accountability every single dang week, pretty much every single day. And the point is, posting your first deal or your big win, you're going to get triple points for it. We're going to quadruple your points. We're going to boost it like crazy. So the more deals you do, and the better, and just the wins. Like, hey, I got my first contract. That's going to boost your points up so you get even more. You can rank up. And of course, the prizes, what I think everyone's excited for today, right? So top 10 finishers get 1,000 free skip traces, and they get X-Leads Ninja Mode for life, which is just insane value, right? People pay $150, $200 a month for go high level type things, and we're just giving that for free right now, which is awesome. Top 5 finishers get Flipper Plus free for the year. And then our grand prize, which is not top 10, right? The grand prize is whoever gets the largest assignment fee this month, in the next 30 days, whoever gets the largest assignment fee for the next 30 days wins a year of X-Leads for free. They get a podcast with Rick and Zach, Flipper Plus for free, and they get dmzach.com for free too. So they get all this amazing, cool stuff right here. So it is absolutely amazing. So we're getting a lot of questions. Zach, is it free? Is it not? Guys, this is all free. Costs no money to join. You just go to freewholesaling.com. It's free, costs no money. That is the point of this challenge. This is the 2025 Ginn games. So again, you must be in freewholesaling.com to win. You must be in the coursing community. Again, it costs no money. This is the last time I said it's free. All my contracts, all my resources. Heck, this slideshow is going to be able to be downloadable inside of freewholesaling.com. All the graphics, you can just download it all. It's all in there at freewholesaling.com. So the first thing we got to break down before we get in the information is, wait, okay, how does freewholesaling.com work? So a lot of people are like, well, I've never used this before. How does this work? So let me show you really quick exactly how to use this. Basically, you just got to go to school.com/wholesaling, or you just go to freewholesaling.com and bring it in there, and you'll be able to go inside of here. So this is exactly what the school community looks like. We currently have 5,800 members in the challenge, which is just, holy moly, that's a lot of people. But yeah, that's a lot of boys and gals out here wholesaling. But basically, once you're inside of the community, you're going to be in here right here. This is the course. This is the community. This is exactly where we're at for the challenge. So basically, you are going to be able to post in the community. So you can write something, make a little post. You can go out here and see it. So for example, Chip right here, 3 hours ago, we know Chip. Mm-hmm. He's awesome. He just 3 hours ago, he got his first deal under contract. $162,000.
Yep.
There we go. Awesome. So, you're making posts, you're getting, right? You can make posts, you can interact right, you can comment right, and it's really dang cool. Now, the point of this is if you just want to learn, right, be inside of basically just be right inside of the course, you go to Classroom, everything's in here, right? So anything to learn, if you want to learn Wholesaling 101, you want to learn marketing, acquisitions, ARV rates, all in here absolutely for free. And then we have the 2025 Ginn Games Survival Guide, and we're going to upload the Ginn Games recordings in here. We have success stories of everyone, not everyone, but like people that were inside of freewholesaling.com that became successful. I think Michael made 73 grand in a month, and I interviewed him, right? Really, really cool stuff. And the point is the leaderboards. So the cool part about this is you start leveling up. This basically means every single time you do a point, you make a post, a comment, and like, you just start leveling up. You have to be at level 3 to start DMing other members. I didn't mention this. Guys, you can DM and message other people in the community as long as you're level 3, which means you just have to make at least 10 comments, or at least make a comment that gets likes. If you do a comment that gets 10 likes, boom, you automatically are going to be at 10 points, and do another one, you got 20, then boom, now you can start posting. There's going to be this is cool part. There's no spam really on the posts. You can't do it. You got to be, and then you can start DMing other members. Now you're only allowed to DM 20 members a day. So you can't spam DM. You have to be very, very selective of who you DM throughout the day. 600 a month though. I mean, you ain't gonna go crazy. And then you start leveling up, right? Then we have levels, right? You got Assignment Ninja, you got Wholesaling Jedi, and then you just keep growing from there and there. And then you just keep leveling up, right? So what we do is this is the past 7 days, people who did the most points. Looks like Jason's really playing a lot of catch up on here, which is really funny, but he's doing really cool. On top of this too, we have the all-time leaderboards, which is really fun. But basically on the 31st of January, we're going to look at the past 30 days. Yeah. And this leaderboard of 30 days is where this challenge specifically is going to be at. And more specifically, it's going to be basically who has the most points in the 30 days. Now, this is part of December, so some of these points aren't going to matter. Really, the 7 point is kind of the moving average, and this is going to be the total. And top 5, going to get Flipboard Plus for free and all the cool stuff. Then top 10 is going to win the prizes. So we're going to see who's going to win here. This is pretty exciting. This is really cool. And guys, if you spam or game the system, we can take points away from you.
You can only win once?
So yeah, you can only win the grand prize once or top 5 once.
Got it.
We're doing this challenge actually every single month. But specifically, we're doing the opening ceremonies, the 2-day training, and really the big grand prizes for January, because it's the best time to do it. So we're getting a lot of questions. Zach, can I still get on this? Guys, today's day 1. So the second's actually the first day, because there's 31 days in January. Wait, there's 30 days in January, right?
31.
31 days in January. Yeah. There's 31 days in December and January. Jeez. Yep. How much I know. So the start is the 2nd, and then we have 30 days from there. So on the 1st of February, we're going to look at the 30 days, and then we're going to. So this is it, guys. This is how you do it. Now, Juan said literally at the top, people are just spam commenting. Here's the cool part, Juan. I don't really care, because if you post a check, hey, just got my first deal closed and it's 10 grand, you're probably going to get 2,000 likes on that. And then boom, you're going to be probably automatically number 1.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. And I'm going to boost it. I'm going to give you triple points. If you get 600 points, you'll probably get 1,800. So the comments are kind of nice, but the cool part about this is to curb the spam. We're giving bonus points for awesome posts. I'm giving them bonus points.
Yeah. So spamming alone is not going to get you to the top.
Spamming alone ain't going to get you there. FYI.
The whole idea, guys, is to make it interactive so you can learn how to network other people to up your JV wholesaling game. Honestly, there's people you can pair up here. There's people you can work with. There's all sorts of partners on there. And you don't have to pay to do this. This is the beauty of it, but you're going to have to make effort. I always tell you, networking is about providing value to others. If you just go in and go, give me your cash buyers, nobody wants to work with you. And once a spammer, it's like in their DNA and blood. Nobody wants to deal with a spammer. How do I know a spammer? Because usually within the first minute or two, they get in a group, they post some crap. And like everybody gets annoyed with it. So you guys call them out. So the same thing's going to happen. You start spamming, like you're not even going to compete in these games. So we have to stop trying to do the easy way and just do the stuff the right way. By doing this, it'll grow your wholesale business.
On top of that too, yeah, guys, you can report spam. So you go in the community, if you think something's spam, you can just go in here and just be like, boom, you can just report to the admins. You'll be good to go. Now, last thing on here, we're going to get into this is the calendar. So our calendar, of course, we have our 1:00 live stream. So it's going to be on there. If you want to know when we go live, when Rick's live, Zach's live, it's all in this calendar and with the links to join and everything in there too. So just in case you never lose it. But that is freewholesaling.com. That's how you do it. Pretty exciting. Awesome to go. So that is exactly how that works. But let's get in this. We got a lot of fun stuff to breaking down. So freewholesaling.com. That's how you go through there and do it. So again, why Mario? Mario's fun. It's easy. Everyone loves Mario. The cool part about wholesaling and Mario, I personally found, is Mario has like different maps and different characters. And the cool part about wholesaling is the same way, right? If you want to use Luigi, he's going to be a little different than when you use Mario. If you want to use Bowser or Donkey Kong, he's going to be a little different, right? This is the really cool part, right? That you can basically it's interchangeable, that Mario and wholesaling. And it turns wholesaling real estate into a game. So the really exciting part about this is you are next. Like, guys, I hope you know this, like for this challenge, like you are next to become a winner. Like you are up next to have success in wholesaling. This is the really exciting part, right? I've helped more people than anyone else in this. And the cool part is because you're now in this challenge, you are next up to have success. Guys, people seek me and Rick out, right? They seek us only out for one reason. Heck, you're only watching me and him, right? Like you're only watching us for one reason only. Let me show you why. Number one, people like Braden right here, what was he making? 10 grand right there. First deal, changed his life. We got Aaron, $10,000, changed his life. We got William, 5 grand. Edmund, 13 grand, 17 grand, 20 grand. $72,000 in 90 days. Thanks to Zach. Thank you. That was Rob under a month ago, right? Guys, Malcolm, 10 grand, $70,000. Guys, are you kind of seeing a theme here?
Mm-hmm.
Like, have you ever seen anybody else in wholesaling have this much success from their information? And it's not just us doing over 6,000 combined wholesaling real estate deals. That ain't even it. It's the people it's the community. It's the people that follow us that actually have more success. It's common to get your first deal with our community. It's not a shocking thing. It really is not. It's pretty average to have success because what we teach is extremely uncommon. And what we teach gets the most people to success. We had 16 years old, $4,000. So guys, here's the cool part. These are real people, by the way, right? Like Julian, you can DM Julian. Hey, did you learn from Zach? $72,500. Like Chris Wise right here. DM Chris. Hey, did Zach teach you how to wholesale real estate? He will tell you, yes, he did. And it made $10,000 from what he did in August, September, in 2 months. These are real people. These aren't fake. You see all these fake testimonies. These are real people. Like, hit up Jonathan. Jonathan's the guy. Matt right here. Like, these are real closings, real people wholesaling houses. Guys, like, these are real people. Just reach out to them. Heck, we had yesterday, Parker, 18 years old, first wholesaling real estate deal. It was another 11 grand. Guys, like, what more do me and Rick have to show you? Like, what do I have to show you? Like, what, another 1,000 checks? Like, I think you guys kind of get the point here. There's not one person on the internet that is going to show you more success for people than me and Rick. Like what we just showed, if anybody else on YouTube had that in a month of just the regular students, you would never hear the end of it.
And we don't even ask for testimony.
I don't ask for them.
They just give them to us. So you see all these softwares like, look at so-and-so bought this and that. Oh, these are people like, listen, thank you so much. Your advice was straightforward. It was direct. And I learned to talk to sellers. I learned to market the motivated sellers. And it's exciting to watch them get their first deal. But a lot of these people go on to get their 5th, 6th deal, which is the turning point, in my opinion, get to their first 6 figures. And now these are people we work with on a regular basis. We do deals. And it's just fun to watch the entire journey grow. I love wholesaling. I think you guys love that all we do is talk about wholesaling. I'm telling you guys, wholesaling to me is the greatest skill set you can learn in all of real estate. Don't believe me? Go out and find the people most successful in real estate, and 9 out of 10 of them will have a strong wholesaling background. Why? Because if you can master wholesaling, honestly, you can nail anything else you want to do in real estate investing, or whatever it is. But we all have to start somewhere. I remember when I started, obviously I remember when he started, and our message is simple. It's direct. If you want to change the projection of your life and you found wholesaling, go for it. It is low risk, much higher reward, but there is real work to be done. If you want to do the real work, we're the best ones to work with us. Why? I've been doing it 22 years. He's going on 9 years. And like, we do it all over the country. We have our own business that we do, which I pile up checks all the time. I set a bunch of checks towards the end of the year, which I got to sort through today. And most importantly, you guys get checks because you go out and you market directly to sellers, off-market properties people need to sell. If you want to do that and you want to change and you're just tired of who you work for or it's not working out, this is the method I signed up for, he signed up for, and we want to share that information without making it super complicated for you.
That's kind of the point. So you saw those checks. Like that's just me like just screenshotting past couple months on the Facebook group for probably like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Like it's if you actually go through all of the checks in the Facebook group, all my DM checks and just people, like, it gets really disgusting. The thing is, you know, I love the YouTube comments because sometimes I get hate comments everywhere, and I'm like, here's the thing. You know, a guy commented yesterday. He's like, "You suck, Zach. Your information's terrible." And here's the thing. When I hear that comment, all I do is I just go, "Huh? Does my information suck? Am I really that bad at wholesaling? Huh? And I just start. I'm like, no. The problem is there's just undeniable proof that we have the best wholesaling information out here. You can't find one human being in the world that has more people that have attributed their first deal. Like I got this deal because of Zach and Rick's knowledge and their tactics than anybody else. And so the point is, like, I don't even hate comments don't even work for me anymore because whatever you say, I have evidence showing. It's like someone says the sky's red, like, I have all the evidence in the world showing the sky's blue. And I've been saying this a lot lately, but like a lot of people think, oh, Zach, you know, I get this a lot. Like, Zach, you know, you're copying this guy's probate method. I'm like, guys, I just teach you the truth. And the thing about the truth, I don't know if I ever told you, like, the thing about the truth is you can't copy the truth. You don't own the truth either. What I mean by this is a concept you've been talking about forever too, is like the ways to get a wholesaling deal, nobody owns them.
No, we've all been taught by somebody else.
We have a book from 1970s about how to wholesale real estate from a guy that learned it from a guy who learned it from the 20s, from a guy that learned it from the 1800s. The thing is, this was a book about subject twos, lease options, wholesaling, how to find cash buyers from the 1960s. So the thing is, I don't own the truth of how you can get rich with wholesaling real estate. I don't own any of this information. I'm just a layer of the truth. And the truth is, there are certain ways to find wholesaling real estate deals that work and certain ones that don't work. I've made millions and millions of dollars pretty much every single year for the past couple of years. And I've made a stupid amount of money wholesaling since I was 17 years old. So this is a truth that I've learned, and a truth you've learned in 20 plus years in wholesaling, that, guys, we've done over 6,000 combined wholesaling deals. There's not one person even close to us. And the gap between us and anybody else in the industry is just, it's gotten to a point now where it's like, it's undeniable that more people have gone through us and had success than anybody else. And it's like when people try to say, oh, Michael Jordan sucks. It's like, Michael Jordan looks at how many rings he has, 6 for 6. How do you deny his greatness? You can't deny it. So this is the truth. So enough talking about how good we are and why you should listen to us. I think we've kind of shown, you know, why you should listen to us. And I challenge everybody. If you're a hater, DM 30 of those people. And if I'm faking this, they should, oh no, I never posted that. I never got a deal from Zach. They're all going to tell you.
Their names are right on there.
Can you imagine if somebody else got, let's say, 100 first deals in a week? Yeah. You would never hear that. You would never hear the end of it. You'll never hear that. But this is because what we show you is the truth. We don't own the following information. I'm going to tell you, I don't own it. I'm just a relayer of the truth. So let's break this all down. Let's get this going. Let's get rich. Wholesaling real. 18 years old from Parker. That's
amazing.
I remember when I was 17, 18 making money. Makes me so happy. So period. Let's get to work. So one thing you have to understand is wholesalers getting into this business. There are only two sides of this business. There's only two types of wholesalers I've ever found in my 8 years in your, how many years? 21?
22.
22 years. Your experience can drink now. But basically, when I find a wholesaler, they're either one or two things. It's binary. In my 8 years, this is what I found. There are winners, and then there are losers. Those are the only two types of wholesalers I've ever met. And I'm not going to say about people because you can divide it up even more than that. But with wholesaling specifically, there are winners and losers. Now, there is a third category, and I call them the winners in training, but we'll talk about that later. But a winner is somebody that has gotten their first deal or second deal or 5 deals or whatever, right? Whatever way you're going to find a winner, but they're winning right now. They're having success. And losers there's only one definition of a loser. Because let me say in the comments, if you've watched enough of our content, what is the definition of a loser in wholesaling real estate? There's only one definition of a loser in wholesaling real estate. I will wait. I think there's plenty of people that have gotten their first deal watching this and they're trying to grow, but there's only one definition of a loser in wholesaling real estate. So David said it right there. You only lose in wholesaling when you quit. That is it. That is the only way you lose in wholesaling real estate. I don't know how to make this any more clear. You only lose in wholesaling when you quit. If you haven't gotten your first deal, but you're still trying, you're not a loser, you're not a winner, you're what we call a winner in training. That's it. So are you going to call Patrick Mahomes a loser in high school because he's not a Super Bowl MVP? No, he's a winner in training though. Now he'd be a loser if he quit football in high school, right? He'd be a loser. He'd be that guy, oh, yeah, I didn't hurt my back. You know those guys, right? Guys, you have to make that decision right now. Like, right now, you have to make this decision. Are you going to be a winner or are you going to be a loser? You must make that decision right now. Guys, you're in a fight. Right? Me and Rick love UFC, MMA, right? And the funny thing about fighting and wholesaling is the same concept when you get in that octagon. If you tell yourself, I'm going to lose this fight, I'm going to get my butt kicked, you are 80% more likely to lose that fight. If you go in saying, this is an unknown, but I know that I am going to win. I might not be the tallest guy. I might not be the most experienced, but I will find a way and I will win. You're more likely to win. The man that believes he can do it and the man that believes he can't do it are both right. What this means is if you believe you'll lose, you will lose. If you believe you'll win, you will win. I've never found one wholesaler in my life. Let me know if this is true for you. I've never found one wholesaler in my life that has dedicated his entire waking hours towards finding a deal for a year straight that did not get a deal.
Yep.
I've never found one. Human beings are really funny creatures. We are given the abilities of life, of breath, of energy. And if you put your all into this business, there's no way you don't do it. Like I talk about like in the NBA, right? I don't care how much energy I put into basketball right now. I'm never being LeBron. Because in basketball, there's God-given gifts that just, if you don't have, you can't make it. And you have to mix the God-given gift with the skills. That's how you do it. But like, guys, choose to be a winner or loser. Comment, I'm a winner, if you are declaring yourself to become a winner right before we start.
And the easiest way, just so you have the right mindset, is, listen, some of us learn at different pace. Some of us are in different markets. Some of us don't have cards. Some are doing local virtually. Question is, will you outwork your opponent? That is the one thing you have in absolute control. And if you can't have that mindset going in the wholesaling, it's not going to be the easiest thing you ever done. So if you have the mindset that says, I will outwork everybody else and I will learn as I do it and I'll earn money while I do it, you're well ahead of the game. You're never going to know it all at a start, but you have to outwork. And when someone goes into the octagon to fight, all the work's done beforehand. That's just going to be the result. So everything you do, the training, the going to freewholesaling.com, competing in the Ginn games, setting appointments, pulling lists, getting your government list, that's all stuff you do to outwork. And then when you get your appointment, you put your best foot forward but either you prepared and you outworked and you're ready to go. And that's where confidence is earned and bred inside. So just, if you know nothing about wholesaling, that's great. That's what today's live said about, but you have to outwork.
That's it. Look at all these people. I'm the winner, 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 winner. These are winners right here. I love to see people actually telling themselves they're going to become a winner, because now you're a winner. You have chosen this. But here's the thing about this. I kind of tricked everyone. Because you've chosen to become a winner, you have now made the unconscious decision that you will not quit. That's it. You have now chosen that you will not quit. You have now told yourself, I will not quit. If you don't quit, you don't lose.
That's it.
And that's the most exciting part. It just takes one seller, one deal, 40 grand, your whole life's changed. And I ain't getting false hope. You've seen these people. You've seen real people, real success. Heck, if an 18-year-old can do it, I think you guys can do it. So let's break this down, guys. I cannot help a quitter. I can only help someone who agrees not to quit. So again, let's get started. Let's make some money, okay? Number one, what is wholesaling real estate? Again, what we talk about is basically writing up a contract to buy a house, then selling that contract to a rich landlord or house flipper for a profit. I've said this definition 5 million times, but this is what it is. It is simple. It is easy. Anyone can start. This is Mario, right? Get to the end, hit the flag. Like, that's Mario 101, right? Now, don't get hurt, right? Again, who are we? Rick and Zach Ginn. We are a father-son duo. We run one of the largest wholesaling operations in the entire country, and we have the largest wholesaling community and course in the country, and we're here to help you wholesale real estate. So guys, you can screenshot this, do whatever you want, but remember, this is all going to be inside of the recordings and the resources. So this slideshow is actually going to be downloadable inside of freewholesaling.com. So don't worry about notes or anything like that until you get the slideshows and everything like that. But basically, this is a really simple 2025 Ginn Games example of wholesaling real estate. Again, I used to make this 5 examples. I just, how do we make it 4, right? How do we make it even simpler? How can I make wholesaling one step? I'm still working on it, but yeah, we're trying to get there. But again, number one, find a seller. Generate leads of sellers who want to sell their house for cash, preferably at a discount. Now, well, that's duh, Zach. Well, it's not actually that easy, because sometimes you can wholesale create a finance deal. So you prefer them to want to do it for a discount, but still not the end of the world, right? Number two, once we find somebody who wants to sell their property, we're going to sign a contract. This is, again, it could be called an agreement, right, to buy the house for the lowest price you can. And then from there, we are going to go out here and find a cash buyer. Find a rich landlord, find a house flipper. Those are really the only 2 types of cash buyers out there in this business. There are ones that are house flippers and ones that are landlords. 99% of your cash buyers, that is who they are. There are 1% that are outside that realm, but most of them, they're going to be either a landlord or a house flipper. That is it. And what we want to do is basically sell the deal to them for above the purchase price. So if you locked it up for 100, we want to sell it to them for 120. We make a $20,000 finder's fee in between. Then last, number 4, we're going to assign the contract or sell the contract to the cash buyer for a finder's fee. So we'll lock up a deal for 100 grand, then we'll sell it to the buyer for $120,000. In and out, simple. Run the Mario race, go through the map. You're good to go. Avoid the goblins or the goobas. I can't say. I know they're little. Yeah, they're scary looking, right? And you're supposed to avoid them, right? That's the point here. It's simple, guys. So a quick screenshot and we'll go to the next one. Remember, this is all downloadable inside of freewholesaling.com. We'll go from there. Now, wholesaling real estate is free. There's a lot of misconceptions in this business that you have to pay to get started in wholesaling real estate. That is a fake thing. That's not a real, it's a myth. I hear a lot of people that get brainwashed for some reason. They think that, to be a real player in wholesaling, to be a legit guy in the real estate space, you have to spend 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 grand a month in marketing. That's not the case. Guys, you can do it with no money at all. Majority of the people that get the first deal from us do it with no money at all. Everywhere else, they're spending 4 or 5 grand a month. And they get 10 grand, but they spent 15 grand in marketing. I don't teach you guys that. I teach you there's a lot we're going to show. Like, there's a lot of ways to get deals right. The one thing I'll tell you is the vast majority, if you have no money, don't spend money on it, right? That's it. And if you have some money, the tools will make your life a lot easier. But again, it's just never a must to spend money. You can do it for free. It's really sad, but me and Rick are kind of the only ones telling you on the internet that you can actually make money wholesaling for free, and I show you the proof. Everywhere else you have to pay for it. It's sad. So yes, you can pay for money for tools or pay $0 to get started. Now, kind of like Super Smash Bros. So that's the thing I don't think you've ever played. Yeah, you never played Super Smash Bros, right? No. Okay. No. Maybe we got Rick on there. Maybe the next live event we do, we'll get the Switch out and we'll play it for him. But basically, it's all the Nintendo characters fighting each other. It's pretty fun, and they have a little sign that says choose your character. And basically, this same thing in wholesaling real estate, guys. It like playing Mario or Mario Kart or whatever you want to play. You have to choose your character before you play the game. And if you're playing like classic Nintendo, you're going to be Mario, right? But now with the Switch and all this, you have all these different characters you can play. Same thing in wholesaling. You get to choose what character you are. Now, this is just a quick character list of basically players in Mario. But like you see how Wario is a poison type and Mario is a fire type, right? They're just different types of characters, right? If you want to have a flying character, you can be Ghost. If you want one that's good with water, you can basically do the Kappa right here, right? Now, if you want to be really good at punching, you can probably do, you can basically do, who's a good puncher? I mean, Bowser would probably be pretty good. Yeah. Kong would be good there, right? I mean, there's so many different ones you can do, right? But basically, you do whatever you want, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking at all the characters.
Which one do you choose?
Well,
Donkey Kong?
I'm old school, so some of these characters quite a.
They're interesting, but like, guys, if you want to be like
cute to fight,
if you want to be climbing, I do Donkey Kong, right?
Yeah.
The cool part is you get to choose what character you want to be. You don't have to just be one. You can actually be like a bunch of different ones at a time, right? If you get bored of one character, you can do the other one, right? But the problem is so many people try to be the all in one, or they try like just choose your character. That's the thing about there's so much diversity in this business, right? Choose what you want to be, right? That's the fun part. And now you chose your character, you're going to have to basically go out here and then choose your map. That's it. So there are basically 7 or 8 different characters when you're a beginner in wholesaling real estate. So like kind of like in Super Smash Bros, right? There's some characters that are locked. You have to upgrade and then you get the special characters. That's what I call scaling. Yep. So if you want to go spend 8 or 9 grand on direct mail so you can make hundreds of thousands a month, that is a locked character. You need to start making like 10 or 15 grand before we start doing the direct mail, right? Before you want to start doing big boy marketing, right? Okay, so there are some locked characters, but when you're a beginner, there's some nice beginner characters. Like Mario's a great character starting out, right? So the first one is the cold caller character. This is a person, as a wholesaler that just cold calls. That's a great one. Some people don't like it. Some people do really well with it. It's definitely up to you. There's the drawing for dollars master. That's one of the characters that I've kind of defined. They're just going in their car all day, drawing for dollars, putting sticky notes out there, right? There is the MLS on market wholesaler. I don't like playing with this character. I think they're kind of stupid. But hey, there are people, and I will tell you this right now, that are really, really good at MLS on market. It's like when you play Super Smash and like someone has a character that absolutely sucks and they just destroy you, right? Like one of them is like Kirby. I think Kirby's a terrible Super Smash fighter, but some people have Kirby and they destroy you. And some people do really good with bad characters. So it's kind of funny, but yeah, that is definitely one of them. You can do the MLS on market. There is the creative wholesaler that all they do is creative finance deals and they wholesale them. We love creative finance deals. Are we big on wholesaling them? Not the biggest, but you can do it. It's a thing. There are plenty of people doing well with it. And not like on our crowd, but like there are plenty of people. So you can choose that character.
It's a niche.
The thing is, it does not cost money to do that. It does not cost money to do MLS either. You can be what we call the JV specialist. That is someone going out here and just JVing, which we'll talk about all about today. There is the internet lead wholesaler. There's someone that loves to do their SEO, PPC, right? Their PPL. You can do it. It is a thing. There are people that do deals doing it. You can do your digital bandit signs, your Facebook ads, right? I'm kind of lumping them all on the internet lead side because it is a side of it. You can choose that character. You can be what I call the sticky note hoarder, which you have like 1,000 sticky notes. You're just slapping those things everywhere. That's a great one too. You got the door knocker. There's just so many different types of characters. You just got to choose one. And it's so funny because like it's like Mario's like, what character should I be? And you spend like 2 hours figuring. Just choose one. We're playing a game. Just choose one and play the game. Stop freaking out. Oh, should I be Daisy? What should I be? Just choose one. It's not that hard, right?
Yeah.
So many people spend time. Oh, which one should I be? Stop over. Just choose the character. And if it's not going well, then just do another one.
Switch.
That's it. Drives me crazy. And then the last one's who I call Mr. Everything. They try to do everything all at once. They try to do 50 different markets. You can be Mr. Everything. This is the best one. They're Mr. Confused, right?
Yeah.
And on top of this too, I'm probably going to get some flack on this one, but this is actually probably the best one I've probably seen to define the wholesaling space. So just like Mario, there's a map. And in most Marios, there's about a 5-pronged map. So let's just show the map and show you. There's the 5 type of maps in wholesaling. So this is actually a map of Mario rendered really cool. But in wholesaling real estate in 2025, this is the map that we are on. There's about 5 different types of maps. Now you're going to find that there is a vast world of wholesaling real estate. And some people get stuck in one tiny world of it when there's just so much. So let's break the whole map down. First, we have free, right? Free is kind of like it's up really high. It's kind of isolated, right? It's not the biggest type of wholesaling marketing, but it's isolated and it's simple. Can you look at the map and be like, okay, this is actually pretty dang simple, right? What I mean by this is it showing it when I do it? I don't think so. But okay. So you look at free, right? Free simple. There's a couple of villages. There's a little forest, right? But it's not like complex, right? There's not all these different buildings and fires and right. It's simple, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing in wholesaling real estate, right? It's simple. You got the government lists. You got some drawing for like it's very. We're gonna break them all down today, right? But like there's just very, very, very simple ways to get wholesaling deals. This is it. Like it's simple. It's not that difficult. Now you kind of go down to the ground level of the island and you're on what we call paid. Paid is that waterfall all the way down to that sunken ship. It is massive. It is probably the biggest part of wholesaling. There are a ton of deals, but as you see, there's the bomb, there's that massive stone structure, there's a waterfall. Like there's a lot going on that paid side of the map, right? There's a lot going on there. And the thing is, a lot of people go there and they just get absolutely lost. They are absolutely lost in the paid side of things, right? And there's so much to do, and you could really just get destroyed. And there's very hard villains in there, right? You got to beat. Very, 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 very difficult. It's not for the faint of heart. There's a lot of sunken ships there, and there is more risk. And it just, as you see, it's massive, right? Then you kind of go up in the new island. It's called mixed scaling. This is when you start mixing free and paid and you start scaling up from there. It's a good, you can start doing really well there. And then all the way up in the clouds, right? All the way up in the clouds, you see here, there is what we call creative wholesaling and MLS wholesaling. It's all in the beanstalk. And it's like it's in its own thing, right? It's high up in the clouds. And these are wholesalers that are only doing creative, that are only doing MLS. Is it a map? Yes. Is it there? Yes. Are there people doing well there? Yes. But it is kind of separated from wholesaling real estate, right? Is that what you found?
Yeah. I mean, I started out wholesaling and then figured out creative financing because there was problems I couldn't solve. But I didn't know how to do the paperwork. Yeah. I didn't know how to get a lawyer to write the paperwork or work with the title company. So it took time. So I've always been learn wholesaling, your highest skill set in real estate. And then as you become more acquainted with the terminology, the players in the field, you'll connect with people that will help you take down a creative financing. But you can find all the creative finance deals you want inside your wholesaling business. I'm not a big fan of doing creative to avoid wholesaling. I think you're trying to hit the easy button. And so I find a good mix of doing everything because at the end of the day, wholesaling generates cash, which is why most people get into it. And then the idea is to open other doors, creative financing. You want to find a deal on MLS, stuff like that. But if you're starting out, especially on the paid free side, don't spend a lot of energy when you start out with that, because it's not going to make you a lot of money in the beginning. So learn how to locate motivated sellers and learn how to connect with them. And if I'm telling you, if you master that skill set, all the other creative financing, all the other stuff, the lease option, the landlord, if you want to do fix and flip, you can do like whatever you want. Very few people can wholesale. So if you master that one first and get it out of the way, everything will be so much easier. I've never seen someone who mastered like lease options, creative, and they go back, I'm now going to master wholesaling. It's just like, it's hard. Like, I don't know. It's like when you grow up, if your parents speak bilingual language, you pick it up like that. But if you only speak English and then you want to speak Spanish, there's got to be an overwhelming reason why you're doing it, because you're not just going to pick it up just because you want to. It's got to be a must. So maybe you dated someone that speaks Spanish and you want to impress them or you want to connect with them. But like, there just comes a point, when you learn all the other things and try to do wholesaling last, that's like taking the hardest task you ever have and doing it last. You're just going to torture yourself. Learn it. And I promise you, you will find creative finance deals. And then if you go, hey, I like it, I understand the paperwork and I'll do it responsibly, knock yourself out. The problem with creative finance in the beginning, it's not going to generate a lot of cash. And you usually don't have the skill sets or the paperwork to do it correctly. Can you get help? Absolutely. But wholesaling, in my opinion, is the best way to get started in real estate investing.
Yeah. And the thing is, this is wholesaling. Guys, doing creative finance deals is a massive island too. But that's doing creative deals. This is wholesaling. Okay. Wholesaling creative deal is a tiny little island. Same with the MLS. A lot of people say, well, MLS is the largest. It's got the most listings. There's more people wanting to sell in the MLS than anywhere else. Yeah, but what about the percentage of people looking to sell for a massive discount? It's all off market. So again, it is kind of on its own trajectory here. And then the thing we got to talk about, the little thing in the back.
Oh, yeah.
The massive Bowser's Castle, the scary, massive volcano, insane, scary castle, the thing that really nobody's been to has kind of erupted. You see a little volcano right there? I call it JV wholesaling. Guys, JV wholesaling has been a volcano that's been dormant in the map of Mario for probably 30, 40 years. It was not really a thing when you're starting out in the early 2000s. And the thing is, the volcano has erupted. And you and I had an epiphany, right? We sought out the top 10 wholesalers in the entire country. Well, first me and Rick are stupid. And we're like, well, are we the top wholesaler? Like we do a lot of deals. And then I started researching the top wholesalers, and there's some wholesalers doing 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 deals a year. And I'm like, dang,
that's a lot.
We're not doing 6,000, are we? Dang it. But I had a crazy thought, and I started researching these people and really looking at their deals and interviewing some of them. And a lot of them are very on the DL. And some of them very public, right? But you'll find the top 5 wholesalers by volume, the top 5, and probably top 10-ish, but really top 5. They all do JV wholesaling, this model. And my mind is blown. And I found out almost a majority, in 2025, a majority of our deals will probably be JVs. And I'm like, I've become them. And the funny thing is, I'm starting to find more people people doing hundreds and hundreds of deals, and they're all doing this new model that no one's been talking about this really. And it's really starting to really grow. And the cool part about this is because me and Rick have taught wholesaling for free, that there are new free communities where people can work with. And it's getting crazy right now. And it has emerged as a new map. It's kind of been created from nothing. And another part of this challenge is I'm going to show you guys how to use that today. I'm going to show you exactly step by step how you can go in Bowser's Castle and win. And Bowser Castle is a little scary. There's a lot of moving parts in there. But the cool part is it costs no money. And you get really rich doing it. And the top 5 there's people doing 5,000 deals a year. They're just doing JVs. They don't even care about paid. They don't care about free. They don't care.
Yeah.
They use software for the dispo. They should be using X leads for it. They're comping with X leads, and boom, you're good. So this is really, really interesting, right? So I'm telling you right now, this is where we're at wholesaling real estate in 2025. This is the map. If you're really good at Mario, right, you can just go in any part of the map and play and have fun. Some of you guys are kind of stuck at one level and we maybe have to master free. I think most people watching this probably need to start at free. Once you start getting deals and you go into paid. Going into paid when you have no deals gets a little more difficult. But the JV wholesaling, yeah, we could drop you in Bowser's Castle. I'd rather you go in free first, but heck, you can do whatever you want. This is the really cool part. And so we're here to show you exactly how to navigate the map. You choose your character, let's get some deals. So let's break this all down and really share exactly how to do this. And so let's first talk about the free side of wholesaling real estate. So if we get the whiteboard and get this started. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to share exactly how to master the free side of wholesaling. And right now I'm going to show you how to master kind of all the maps. And I'm going to give everybody kind of an explanation. Now, FYI for everybody watching this, day 2 is tomorrow. Day 2 is all about implementation. So day 1's information, day 2 is implementation. So my action guides, my step-by-step plans, my budgets, my how much time you should spend doing this, when you should be doing it, how you should be doing it, your attack plan, your game plan, that's all going to be tomorrow. Today's about information. We got to learn about how to do free wholesaling, the free side, and then I'm going to show you how to do it exactly starting tomorrow. So we just got to move a couple things around here. So let's see. All right, let's see what we can do here. We're going to move that around. But basically, we're going to do the free side of wholesaling real estate right now. So all right, we can do this the right way. Our iPad was not working on the thing, so we had to improvise here. There we go. There we go. Awesome. Then smooth the chair. We should be all good. See how that goes. But there we go. Awesome. There we go. But basically, what we are doing right now is I'm going to show you the free side of wholesaling real estate. So how do we get started, right? Let's go. So let's break this all down. So let's break down how to wholesale real estate with no money at all. All right. This is the first kind of map we have in wholesaling, right? Now, the first part I have to show you is how to get a wholesaling deal. I think that's kind of the top comments, right? So let's share this. Let's break this all down. So currently, as of this video, if you have no money, I don't know how I'm going to do this the right way, but we're going to try. There are currently, wow, okay. If this is stuck here, there we go. Heck, we're going to play around with this and do it right here. It's kind of going to be pointed towards me, and then I'm going to share it with you guys. But currently, make the audio all good. Currently, as of this video, there are 31 ways to get a deal that is free. So let's break this all down. All right, let's see here. So if you have no money, you want to get a deal for free, there are currently 31 ways to get a wholesaling deal that costs no money at all. So let's break down exactly all 31 ways to get a wholesaling deal when you have no money. A complete breakdown of how you can do it when you're broke, you got no money, you want to become successful. Let's break this all down so you know exactly how to do it the right way for wholesaling real estate success. Now, the first one is kind of a cheat, so don't be mad at me, but it is driving for dollars, or what we call D4D, okay? Driving for dollars is the first way that you get a deal that costs no money at all. Because when you drive in your car, you look for ugly houses and you find them. Again, you should go through freewholesaling.com. We teach you exactly how to do it step by step there, but it is a completely free way to do it. Number 2, we can actually go out here and get a list of code violations. All right, very, very important. You can get a list of code violations that cost no money at all. This is a list from the city, from the county, from code enforcement of houses that are too ugly. Maybe somebody called them up. Maybe somebody said something bad about them. But basically what we call code violations. These are people that have an ugly house. Maybe the grass is too tall. Maybe it's too short, whatever it is. But this is a list of people that the house is really ugly, really nasty, and code enforcement is finding them $20-$30 a day. You can get that list from code enforcement, cost no money at all. Pretty cool, right? So it's called code violations. They're pretty cool. We teach you guys how to do that at freewholesaling.com too. Number 3 are going to be probates. So Rick is his favorite probates, and probably my favorite are probably still going to be probates. The reason why I love probates so much is because they cost no money at all. On average, my largest wholesaling deals are always going to be probates. And so if you see somebody in the Ginn games post that they got their first deal, I'm going to tell you with about 80%, 90% accuracy, if the check is over 50 grand, it's because it's a probate. Why are probates the best wholesaling list when you have no money and you want to do it absolutely for free? Why are probates the best one? This is pretty simple. Probates are by far none the best probate list because they have the most motivation. In wholesaling real estate, you are paid in proportion to the problems you solve. That's it. You are paid in proportion to the problems you solve. And the largest problems are probates. So these are people that passed away and the heirs are trying to inherit the property and get the house. So these are probates. I absolutely love probates. Guys, you get them for free. They're awesome. Now, number 4 here is going to be what we call evictions. So it's a free list. These are people that got evicted from their house and the landlord's evicting them. You can call the landlord up, see, hey, you're looking to sell the property. They're kind of sick of the house. Works pretty well. So that is number 4, basically probates. Now, number 5 here are one of my favorite, my little handy dandy, but these are called pre-foreclosures. Now, pre-foreclosures you get from the county too. They cost no money at all. Wow, I really need to actually, I need to write this the right way because I hopefully I don't run out of space. But basically, pre-foreclosures, they cost no money, and these are people that are not paying their mortgage. You can get that from the county clerk of the court. We teach at Wholesaling.com. I don't want to make this a whole entire thing on it, but pre-foreclosures, we teach you how to do it, the whole process. That's a great way to find a deal when you have no money at all. On top of this too, you can go out here and get fire damage properties. Fire damage properties. Now, in the Ginn Games recordings, we're actually going to have this whole list of 31 inside of the recording, of the actual content material. So definitely make sure that you don't have to actually write this all down because it's going to be in, it's going to be called Ginn Games recordings and it's going to be in one of them. So it's going to be right there. But fire damage properties, list of properties where the house went on fire. Pretty cool, right? Awesome. Number 7 here. Now, there's a lot of free ways to get deals. Number 7 are what we're going to call water shutoffs. So this is a list of people that the water got shut off because they didn't pay their water bill. There's not, guys, I went to a hotel a couple weeks ago, and it was a really nice hotel, but they had a plumbing issue, and the water had to get shut off for 1 hour. And that was a very hard hour for me. It was I just left. I was like, I can't do this for an hour. But have you ever tried to be in a place where the plumbing didn't work for an hour? You don't want to live there. It ain't a fun place to, no showering, no washing your hands, no flushing. You ain't going to live. Most people don't want to live there. And there's a lot of motivation to sell the house and get rid of it. So water shutoffs, number 7. Yeah, it stinks, literally and figuratively. So yeah, you do not want to be there. So yeah, you get that from the utility department. Amazing list. Absolutely love it. Number 8 here are what we call the arrest records. So you're probably the first time you've heard this if you are just subscribed or you just follow me. But this is a list of people that got arrested. Now, people that are arrested are people too. I know it's a shocking statement, but people get arrested in the United States more than anywhere else. I don't know why. I think the arrest rate in the United States is insanely high, but the thing is, people get arrested and they go to prison. And the thing is, a lot of people in the United States and maybe the world, but mostly the United States, we look at people that get arrested as the worst scum of the earth. And I would say, if you look at a penitentiary, I'd say 40% of them are what I call really, really bad people that you should never And there's about 20% of them, which I'll call unforgivable crimes, things like that, right? But there are a large portion, I'd probably say half of all prisons, that they're in prison right now for not harming other individuals, but for doing wrong things that, I'm never defending anyone, right? I believe you've done your time, then good. There's some people that obviously not, but they've had tough situations, right? There are people that are addicted to rugs. I can't say the D word in front of that, of rugs, but you know, the algorithms don't let me do it, right? But like, you know, rugs, they're into the rugs, and you know, it's not good, and they're in tough times. And there's people like that. There are people who have DUIs. There are people that have bad accidents, and DUIs are actually very a lot of them are unforgivable because they've done terrible things, and you should never get a DUI. That is a terrible thing, and that do it. It's a crime. Don't do it. The thing is, if you get a DUI and you know you hurt somebody, which is not good, right? But everyone's alive and everyone's safe and fine after it, right? Not good, but sometimes you go to prison for like 2 or 3 years, and these aren't like the worst people in the world. Like these are like the scariest people, right? But like, you know, they've done bad things, and they go to prison for 2 or 3 years, and they own a house. Like, do we just like forget about them? Like most of society forgets about them. The thing about it is like they still own a house, they're still a person, and they still need money. So these are still people you should do deals with, right? And yeah, if it's a DUI and you know they hurt an innocent person, that's never a good thing. That is unexcusable. That is a terrible thing. I don't trust the criminal justice system, but I believe to an extent, if they are guilty, they will be found by a jury of their peers, and the judge will make their judgment, right? I'm not here to judge anyone. The thing is, it's not my place to judge. The judge does that, right? So the thing is, if they own a house free and clear, and they're going to prison for 5 years, can a house in the Southeast United States, let's do Houston, Texas, can a house in Houston, Texas just sit there abandoned for 5 years and the house is fine? Probably not. And the thing is, that person probably needs money for paying their their attorney to defend them, to pay for commissary, to pay for all these things, right? They need help. And most of them are just going to want to sell the house. Now, the thing is, a lot of these people, they will get arrested and then they'll bail out and they'll think, oh, I'm going to beat the case. And some people do not beat the case. And they go to prison. They're like, oh, what do I do? And then you can just reach out to these people and lock up their deal and then sell it. And they usually, a lot of these people, they need the cash in like 20 days, 30 days. You can do that. Realtor mostly can't do that. So it's pretty cool. So there's a lot of motivation there. Again, some of these people are really not good people. I'll be honest with you, but they're still people you can service. And that's kind of the way around it, right? Like if you're a cashier and it's not a good person, you still have to take their order. Even you don't want to, right? Still, these are people that need help, and you can provide a service for them where you make money and they make money. The only thing I'll tell you is if somebody has been arrested or they got arrested for assaulting somebody, if my sister was into wholesaling, right, I would not have her go to that person's house. I would virtually wholesale it, but that's the only way I go. But like, you know, if you're somebody who's willing to take that, not a risk, but like willing to deal with those type of person, if you're a beginner and you want to make money, it's not a bad way to do a wholesaling deal. But a lot of people, like, they just hear me and they get really upset and they how dare you say it? It's a way to do it, right? Number 9 are going to be basically bandit signs. So kind of free if you can find them. I will be honest with you. I know people that take like signs that are thrown away and then on the backside write it on Sharpie. We buy houses cash. Put a Google Voice number. Stick those suckers in the ground. I'm not telling you to do that, but it's a way you can do it. You might not know this about me. I actually made my first $100,000 in wholesaling real estate as a teenager in high school. Just doing that. Just putting those We Buy Ugly Houses signs down. I was putting around 100 to 200 out every single week, and I was making a ton of money doing it. Fun fact, I put so many out that code enforcement hired 5 to 6 people on a task force to stop me. They thought it was a massive operation. It was just me and a couple of people I hired. It was really fun. The problem though in my county was there was 5 or 6 people on the bandit sign task force, and every single time I put a sign out, it got taken off from the actual task force, and so I had to go move towards cold calling and then virtual, and then I started learning a lot of stuff after that. But that was me as a teenager, wholesaling real estate. I was doing really well. It's always a blast doing it. But yeah, bandit signs are a great way if you do it for free. Number 10 are what I'm going to be calling DBAs, or digital bandit signs. So digital bandit signs are one of my favorite ways to get a wholesaling deal because they take 5 minutes out of your day. You can have AI do all the heavy lifting, and anywhere around the world can do it. And basically what a digital bandit sign is it is like a bandit sign physically, except it has a digital traffic. So you put a bandit sign out there, you are looking for actual like physical people driving, and then they got the traffic and you see them from there. A digital bandit sign on the other end though, these people are on the internet and you see traffic from there. So basically what digital bandit sign is going to be is either you post on Craigslist or you post on a Facebook group. What you do on the Facebook group is you just post, hey, me and my partner Rick, we're looking to buy 3 or 4 more houses in the area for cash. And you can even infiltrate even more. So like, let's say if you're a mom, you go to that's not a good example. You go to the Baton Rouge Moms Locals Facebook group. You can say, hey, I'm a local mom and I'm looking to buy some houses, me and my partner. If you're looking to sell your house, moms, I'd love to help you out. And if you're like a Houston Texans fan, go to the Houston, Texas group and you're looking to sell your house in Houston, me and my partner looking to buy it. Maybe a Houston Texans hat. That makes it work cool. You need like the Dogs Lovers Facebook group for San Diego. Post a pic. You heck, go to ChatGPT, say generate an image of a dog holding a sign that says Zach buys houses cash. Post it. I could care less, right? But like be creative with it. You actually get inbound leads coming in. I'd say post at least 2 Facebook group posts a day and then do 2 Craigslist. That's 4 a day. It's 100. 4 a day times 30 is 120 posts. I think everybody in here should make 120 digital bandit sign posts every month. You'll get inbound leads. It's a really cool one to do. Quick other bonus tip I give to everybody. You can actually go out here and if someone has a Facebook ad, you can comment below their ad, hey, I'll pay you more. And we call it bandit comments. I got some flack on that the other day, but Mike, it's free marketing. And a lot of people actually get deals doing it. So it's actually a pretty good way to find wholesaling deals with no money at all. Now, number 11 here is going to be basically bandit comments. So kind of what I said there, bandit comments. So if you find somebody posting, and I'll try to find on my phone, but probably not, somebody posting, hey, are you looking to sell your property for cash on Facebook? What I do is let me see if I can share it. I'll probably get in trouble, but I could really care less. Let's see here. Let me see it. Let's go to Flip with Rick on YouTube. See if I can find it. There we go. Okay, let me show you. Let me just show you. This is the best example of it. There you go. So if you go here,
this is one of the biggest hacks in wholesaling. When you see somebody that has a Facebook ad for wholesaling, what I do is I go straight in the comment section.
We buy houses.
Usually no one's
what I do is
just always
an
agency that makes these.
You ready for this?
I just put, if you have done it right, I bought over 100 houses in the city for cash this month, and I'll pay you more. And I put my company's phone number on,
and I'll pay more.
Now a lot of people get mad at me for this, but honestly, I get a ton of deals doing this, and it costs me no money at all. And these guys are spending thousands of dollars, and I'll get promoted. So take that for, but I'm telling you right now, it works really well, and it's just a free way to get leads. Insane. I love it.
You can actually get a ton of deals.
This is one of the biggest hacks in wholesaling. When you see,
it's actually a free way you can actually do well. So these are called bandit comments, and they work really well. One thing I can tell you is half the people that do Facebook ads, they're absolutely atrocious at doing them, like these agencies. Most wholesalers pay an agency to do it. And the cool part about that is these agencies are so bad, they don't even look at the comments. And I just put my own comments on there, and half the agencies don't even delete them. So they're free ads for you. And then what's the first thing people do when they look? They go to the comment section to see if this guy's legit or not. Simple, right? It's awesome. 12 are going to be what we call JVs or joint ventures, not part of the free side, maybe part of the JV side, but JVs with wholesalers. If you have no money, that is a way to get a wholesaling deal. So you can do JV deals. We're going to talk about it a little later, but JVs is an absolute amazing way to get wholesaling deals, no money at all. 13, you can actually go to property managers. If you make relationships with property managers, they'll actually tell you people that have ugly houses, bad situations, and you can actually go out here and get deals from them. They'll actually send you deals. Oh my God, he's looking to sell. Are you looking to buy for cash? Let me talk to them. A lot of people get way in over their head, and so they're the right ones to do. Yeah. Number 14, you can basically what we call like realtor leads, or like just leads from real estate agents. That's what I like. So I'll just call them realtors. But these are people that are about to list the property, and maybe they don't want it listed, or maybe they just want to have like a pocket listing, right? It's a great way you can have a relationship with realtors saying that you buy houses for cash. Is it my absolute favorite one? Not really, but it is a way and it is a method. So you actually can go out here and do deals like that. Still, it's a good way to get a deal. 15, actually pawn shops. So Rick actually does this a little more than pretty much anyone else, but pawn shops will actually go out here and have sellers who are, you can get a list of people they're pawning to, and you can market to it. I know it's a little spooky. I know it's a little crazy, but like you can even like advertise or have like a flyer in front of a pawn shop or something and just find people who are pawning things off. Give them a cash offer on the property. Kind of crazy. Kind of a little, I'm just telling you, hey, it works. 16. Guys, are we limiting the excuse that we need money to start wholesaling real estate? That's it. You can go to RIA meetings. There are real estate investors that have ugly houses, and heck, there's other JVs. So I'll call, maybe it's cheap to call, say RIAs, but RIAs is a good one. Heck, you can do contractors. So the thing about a contractor, right, is a contractor is going to know people that are way in over their head that can't pay them. Oh, this guy hasn't paid me. Contractor's great. So I'll tell you is a contractor, it's really up to you how to reach out to them. You just search general contractors and just let them know that you're looking to buy houses for cash. It's another great one to do. Number 18 here are going to be basically estate sales. So you can look up estate sales, people that hired someone to sell their estate of something. I'm telling you, it's insane that nobody, and I mean nobody on the internet except for Rick and I talk about this, but you can go to estate sales and find people that are trying to just liquidate the house, liquidate the assets in the house. Well, why don't you try to liquidate the house? Pretty interesting. It's a free way. I'm naming all of them. 19, you can reach out to handymen that are working on houses that are just ugly. This is kind of under referrals, I guess, if you want to call it that. But they keep working on this ugly house. The guy's in over his head. That's another one to do. 20 is going to be bartenders. I know it's crazy, but bartenders know everybody's stories, and they will give you referrals, their friends, things like that. It's a great one to do. Heck, this is actually insane. I didn't know this was real until I started, but title companies actually know people that are looking to sell the house, and they actually reach out. Hey, I got to get rid of this house. I need it cash. Do you have a realtor that can help me out? Title companies, if you start doing volume or you start getting good relationships, they will give it to you. Pretty crazy. 22, on top of 2, hard money lenders, people that defaulted. Hard money lenders. People that actually defaulted on their hard money, they'll reach out to you. And if you actually build that relationship, you can get wholesaling deals from hard money lenders. Pretty cool. 23, quit claim deeds. So people will actually kind of change property ownership via quit claim. They think that's like a real title thing. Yeah, I'll change the title, but it won't give you a clean chain of title. I'm not getting the whole title company thing. If you want the whole title company thing, just go to wholesaling.com. We teach you how to do it in there. But basically, if someone changes ownerships a lot, I've seen this with good wholesaling deals. If you've done a lot of wholesaling deals, you'll find that too, that they tend to be really good deals. And so find quit claims that are on public record and just reach out to those owners. It's a good one. It's usually between family members a lot. Like, oh, the brother gets it, then the sister, then the brother. That's someone who cannot decide who's going to be the owner of the property. It's a great way to get a deal. 24, heck, it's free too. It's the divorce list. Is it my favorite? No, but still, it's a good way to get deals. So heck, you can do a divorce list. That is a great way to do it. So they bicker a lot. It's a mess sometimes, but it's a good one. So that's a good way to do it. 5, kind of like estate sales, you can do garage sales. If you just go to Craigslist, Facebook, people that are posting a garage sale, don't go to the garage sale. Just call they'll show the address of the garage sale and just cold call that person. You get a list of probably 15 garage sales for the weekend. Call that list of 15 people. You will find actually some people looking to sell. It's pretty dang good. It's pretty dang good. So that's definitely a good one. 26 are what we're gonna call local auctions. So when a property's up for auction, you can try to actually get a cash offer done before it comes up to auction. Kind of not sleazy, but you get that in there. It's pretty cool. 27, or you can actually find people at the auction that have a relationship with someone that will want to sell their house. Pretty cool. 27 here are going to be Zillow for sale by owners. So I've talked about Zillow for FSBOs, but just go to the for sale by owner section. Lowball the snot, I'd probably say 7% of the Zillow value is roughly where I'd want to be at as an MAO, the max allowable offer, and you'll be good there. Number 28 are going to be what we call the for rents. So people are listing properties for rent. Now, I say this is a good way to find cash buyers, but this is also an incredible way to go out here and find deals because, hey, I'm not actually looking to rent out your property, but I'm seeing if you're looking to sell it. Me and my partner were looking to buy a couple of houses in the area for cash. Interesting. Oh, yeah, it's working. So it's definitely a good way to do it. Heck, it is a freeway. 29, we're going to call these the tax delinquent properties. So people that are not paying their property taxes, you can actually call them tax delinquents or what we call tax delinquencies. So this is going to be a list of people that are about a year or two behind on their taxes. They're not a lien, but basically they haven't paid the price. So the property taxes are due every single year. So we were watching this in January 2024. So in maybe property taxes were due January 2025. Oh boy. But basically maybe so I look at Florida, right? In Florida, where I'm at in my county, it's November 2024. So people have not paid the due date on November. They're going to be delinquent on their taxes. Now, usually after about a year or 2 years, they put a lien on the property. So that's a tax lien, which can be different than a tax delinquency, right? The really, really cool part about a tax delinquency is you can get that list from the tax collector or the property appraiser site, and they'll actually get you that list for free. So you can actually request a list of all tax delinquent properties for the year. They have to legally give it to you. On 2, they have to give it to you 2 for 2 years, and then 3, it's going to be on the lien list. So tax delinquencies is a great way when you have no money to get started. So it's a good one. Heck, even liens, right? Tax liens, IRS debt lien, people not paying their IRS taxes, their federal taxes, people not paying their credit cards, right? Liens, I'm just going to use that. You can look at public records on liens put on a property. You'd be good to go from there. And 31, not my favorite, but it is basically the good old MLS. So properties that are listed on the market. So let me kind of move this here so you guys can see it a little better. Hold on. There we go. It's beautiful. Okay, 15, again, pawn shops, by the way. There you go. Cool, right? But basically, this is the 31 ways to get a wholesaling deal for free. Again, drive for dollars, code violations, probates, evictions, pre-foreclosures, fire damage properties, water shutoffs, arrest records, bandit signs, digital bandit signs, bandit comments, JVs with other wholesalers, property managers, realtors, pawn shops, RIAs, general contractors, estate sales, handymen, bartenders, title companies, hard money lenders, quick claim deeds, divorce lists, garage sales, local property auctions, Zillow for sale by owners. Go to the for rent section. Heck, Zillow is probably a good way to do it. And then you can do the tax delinquencies, get the lien list, or MLS on market properties. If you have no money, these are 31 of the best ways to get a wholesaling deal with no money at all. That is completely for free. Pretty cool, right? So if you have no money, this is exactly where I would roughly be at for there. So let me actually have you guys screenshot this for a second if you want. I'm going to give you guys 10 seconds to screenshot it, right? So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, cool. So that is exactly how you do it for free with no money at all. So let's keep going here. So that is how you do it for free. So we got a lot more to go over here. So here's the question. So what are the systems, the tools for free, right? And we got a lot more to go over here. So we're just getting started here, okay? I'm just getting started on the board here. So let's break this all down and get it all going. There we go. Okay, so looking here on the free side of wholesaling real estate, right? Look on the free side here. No, I'm still going. Got a lot more here. Don't worry. Take a breather. Rick's got some sauce to give out too. Don't worry. He's got a lot more. But I'm taking I really want to break down exactly it. So the free ways of wholesaling real estate, right? There are pros. Oh my gosh. Can you get another marker? Hopefully he hands me another marker. But there are pros and cons to wholesaling real estate with no money at all. Pros and cons. So on basically the free side of wholesaling real estate. Got another marker? There we go. Cool. All right. Awesome. So when you're wholesaling real estate with no money at all, is this the marker that's bad? No, that's the good one. That's the bad one. There we go. There you go. Okay, cool. So when you're wholesaling real estate and you got no money, there are obviously pros and cons. I think there's a lot of pros when you have no money in wholesaling. Basically, one of the big pros is there's no option. You have no other option. It's pretty cool, right? Number one, you probably, if you have no money, have an insane hunger to do better. That was a lot of cons, right? It's very time. It's lots of time. You have to put a lot of effort. And then basically, I'll be honest with you, when you have no money in wholesaling, everything is harder. Everything is a lot harder. And I think that's the part that not a lot of wholesalers really understand when you're getting started with no money, that it is easier to use a software. It is easier to go out here and use paid tools. A paid dialer is so much easier. Paying for texting is so much better. It's way, way better when you have even $100 a month is always going to be better. But when you have no money, the pros are going to be, you have no option. You have a hunger in this business, but there's just a lot of effort you have to put in. And even skip tracing is a ton of effort when you have no money. Heck, when you got $97 or $49 a month for X leads, you get 15,000 skips included. You can bulk do it, which is awesome. But the free versus paid part, right? It's definitely easier to do paid, but you're spending money, right? So that's definitely the most difficult part about this. Now, going back here on the free side of wholesaling real estate when you have no money, right? Kind of one category in this challenge I want everyone to really understand is basically kind of how I can learn on here. Oops. Is basically the systems. So when you have no money, what I'm calling free systems. There we go. So when you're starting out in wholesaling and you got no money, there are certain systems that I think everyone should be using, or tools. So you call them systems, call them tools, whatever you want. The first one everybody watching this should have when you have no money is Google Voice. Google Voice is your best friend. It's a free dialer. It's a free SMS. It's a little rudimentary, but still it works really good. Now, for Google Voice, there's a Google Voice Chrome extension, which is click to call. Makes your life way easier. Go do it. Number two, Zillow. Zillow, Redfin, and Realtor.com. These are the best comping tools. And looking at properties on the MLS, it's not. Number three is going to be your property appraiser site. This is going to give you the government information of how many square feet the property really is, what it's assessed for, and then the comps are going to be on Zillow, right? This is kind of a general three, like this is your sword, shield, and armor of wholesaling. There's also some other incredible great systems. For example, of course you have the community here, but like that's me like, kind of making myself feel good, right? Number four here really depends on what type of wholesaling you kind of want to do. But basically, if you're looking to text or call, using a free skip tracing site. So one of my favorite ones is what we call truepeoplesearch.com. So truepeoplesearch.com is a site where you get pretty much anyone's phone number. One of my favorite sites. And then number 5 here, which is kind of even a better site, it's called cyberbackgroundchecks.com. Now, XLeads is better, but for free, it's still you're really not going to beat it. So let me know in the comments which ones you guys are using when you have no money. But these are pretty much going to be the 5 free tools and systems for anybody really getting started with no money at all, right? You are going to use Google Voice, which costs nothing. You can call, text, do whatever you want from there. You're going to go to Zillow, Redfin, Realtor. Oh, I got another one. I forgot about that one. Didn't write this one down. There we go. ChatGPT. To organize it, to create emails, to create scripts for texting, all these things, right? Absolutely amazing. So we're going to be using ChatGPT a ton too. About Google Voice is in the implementation side. We're going to show you tomorrow how to use AI and everything like that. But Google Voice for the dialer, Zillow, Redfin, Realtor.com, the property appraiser site, TruePeopleSearch.com, CyberBackgroundChecks.com, and ChatGPT. These are going to be the free systems that we use when we're starting out. Now, well, what should I do? Like systems, like, well, how many texts should I send out with the that's going to be tomorrow on the implementation part of this challenge. I'm trying to get all the information I can out of here. So that's what I'd say. And now the last part, I'll probably put on the free side of wholesale of this when you got no money, is going to be like, kind of like, how should a system like this work? Now, the cool part is I'm actually going to give you a kind of a cheat sheet from yesterday, for tomorrow, right? But if you go into the school community, so if you go into freewholesaling.com, I actually already have the download in there. So I'm actually going to cheat a little bit and show you, because why not? So it hasn't fully been added yet because we wanted to just wait for you guys to watch the live training. But if you go on freewholesaling.com, right, where you're going to be for the actual challenge, if you scroll all the way down to the Ginn Game Survival Guide, there's actually going to be a system PDF, which is pretty cool. And this is going to be basically a simple outbound marketing system. So this is part of day 2. I'm just teasing this PDF because there's probably 6 or 7 of these PDFs going to be posted for tomorrow. So this challenge really has a lot of cool stuff on there. But just cheating a little, right? Basically, the key components of an outbound marketing system with no money is going to be calling using Google Voice, texting with Google Voice, doing some drawing for dollars, DM messages, door knocking. This is just, we're calling it the outbound system. We're going to do a little bit about that today, mostly about it tomorrow. What's the web? Guys, it's freewholesaling.com. Come on. I'll put it on the bottom for you guys really quick. Guys, this is the community. This is how you get in the challenge. You got to be in freewholesaling.com. Maybe you started a little late, so okay, I'll give you some slack here. But okay, so this is kind of a cheating of the system, but basically, you can use Google Voice for free. The process, use free skip tracing. I have the scripts in here. I have the texting scripts, guys. This challenge has everything you need to get successful. Like I am not leaving anything. Like there's no stone unturned here, because you really need a challenger. Heck, you just need a person who's just going to tell you the stuff and not ask you for money. And this is what I'm doing right here. So keep going here. You can use ChatGPT, drawing for dollars, right? How to execute it. Heck, you can do JV messages, which cost no money. We'll talk about the JV side too. How to execute it, right? Scripts, door knocking, all this really cool stuff. Heck, door knocking's free, so maybe 32. Yeah, it is 32. Dang it. Whatever. But yeah, that's mostly it's gonna be calling or texting for free are the best ways to start doing it going forward. Now let's talk about the scary paid side. Now, there are a lot of ways to get a paid wholesaling deal. There is a ton. And I'll try to name as many as I can here just to make it. There we go. The ways to get a paid deal. There's a ton of them. Now, a lot of these are going to cost a lot of money. So I'm not telling you to go do it, but like I want to let you know all the ways to get a deal. Maybe you don't have a lot of time. So you got to understand in wholesaling real estate, right? You have 2 currencies, right? You have time and then you have money. These are the 2 coins. Let's call them coins, right? Maybe I have a lot of money, but like I don't have a lot of time tokens. We'll make these black, we'll make these white, right? The thing about wholesaling is you have to feed the machine. It's like a wrench. This is I'm really bad at drawing. I'm really good at wholesaling, but I'm really bad at drawing. I don't know why. But this is the wholesaling conveyor belt system, right? Where you have to feed it. You have to feed the machine and then it outputs basically money, right? What we want. Here's the thing about wholesaling, right? Either you got to put money in the machine or put time in the machine. The thing is, in wholesaling, if you have no money, right? So let's say we got rid of money. We have no money. The machine will still run without money. It's like, it'll still run. It just needs, you have to put more time into the machine with no money. It'll work. The problem is, it's like oil in a car or something like that. I don't know. I'm not a mechanic. But if you have all the money, that's cool and all, but if you have like 1 or 2 time, it's pretty difficult to make the machine run right. It needs at least 5 to 10 hours a week of your time to just do money. Now, if you pour more money into it, you use a lot. So with a paid system, you might only need like 3 hours a week if you just pour a stupid amount of money into wholesaling. Now, if you have no money, let's say you only have $2 or $3 or like maybe $200 a month, maybe $100 a month, right? You need to put more time tokens in there per hour, per week to make the machine run and you actually get deals. Hopefully that makes sense. But basically, either you got time or money. If you have no time, the machine won't work. If you have a little bit of time and a ton of money, you can make it work. If you have no money and you have tons of time, the machine will run fine. So that is how you do it. Now, understanding the point of paid marketing is we don't have to spend as much time on things. For example, if we want to go out here and cold call and skip trace 1,000 leads, it will probably take me 20, 30, probably 30 hours to skip trace 1,000 leads using cyber background checks or truepeoplesearch.com. It is insane. It will take me approximately 5 seconds to do on xleads.com. I import the list, I spend no money, and boom, I get 15,000 on the basic plan for $9 a month. Crazy, right? So if I have money, how do we get a wholesaling deal? Number one, I would probably just use xleads. I just use an xleads list or what we call paid list. Some people like dmzack.com, love dmzack.com too, but I'm telling everyone xleads.com for this. It's got free unlimited skip tracing. It's got the Go High Level Integration Ninja mode in there. You got Dialer in there. You got your e-signing in there for free too. xleads is the best one. Go to xleads.com, check it out. But basically you can pull a list of data like vacant properties, pre-foreclosures, like any big list you can pull from xleads. So there are paid lists like vacants that you can't get for free. xleads has it all. It's all skip trace, pretty cool, right? Number two, another paid way you can do this is basically calling with a dialer using a pay dialer. So Ninja Mode has a dialer, so you can use, I'd probably use xleads starting out. You can even use Mojo or Triple Line. Heck, there's a Triple Line dialer inside of xleads now. It's called the Wave dialer. You can get in Ninja Mode. It's about $140 a month. So yeah, xleads actually has the dialer in it. You can do your SMS text blasting. So I'm just doing all the xleads stuff out of the way because you know I love xleads. But you can do SMS blasting with xleads. It's like 1/8 of a penny per text. So xleads is pretty cool. You can do your SMS text blasting. You can do your voicemail drops. xleads, sorry, don't be mad at me. 5, you can email blast. Don't hurt me, xleads.com. So basically what you want to do with xleads, by the way, like a really cool system, is you can just do what we call the ROS blaster. So you can import the leads from xleads into Ninja Mode and just press ROS blaster. And what Ninja Mode does is it sends a text to the seller. And if the seller answers back, then it'll just use AI to text the person. And then it will send them an email offer. Then you'll be able to call them. And then after calling them, we'll drop a voicemail in their inbox. And ROS Blaster has it. And xleads has it skip traced, emailed, all the stuff inside of xleads, which is really cool. And so it starts at $49 a month for the annual. It starts at $97 for the basic, and you get all the stuff included with it. I think I got to pay an eighth of a penny for the texting, and the dialer is pretty cheap too. I think you spend 40 hours. I think you spend 20 hours a week on the dialer. It will be like $30 for the month. So it's really cheap. It's all through Twilio. But I would do an ROS blaster, but I don't want to sound like an X Leads. Everyone knows I love X Leads. So the reason why I talk about X Leads starting out is because a lot of you guys will go out here and spend $700-800 a month on like 7 or 8 softwares, when really all you need is X Leads. Now, some people, hey, I want better driving for dollars. I'd probably say just do dmzack.com. But really, X Leads is, in my opinion, my favorite. But I still use X Leads, and I think they're amazing too. I definitely try all this stuff, but yeah, it's pretty cool. And the reason why I'm promoting it, right, is you get X Leads for free if you win the challenge. Heck, top 5 people get X Leads Ninja Mode for free. And you get the e-signing service in there. So, okay. Enough of me talking good about X Leads. Okay. Number 6 here. What's the other paid way to get a deal? You can send a postcard or direct mail. We love it. You can send a postcard. You can do that. That's a great way to do it. Number 7, you can pay people to put a sticky note out. Number 8, you can basically use a VA for calling. Number 9, you can pay a VA for texting. There's actually a lot. Let me number this really quick. You can basically pay someone. Basically, you can just outbound whatever a free thing is and just pay people to do the free thing for you. That is the best example of it. You can basically, I don't know how I do this the right way, but basically you can just go out here and kind of mix it up. But you can pay people to do what you do for free. So you could pay someone to put signs out, basically bandit signs out for you, all that. So we kind of get that, right? Okay, we kind of get that. Now, another way when you want to start spending money, you can do internet leads. And so I'll name them. You can do SEO. So basically having a website, people search engine optimization. You can do PPC, pay-per-click on Google. That's a good way to do it. You do Facebook ads. On the bottom, we have PPL, which is pay-per-lead. Again, guys, I'm going to get this asked a lot. Zach, why are you not a fan of pay-per-lead? It's not because I hate that model or I hate what they do. I have this gripe or anger in my heart for PPL. I'll just give you the honest truth. PPL prices just keep rising and they're just getting more expensive. They used to be $50-$60 for a PPL lead, which I thought was actually a pretty good deal. Now they're up to $330, $350, and they're about to, because they're changing the rules, I don't think you're going to be able to refund them anymore. So they're going to jump probably to $400 or even more. And I just think, and that there's not a lot of people talking about, like there's no big influencers in the wholesaling space that talk about PPL. So there's really no one with over 100,000 subscribers that talk about PPL. So the majority of the wholesalers that are watching big influencers don't even know about PPL, but like some lower level ones are doing it, right? I think Max Million Deer is in there. A shout out to him. He's a cool dude. He talks about PPL, and now he's definitely growing. He's definitely a cool guy. Subscribe to him. I'm not calling him a massive influencer yet. I think in the future, he's young. I think he could definitely get there. He'll probably be the biggest one talking about PPL. But like what I mean by this is if the big influencers talk about him, guess what happens? Because PPL is on a bid-based system, the cost of PPL will go up to $1,000 a lead. If I talked about PPL, like promoted it, it would be probably $1,000 a lead because more people watch me than anyone else in the wholesaling space. So that means leads will go to $1,000 per lead. And it, on average, what Max has told me, what other people have told me, it takes about 20 PPL leads to close one wholesaling deal. 20 times 300 is $6,000 to close one deal. That's probably 10 or 15 grand. Not bad. Not the worst thing in the world, but what if it's $1,000? Eventually you'll spend 20 grand to get a deal. It blows up the entire thing. I call it BBL wholesaling because it's fake, but hey, that's just me. You can basically have a drawing for dollars app. So dmzack.com is really good for that. And XLeads has their own drawing for dollars app. It's not the best one in the world, but what I'll call it is serviceable, right? Heck, you can pay to basically blast out JV deals. That's a good one to do too. And there's some other ones, but like I would say this is the majority of your marketing and wholesaling real estate, right? What I'd say is some people do radio. They do radio ads. That's a way to do it. There are some people doing basically TV ads. That is one. It's not really the most profitable, but people make it work. They'll do billboards. So I've seen wholesalers sponsor things. I see JV wholesalers sponsor a lot of stuff too. But really, there's not like an insane amount that you can do past like 20. It does get a little, a little more, but like really, it's not going to be that massive. You can do software. You can do like an LOI blaster, right? If you want to get crazy and like blast offers to people or letters of intent. I mean, you can pay for something like that. I mean, that's one you can do. But like, let's stop it at 21 for 21 Savage. We love 20. He's a great rapper. But basically, this is, I'd say, the 21 ways if you're paying. So let's get rid of the X leads thing. Everyone knows X leads. Okay, cool. We get it. But basically, if you want to pay right, these are roughly the 21 ways you're going to do it, right? That's pretty much it, right? So if you want to start out, you want to pay money, you can get an X leads list, you can use a dialer, you can SMS text blast, voicemail drop, email blast, do a postcard, pay people to put sticky notes out for you, pay people to drive for dollars, right? You get a VA to call for you, VA to text, you can pay for a bandit sign, you can do SEO, PPC, Facebook ads, PPL, driving for dollars app. You can pay to blast out a JV deal. That is an option for you. Radio ads, TV ads, billboards, sponsor something, or a LOI offer. Okay, maybe. All right, someone sees 12 to 14. There you go. Let me get this ready for you to screenshot. Or can I just do this? There we go. For a nice little screenshot here. Well, there we go. I don't want to screenshot that if you want. PPL will hide, but that's really the 21 ways if you want to pay to get wholesaling deals. It's actually technically a lot less, but it's kind of all over. What I mean is like, there's 31 ways to get a free deal, but like you can pay someone to call the code violation list for you. So technically it's kind of like a mix. That's roughly how you're going to do it. Now, we're the majority of wholesalers in our community doing paid deals. I'm going to tell you, they're pulling X leads lists and they're using X leads. They're doing a paid dialer. They're sending text out. They are sending ROS postcards, which is just our type of postcard. We could talk about that later. And well, VA calling technically, right? They'll use VAs. And then from there, like, I mean, driving for dollars app, yeah, sure. And then you're from there. And then that's pretty much it. And then pretty much other people, so I'll make it purple. Other people are the ones that I see that do well, right? I know there's some big time people that do these two. That's something I'm not the expert on because I've personally not found the best return on my investment on these, but SEO and PPC. There are people that do it. I'll kind of put others on that category that they're actually pretty dang good at it. And I'm actually not going to say anything bad because they actually do well. And I know that they actually legit like doing good deals. So SEO, PPC, I would not want you guys starting out with this, watching this, but it is something that I'm not going to say anything bad about because it works. That's all I could say. Okay. On top of that too, the rest I wouldn't be doing. I don't think it's worth it. So realistically, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in my opinion, 7 viable ways and 9 total good ways to get a paid wholesaling deal. Those are really that's roughly what I would say. These are going to be kind of the 9, but really 7 is the best way I could kind of describe it. There's just, you can put door hangers up, I guess, but like that's really how I do it, right? So those are the ways you can do it, right? Now, scaling, which is the mixed scaling, really it's going to be like this too, where roughly, let's see. Hold on, let's erase this. Now, obviously, the cons of spending money is just it costs you money. The pros are pretty cool. So yeah. So now if we talk about basically scaling, right? Scaling's weird because you're basically just doing high volume. You're doing a lot of crazy like high volume. So what are some high volume scaling ways to get wholesaling deals? Now, if you've done deals and you want to win this challenge, get the biggest deals possible, there are really like 5 ways to really hit like a large operation in wholesaling real estate, the ones that are really doing the big operations. So obviously you have the massive cold callers. So you have the big cold calling operations. And that works really good. Cold calling is a really good scaling way to do it. I see that all the time. So we'll put that number 1. Number 2, we have people doing a ton of SMS. 3 is going to be direct mail, like a ton of direct mail. Those We Buy Ugly Houses people, home investors, that's one of the primary ones. SEO, and then 5 would be PPC, I would say. Those are really going to be the top like high volume guys. I will tell you this, and this is my last shot at PPL. You ain't going to find any large wholesalers really doing much off of PPL when you look at their books, because half their margins go to the PPL, or even 60 or 70%. So there are people that make millions of dollars off PPL. It's fine, but there are far more successful people doing these 5. And so when you're scaling, you're really going to be at these like 5. Cool thing is on these 3 right here, the one thing I'll tell you is this 3 right here are going to be basically the top, basically like, those 2 are going to be outbound. So let me divide this up. These 3 are going to basically need a software. So the cool part is those 3 you use X leads for. And then this you'd probably use an agency for to do it for you, or you do it yourself. That's how you basically at scale. You either hire an agency to do it, you get really good at closing and your dispo. That's it, right? And then basically X leads is going to be basically how you do the cold calling, SMS, and direct mail, because you got to get the good data for it. Now, on top of that too, we're going to show the systems on this too. There are 2 types of systems, which we're doing the whole systems thing tomorrow, by the way, right? But you kind of need some knowledge of it. So I'll do it right here. But there are 2 types of wholesaling type of systems, right? So it's this 3. So right here is going to be what we call outbound marketing at scale, right? And then right here are going to be inbound marketing. Now, what you're majority going to find is the top wholesalers, they really stop focusing on outbound once you get a certain volume, right? So even in my operations, this is what we do too. So outbound marketing, it costs less. You make more margin, but it is way harder. That's what I found with outbound marketing. It's a lot more work. It's a lot more training. It's a pain in the butt, but it costs less money and your margins are insane. That's why we like outbound. This is why I love cold calling and SMS. With inbound marketing, so with outbound, we're attacking, we're calling, we're texting, we're going, rah, 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 we're going crazy. With direct mail, SEO, and PPC, this is going to be inbound marketing. You could put PPL in there if you want, whatever. Don't attack. PPL would be in this category, right? But basically, this is when the lead comes to you. They call you. They text you. They went on your Facebook form, right? Facebook ads, I have not, maybe I'm wrong, but I've not found good success. Maybe put Facebook ad and PPL in there if you want. I would not put it under the scaling part. That's just me. If you want, I'll put a little asterisk, because you could do PPL and Facebook ads. So maybe I don't seem biased. Maybe, right? 6 and 7. But you can do a lot of inbound marketing at scale. And so this is just easy. It is way easier when a lead comes to you And so what do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Where do you think I make the majority of my wholesaling operations on local and virtual? Which one of these do you think I make the most money on? By far, where do I make the most money? Let me actually look at the comments. I'm actually kind of curious. I think a lot of you guys actually know my operations pretty well, but where do you think I make most of my money? Where do me and Rick make most of our money? Now, so Jason got this, but it's direct mail. By far, direct mail has made me more money than anything else. This is because inbound leads are easier, and the most important part is it is way more scalable. I can get to $4 or $5 million a year on an operation. Like if I want to go nuts with something crazy in a big market, if you just give me direct mail. If you told me I have to do $5 million a year on cold calling or SMS for a big market, it's a lot hard. It's way more difficult. I'm going to be stressed all the time. There's VAs that get trained all the time. It is a lot hard. There's payroll. Like it's a lot. I do it. It's well, but it ain't the leader for me, right? Now, JVs, yes, are going to be kind of an inbound scaling thing too, but I was actually going to leave that right here. So there's like a secret one called JVs, which we're going to talk, we're doing a whole JV thing, but like JVs is like another secret marketing one that costs no money. It's kind of outside that purview because it costs no money at all. And the leads come inbound to me. It's kind of the ultimate, like it is the king of them for me, right? Because I just click record and talk about wholesaling, which is really easy for me because I make a lot of money doing it. And people just send me wholesaling deals because they know I do a lot of money. And then I do deals with them. And then people send me more deals because I'm doing deals. Like I think we had easily over 6 figures closing this week of JV deals. And I spent $0 on my own marketing. I love JVs, right? But like basically what I'll tell you is inbound's easy. It's way more scalable. And so where I make the most money in my actual wholesaling operations, I feel like Gus Fring from Breaking Bad, my legitimate operations, my chicken shop. No, is but basically in like the actual like wholesaling's part, direct mail by far is the best. It's scalable. It's easier. I'm just making more money. If I throw an extra 10, 20K a month in marketing, the least amount of hassle and the easiest way for me to scale would throw that into direct mail in another market versus throwing 20, 30 grand at SMS cold calling. I get better ROI, but the scale, it's just easier to scale. And the cool part is the JVs keep growing because the channel keeps growing, which is nice. So yeah, right now I will tell you I'm making about 60% of my JV deals. Sorry, 60% of my wholesaling is coming from this part, and about 40% of my income now is going from JVs. I'm probably going to be, I'll be completely honest with you guys. My social media has grown like crazy. I've gone from like 60,000 Instagram followers to 258,000 in the span of a year, just for me sharing on TikTok and Instagram and doing videos right. And you saw all the checks, like people are getting rich from my content that I'm probably in 2025 going to make 60% of my money from JVs and 40% from wholesaling. Not because I'm making less money wholesaling, it's because I'm making too much money from JVs. And there'll probably be a point where it's 80-20. And I'm making millions every single year off of this. But just people keep sending me too many deals. Call me a sellout. I don't even really care what you say. But like, and so do you guys understand why I give all this content out for free? Like I'm not here to ask for money. This challenge, so you know how to wholesale houses so you can send me more deals. We had a $60,000 closing. I think, what was it? Last week, $60,000 deal. We got 30, they got 30. All like, just guys, hey, I need help with finding a buyer. I throw that sucker into X leads and boom, it's pretty easy. That's why I made X leads too. So I underwrite the deal, all that stuff. And so it's just like, a lot of people are like, Zach, what's the catch? Is Zach going to do a crazy sale at the end of this? No, I just want you to get a lot of good info. So you get a $60,000 deal that you get to me and we can split it. It's not for I'm not here for coaching income, right? You may Flipboard Plus meet me at an event or something, but like, I don't really care if you do that or not. Just send me a deal. And this is why I'm giving you my best information. I'm teaching you how to beat me in my own, like I'm teaching you how to do more deals than me. I'm teaching you how to destroy me in my market. I teach you guys all this stuff, but karma always rewards me with more JVs, and that's it. I saw some haters online. They're like, Zach's getting a lot of his deals from JVs. That means he's not legitimate. I'm like, what are you talking about? If I make millions from my regular wholesaling and then even more millions from the JVs, it's like my bank account still has millions of dollars. It doesn't matter where I got the money. That's pretty much it. And I'm not doing coaching, so it's like, I'd be mad at that. I am coaching you guys here, so. So that's scaling 101. So let's talk about the JV side, right? So this big Bowser, whatever you want to call it, this big like scary castle, this big scary like thing we have in wholesaling, right, is JVs, right? So joint ventures, right? Doing deals with people. JV deals. So a JV deal is pretty simple here in wholesaling, right? It's a wholesaling transaction is primarily three parties, right? So you have the seller, you have the wholesaler, and then you have the buyer. So 1, 2, 3. So these are the three types. Sorry, this is the 3 steps of wholesaling, right? Basically, the wholesaler goes to the seller and they write a contract to buy it for $100,000. And then wholesaler sells that deal to the buyer for, what? $20,000 finder's fee. And this is for $100,000. So on closing day, buyer gives $120K out of his bank account. $100,000 goes to seller, right? And then $20,000 goes to him. And that's just traditional wholesaling 101, right? Why is the light? Oh, Lord. There we go. Basically, so we have the seller, wholesaler, buyer, right? So basically right here, we have a seller. Wholesaler signs a contract with the seller. And then we send that contract to the buyer. They give us $20,000. They give $100,000 to the seller, $120,000 out of their pocket. And that's how we wholesale. It's pretty much it. I mean, it's crazy to me, but like that's just a traditional wholesaling deal. Now what a JV deal is it's just 4 parties. We just add an extra cog in the wheel. Really not that difficult. Right here. What was our largest wholesale deal last week off of JV? Let me use an example. 15?
Yeah.
Okay, what about that $60,000 one? Is it this week?
Last week.
So 60?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Is that the one in Pennsylvania?
One of them.
Where's the other one at? Like Missouri or something?
Tennessee is where we just did another one.
For how much?
That was like 22 total.
22, okay. 22. Should I do the 22,000 or the 60? Let's do 22,000. Let's do Tennessee. I'm doing too many deals in Pennsylvania. Okay. All right. So let's do a Tennessee one. No. Who's they do we do it in Tennessee with? It's fine. Whatever. I'm not gonna name names on here. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have seller, buyer, Zach, and then wholesaler. All right. Pretty simple. So what basically happens here is this is what most people are used to, right? 1, 2, 3. But basically what happens is wholesaler writes up a contract with the seller for, let's do that 100K, right? Was that 22K net to us? Or is that in total? All right, whatever. We gotta get on that. Was that? Oh, that was total. Oh, okay, never mind that. It was 22. That would have been 44 grand. But all right, whatever. Okay, I guess the 60 was the 30. But okay, so basically they wrote that contract for $100,000. So to make 22, okay, buyer buy it for 122. Okay, basically this wholesaler tries to find a buyer, but for some reason they just can't find a buyer. There's like, they just can't find one. They can't do it. And they just can't dispo it. Maybe it's too high. Maybe they're brand new. They just cannot find a buyer. So what they do instead is they go to Zach and I say, okay, like, dude, I got X leads. I can find a ton of deals, right? I got plenty of buyers, man. And what I do is I sign a JV agreement, basically saying we agree to split the deal 50-50 if I bring the buyer. And they say, okay, perfect. And so what I do is I go to my buyer and I say, hey, man, do you want to buy this deal? And they're like, yeah, I'll buy that deal. Perfect. And so we write the assignment for 122K. Then basically 11K goes to me. 11K goes to this wholesaler. And then the 100 grand goes to them. So that's basically JVs in a nutshell. This guy can't find a buyer. We sign a little agreement saying we'll split it, and then I find the buyer, and then basically I get half the assignment, they get half the assignment, and that's JVs. This system gets really, really potent when you get really good at finding cash buyers. And a lot of people think if you spend 50 grand a year on a disposition software, there's free ways to do this. Free ways to find cash buyers. Costs no money at all. Don't be worrying about this, right? There's a lot of ways to, and so we'll break down that right now. But basically, that's JVing in a nutshell. Now, let me tell you something really cool here. All right, there's another way to do this. It's a little more advanced. I'm going to tell you right now something I do, and I am actually willing to do this for this challenge only. Okay, this is the most advanced part. So that's this JV method. There's something even easier. And I call this approach let's make it red. The ICAG method. Okay? I'm dubbing it the ICAG method. ICAG, whatever you want to call it. ICAG. It's an ICAG deal. It's an ICAG deal. And the reason why I'm calling it the ICAG or the ICAG is it stands for I know a guy. I know a guy. The I know a guy method. All right. The reason why it's called the I know a guy method, first time I've ever actually publicly shared this method, is this is a method that I just do stupid volume with, and I'm not scared to admit that I do this. So we go from 3 to 4. We understand that, right? Now we're going from 4 to 5. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So now we have basically seller and buyer at both ends. And then basically we have wholesaler. We have Zach. And let's see. Who in here have I done a wholesale deal? Have it? No, I've done this method with. Actually, the people in here I did. Let's do it. Let's call this guy John. Make John really simple. So let's do this as a deal in Let's do a deal. Where do I not have buyers? I do not have buyers in Boise, Idaho. So let's say this deal's in Boise, Idaho. All right. I have no buyers in Boise, Idaho. Basically what happens is wholesaler and seller, they write up a contract to buy this. Let's do for the same 100 grand. All right. The same 100 grand. This wholesaler, for some reason, cannot find a buyer. So he goes to Zach and says, Zach, can you JV with me? I need help dispoing it. Now, it would probably be bad to say, oh, I got a bunch of buyers in Boise. Just trust me, bro. That's a little, not the best. Basically, what you say is, ICAG, I know a guy who does like 100 deals in Boise. If he could find a buyer, can we split it 50-50? He says, sure. So what it basically is let's make the numbers make sense. Wholesaler here, he gets 50%. You get 25%. And John gets 25%. Now, some people call it a daisy chain. I don't consider it a daisy chain because 3 and 4 are technically the same party in the JV. So I call it, they're kind of intertwined. So it's technically only 3 parts. Three people in the transaction technically is not a daisy chain. Five is technically a daisy chain, but because you guys are both know a guy, you're kind of connected a little bit. It's technically not a daisy chain, right? So this is kind of this is why ICAG, I need a better name. But basically, that's why ICAG is not a daisy chain. But basically what I do is I go to John, I sign a JV with John, and I make wholesaler sign it. So we have a 3, I'm not going to say that. I almost got caught saying that. But basically a 3-part JV deal where all 3 parties are okay with the 50-25-25 split. 50-25-25 split, right? And so we all sign, us 3, all sign this 3-part agreement saying that he gets 50, I get 25, they get 25. And then John goes to his buyer, buyer's okay with it, buyer gives the money there, and everyone's happy. And so if this is, let's do simple math here. Let's just do, why not? Let's do 60 grand, right? If it's a $60,000 deal, 15 grand, 15, and 30. And this is the ICAG method. Now, once you start knowing a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy, that's a daisy chain. Okay. You lock it up, you just send it, and you try to play, you try your best, right? But ICAG, you can call, see, the thing is, like, if I had a crazy ego, I'd call it the Ginn method of the Ginn, it's a Ginn JV. I don't really want my name on it. I could care less about it. I'm just going to call it the ICAG method. I don't know why, but I know a guy. See, I know a guy type method. So guys, maybe that I know a guy is not somebody you personally know, right? Maybe it's somebody in the community. So if you find somebody who has a deal that can't get it sold, go in the community and be the I know a guy. Heck, you guys know me. If you have a good deal in probate in the Southeast, in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, Georgia, Texas, guys, send the deal to me. And then I know a lot of guys too. So we can do I know a guy if I know a guy, but like just go to me. I have all my end buyers too. So maybe you find somebody who needs help with JVs. You say, hey, I know a guy. You know Zach. Guys, I'll personally I'm okay with the 50, 25, 25. I'm okay with it. I'll live with it, right? I ain't gonna say no to money on a deal, right? So I know a guy is an amazing method. Heck, I know a guy, Caleb. Caleb and Ryan are amazing people. They are in Grand Rapids, Michigan. If I had a guy or gal that liked to be dealing in Grand Rapids, I would say, I know a guy, Caleb and Ryan, absolutely amazing, to do JV deals with. Cool. We got Stan in here, right? Stan's in Pensacola. I know a guy, Stan, he's a great dude in Pennsylvania. He's got the green check mark. Congratulations to him, right? Guys, now you're a JV expert for Pensacola because we know Stan. I'm a JV expert in Grand Rapids because I know Caleb. There you go. IKAG. All day, every day. I think Stan's okay with that, right? So that's the thing. This is a method that no one in wholesaling really talks about. I don't own this, right? This is just a truth, a universal truth of wholesaling that I found really work. And the reason why I was doing so well with this is because I have one of the most extensive contacts in wholesaling. I basically know I know the top wholesalers pretty much in every state. Half of them want to be on my YouTube channel because they want to promote some course that I don't know why they're doing courses and they make all this money wholesaling, but some of them are actually really legit. And I got we're doing deals all together, right? So the IKAG, the I know a guy method is an amazing way to do JVs. Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys screenshot this for a second. And we're working pretty hard on making graphics and everything all sexy and nice and cool, but like, we'll get into kind of the whole like how to execute this tomorrow on here. But IKAG, I know a guy. That is one of the best ways possible to go out here and do deals. So screenshot this. I'm gonna give you guys 5 more seconds to do it. I'm gonna do 10 more seconds. Screenshot this while I'm doing this. But basically, guys, like you can do regular JVs, but you can also do this. Now, you can use ChatGPT to write this up. I'll ask a title company, hey, can you write up a joint venture agreement? Maybe we can make our own, who knows? But basically, this is the best way to do it. Go in here and do it. I know a guy. This is one of the best ways possible. All right, 10 seconds. Okay. So let's break down exactly how you can start JVing. What are some of the marketing sides of JVs that we can do? All right, let's break this all down. All right, let's get these all done right here. There we go. Okay. I know a guy. All right. So if I'm, let's push it here. Okay. So if I'm looking to do a JV deal, okay, how am I going to do this? So let's kind of go over how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Basically the 5 ways to JV, to find JV deals. Let's break this down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's break this down. Number 1, one of my favorite ways is just to DM in freewholesaling.com, DM on my Instagram, go out here and message someone on Discord, like whatever it is, right? You can cold DM at people. Number 2 is we can cold email other wholesalers. That's another way to do it, right? You can DM on Facebook, all these things, right? You can actually make posts, right? Like you can post for JVs, all these things. It's a great way to do it. But like another method is you can kind of be that guy that provides buyers. It's a great way to do it. You can provide buyers. You can just make posts on social media. Heck, you can even comment, right? Posting comments. You can comment on this live stream. Hey, I'm in Grand Rapids. Do a JV deal with me. It's a great way to do it. And then lastly is you can provide education. So what I mean by this is, a lot of people like back in the day, they had to spend a bunch of money to learn how to wholesale real estate. But like the really cool part about this is the new education is just doing JVs. So if I'm a beginner, I've done this with so many people, right? Where they don't know anything about wholesaling. They're brand new. They need a mentor. And the cool part is like, if I do a deal with Zach, my whole team's going to walk you through, okay, this is how we find the buyer. And I basically hold your hand and show you the whole process. And the cool part about education is usually if you want to get a good educator, right? You're like a multi-millionaire, like wholesaler to mentor you. You have to provide something and then they have to provide something. So usually how this transaction happens is the educator provides education and knowledge and the student provides money. That's how the majority of it goes in wholesaling. What I'm proposing, what I have done, which has really turned wholesaling upside down for the past 5 or 6 years on YouTube, was you provide me a deal that you have locked up and then I'll provide you education because that deal will make me $15,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. So you can provide education if somebody provides a deal. So you can kind of mentor with the JVs. Don't charge anything. Do not charge for somebody to get information, but you can hold their hand through the process for it. You can provide a buyer, which I think most people here are going to be doing, but that's how you find JV deals. It's absolutely amazing. Now, the last map, and probably the one that I guess annoying, is basically going to be the creative MLS thing. Now, not the biggest fan of it, but it is something you can do. So this is the last map. You're in kind of La La Land map here. It'll work, I guess. But what this map is, here we go, is going to be creative MLS map. All right. So how you find this is there's a lot of ways to do this, right? What I'd probably tell you is if you're doing the creative thing, you can either do, number one, what we call creative offers. So you go on MLS or even on off-market sellers, and you just offer creative terms, payments, things like that, right? You can do a creative offer. You can basically go out here and try a wholesale offer, then a creative offer, right? That's okay. If you're doing MLS, you can do what we call just basically a wholesale offer on the MLS. So you find an agent, you can actually offer them creative terms, or you can offer them a wholesale deal. Number three, you can do what we call the spray and pray method. That's what a lot of people teach, where you just kind of, you'll send like 50 or 60 contracts out of all the listings. Not my personal favorite, but it is a way you can do it. Spray and pray contracts, sorry. A lot of people teach that. It is a way you can do deals doing it. It's not my favorite way to do it. You can blast LOIs, letters of intents for creative and wholesale deals. As a way. Probably one of my favorites is just basically referrals. So referrals are a good way. Are they my favorite? Not really. But you can get referrals from other agents. That's a good way to do it. On top of that too, you can also what I call hyper-focus ugly houses that are listed. Hyper-focus ugly houses. So you can find the ugliest houses on the MLS and lowball them and try to wholesale. It's not my thing. It's not really my thing to do. So that's how you do it. And then on the creative side, if you're looking to go out here and do this, maybe I'll have Rick when he comes here. Well, actually, I'll have him kind of explain that too, the way he'll pitch it. Because my pitch is a little different than his pitch on there. Go here. There we go. Okay. But basically, my pitch is going to be pretty simple with creative specifically. Okay. With creative financing, with wholesaling specifically, what I like to go off of is number one, I want to do subject to deals, which I'll explain. Do subject twos, take over the property subject to the existing mortgage. Do an owner financing deal. Number three, do a lease option. Or a wrap. Now, wraps can actually get you in trouble in Texas, so I'm not going to get in the whole thing. But primarily, these are the 4 ways to do a creative finance deal. Now, one thing I will tell you, and the one thing I want everyone to understand here, is for wholesaling, subject twos are going to be your best bet. There we go. They're going to be your best bet. Subject to is basically when they don't have a lot of equity, they owe way too much on the property, and you just give them 3, 4, maybe 10 grand, 15 grand, and you can take over the mortgage payments. Subject to, Rick's got a really good one for Wholesaling.com how to do that. Owner financing, they have a lot of equity, so you just take the property over with payments. So one example of this is they own the house, 200 grand free and clear. You offer, hey, can I give you like $1,000 down and pay you $1,500 a month for the next like 15, 20 years? That's cool. Lease options a little more advanced. You can wholesale these. Are they my favorite? Probably not. But basically, this is when you give some money up front and then you pay every single month, and then you can kind of have somebody, an end buyer, basically pay that for it. So if I offer a guy to give him $5 grand down and pay him $1,000 a month for 5 years with an option to buy at the end for 230 grand, I can find someone, a rent-to-own guy, who'll give it for me for 10 grand, They'll pay me $1,500 a month and then $270 at the end. I make money in the beginning, middle, and end. Wrap, you can basically sell the financing out there to an end buyer in the beginning and make money in between. I'm not going to get really hard on the wraps because wraps can get you in trouble in Texas and some other areas. And really wraps aren't going to be the best wholesaling wise because you're not going to find the end person on a wrap. So we're going to focus on subject twos and lease options and owner financing. So those are going to be the ones, but these are just people that want to sell. That's the one thing I can tell you. So let's just focus on these three. Wrapping is when you take it over creative. Now I can tell you guys, this creative financing is big, big, big money you can make in wholesaling. Absolutely love it. For wholesaling them, they're small money. That's the problem. So yeah, I want to get into the crazy wrap on there, but that is doing the creative stuff on there. And so sorry for the little rant there. I just had to share the whole map of wholesaling, where we're at right now in the industry, just to kind of show you that on the Ginn games here. So let's break this all down. Hold on. There we go. So again, there's a free side of wholesaling. Let's look at the map. So we got the free side, which we talked about. We got the paid side. We have the mixed scaling side, the creative finance side, and then we have the JV wholesaling side. So those are the 5 sides of wholesaling. Here, there you go. There you go. Take a screenshot of that for a second while we get this going. Let's see. There we go. Cool. Awesome. Here we go. Cool. All right. So that's how you do it on that end. Now just understand there's a free set of wholesaling, right? No money, no problem. Now, remember, when you have no money, we actually have this PDF. It's actually kind of a spreadsheet for free inside of the Ginn Games training. This is basically a spreadsheet showing all the type of government lists and where to find them, how to find them, all these things, right? So I didn't get in like crazy specifics of how specifically to get a probate. It's on the spreadsheet, right? So pre-foreclosures, you're going to get the least amount of resistance, right? It's going to be at the county courthouse. You're going to request this online or in person. You can get on public records. You actually get through the dockets too. What are the best marketing channels for the government list, right? This is all going to be able to go out here inside of freewholesaling.com, which is absolutely free. So it's definitely one of the best ways to do it. So you got pre-foreclosures, evictions, probates, tax delinquencies, liens, code violations, water shutoffs, arrest records, fire damage properties, and divorce. So absolutely amazing. You can go out here and do it from there. So yeah, it's one of my favorite ways to do it. Now, there is outbound and inbound marketing like we talked about, right? So this is kind of part of systems, which we'll talk about a little later here. Let me get this here. But basically, if you're looking to create an outbound marketing system, a system where you go out here and you reach out to these motivated sellers, right? This is really going to be the system you're going to need. Now, I told you guys the Ginn games, we got them all. We got basically everything you need to know to get started in wholesaling. But if you're looking to make a system where you're reaching out to motivated sellers, right? This is how you do it, right? So one thing I will tell you is outbound is a little more work, but I think a majority of the people out here, it's going to work very well for them. So that's what I'd say. So outbound, I'm telling you, you should be pulling a list either on a paid software like XLeads or giving a government list or even possibly getting an earn list like Drawing for Dollars, right? Hit them with outbound marketing. So some of my favorite free outbound tools would be like Google Voice, cyberbackgroundchecks.com, True People Search Right. You want to track your KPIs, your key performance indicators. We'll talk about this a lot more tomorrow, but like we want to track when we're calling people, right? We want to figure out when we call or do an outbound marketing here. I don't think we need this anymore. But basically, when we're doing our KPIs for the outbound side, we are going to be tracking how many people pick up when we text or call. So how many people read the text, how many people answer the phone call, right? We want to figure out how many leads. So leads is basically a fancy way of saying people that want to sell. That's kind of the best example of that is leads. And then we just want to make sure how many offers we make. So when I ask somebody about KPIs, or what we call key performance indicator, right? This is roughly what we look at on an outbound marketing system. So Rex coming back here, so we'll get them all set up there. Cool. All righty, there we go. But basically, we're making a system here where We're doing the outbound. We get the leads. We want to figure out how many people are picking up or reading our text or answering our phone call. And then we got to figure out people that actually want to sell the property, how many of them, how many offers we make. Now we saw a little sticky note here. Offers are the biggest indicator of our success. So if you're getting no offers being sent out, there's going to be no money. Remember, in wholesaling real estate, if you aren't making offers, you aren't making money. So it's a very important thing to understand here in wholesaling. It's all about making the right amount of offers and doing that. Now, on top of that too, with a system like this, right, we want to have a good schedule. I would say roughly a good schedule, if we could stick to it, is going to be about 15 hours a week, probably putting at least 100 sticky notes a week if we can, or 500 calls to text. We're going to talk about this way more tomorrow. And then doing outbound marketing, my favorite tools are going to be number one, xleads.com. Remember, you get free unlimited skip tracing, get the data, CRM, e-signing, dialer, tech, all the outbound stuff, xleads.com. And then if we want to go out here and use sticky notes are one of my favorite outbound. It's kind of outbound, inbound, right? Hey, this is Zach. I had a quick question about your property. Please give me a call back. That's a great way to do it. Now, inbound marketing, again, way easier, right? We're going to use sticky notes, voicemail drops, digital bandit signs. I'm not going to do the big direct mail part of this, right? This is just one style. So I wouldn't be doing that. But basically, you can do free tools, Facebook, Craigslist, right? Other wholesalers for JVs. Yeah. Another great way to do JVs is you can find wholesalers who are going to put sticky notes out for you, and then you split it together. That's a great other method to do there too. For example, we've done this before where we actually find wholesalers that are virtual. They live like somewhere in like Africa. And it's like, I'll close the seller. All I need you, wholesaler, to do is just spit the sticky notes out for me. And then I get the inbound lead and we split them 50-50. And the cool part is in virtual wholesaling, when you do not have a boots on the ground, you can use a JV partner to do it. So absolutely pretty exciting. On top of this too, on an inbound strategy, right? We want to make sure we get contacts, leads, offers made, track our numbers right. We want to be roughly 15 hours a week on this, 100 sticky notes, 50 JV reach outs, and then X leads for voicemail drops and inbound tools for our tracking, and then sticky notes. And that's the best way for an inbound marketing system. Now we talked about the paid side, the mixed side, and the creative finance side, and then the JV side of this wholesaling. Now, the last part is skip tracing when it comes to wholesaling real estate. Again, I'm just saying this because you're going to be probably inundated with ads right here. Like you're probably going to get a stupid amount of crazy ads about wholesaling real estate, like from people. Oh, this guy only has 6 cents skip tracing and 7 cents. You can get scammed pretty quick here in wholesaling. So let me tell you, in 2025, wholesaling real estate skip tracing has changed. Guys, paid skip tracing is pretty much dead. You can go to xleads.com, dmzac.com, heck, zacdata.com has free unlimited skip tracing now, right? xleads.com probably is the best one I've personally found, but they're all pretty dang good still, like serviceable to a point, right? But basically, with skip tracing, either you pay your time, which is really, remember, it takes 25, 30 hours to do 1,000 skip traces, or it takes 5 seconds to go to xleads, or you pour money into it, right? The thing is, if you don't have a lot of time, go to cyberbackgroundchecks.com. If you want to pay, go to xleads. Guys, don't pay 10 cents anymore. The worst part is when you pay with your money and it's in. So for example, if you want to skip trace 15,000 records at 10 cents, which I saw somebody on YouTube the other day, you showed me, they're like, they said, oh, just pay 10 cents for 15,000 leads. I'm like,
that's a lot of money.
That's $1,500 in skip tracing every month. Oh my gosh. Well, xleads is $97. And then you get everything else included through it too, right? Yeah. And like some of these softwares, you have to pay that, and you have to pay they have to pay like $100 a month on top of paying $1,500. Insane to me. So again, if you want to do it for free, cyberbackgroundchecks.com, truepeoplesource.com. And then if you want to just pay, get it done quick, I'd say go to xleads. That is primarily what I'm saying for the skip tracing. Now, you remember your question here is like, okay, Zach, well, how much work? This is my number one question I get by far, right? It's how much work do I have to do to get a deal, right? You get that a lot, right?
Yeah, that's probably one of the top questions.
So how do you answer that, right? One thing I will tell you is, well, how many leads do you have to get a deal? Well, let's break it down. First and foremost, one wholesaling deal is equal to around 400 reverse drawing for dollar sticky notes. So if you put about 400 sticky notes on there, you should expect to get a wholesaling deal. Heck, if you want to go out here and try to get inbound contacts for a government list, you roughly want to be about 2,000 contacts for a government list. 6,000 for a paid list. If it's not a government list, like a vacant list or high equity or something like that, roughly you're going to be about 6,000, right? So this is a big question a lot of people ask, like how much, probably got to make 6,000 calls or texts to get a deal on a non-government. If it's a government list, probably 1,000 or 2,000, right? Now, on top of this too, about 8,000 postcards roughly we're seeing, right? I'd say that's pretty normal, right? Maybe 10. But like, heck, it's probably even lower if you do ROS, right? So,
yeah, I mean, it's probably, it just depends what part you are in the country. But remember, these are guides to actionable steps.
Yeah.
You guys don't put this as, okay, if I do 2,000 government list, I have to get a deal. Could you get it 1,000? It could be 4,000. Yeah. I don't know. We're just trying to give you, like, set your expectation up. Like, you're going to work. Like the people that try to sell wholesaling as a piece of cake, they don't get it. And so we're trying to over disclose how much work this is going to take. I already told you in the beginning of this video, you have to commit to outworking everybody else. If you can do that, wholesaling's not that hard. But if you don't want to work and you just want to get lucky, you're going to get disappointed. So use it as a guide. When someone says, how many cold calls do I have to do to get a deal? I go, and I just rephrase the question, how many are you willing to do? When someone goes, I'm just going to go till I get a deal, that's the person who understands how to outwork others. If you're quitting after 1,000, don't even start, because it's a mindset. You're going to set a limitation on it and you're automatically going to hit it because you're looking for the easy button. I don't have it. Zach doesn't have it. You just got to go and work. There's no substitute for hard work and a great attitude in wholesaling. Some of you guys are going to get it easier than others. I don't know what to tell you about that. That's just the journey of wholesaling. So I learned I'm a slower learner by nature. He's much faster. But like once I learn a skill set, it's burnt into my DNA and like you can't take it away from me. But I don't pick it up as fast as other people do.
All right, but you get it right.
Yeah.
So again, the way I explain this is you can't go from LA to New York City with 1 gallon of gas. You're going to have to put some work in. Now, either you might have not money, you just got to put the time in. That's how this works. Now, when you're getting started wholesaling, you got to pick a market, right? I would tell everybody, and this is just general knowledge I've been saying for a while, but make sure you get a decent population and a decent median home price. So if other wholesalers are doing well in that market, I would probably do it. You remember I said Grand Rapids works well. I said Pensacola's working well, right? They're all in there, right? So roughly, I would just basically go out here and do what other people are doing well. Don't reinvent the wheel. Don't try to get another one. So I'd probably say is over 100,000 people in the county and then under 500 grand for the median home price. Go to freelisting.com and break that all down. Contracts, freelisting.com, that is how you do it. Now, the last part of the equation, right, before you get into acquisitions and buyers and all these things is comping. And what I want to do is basically something Rick has developed, which is really cool that we've always used, is basically your 5-minute shot clock on ARVs, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it down to 2 minutes.
So what we're going to do is I'm going to have Rick solo this one. He's going to take it over and he's just going to share his 5-minute ARV, like basically comping guide. And so we're going to break this all down and share how to do it the right way. But basically how to go in here and comp really easy. So I put the screen here if you can share this one.
Yeah.
When you're ready, you just go in between there. But basically we're going to have Rick take it over. So give a holler for me and we're going to keep working. So ARVs, comping. Everyone gets really scared, but I think it's pretty simple and easy.
That's not hard.
Let's keep it up. All right.
Okay. I'm going to swap seats here.
All right.
Okay, guys. Hopefully you're awake. So hope you guys.
This might go over 3, obviously. So
yeah.
Just.
We're just gonna get to the point.
Let's get the good value for everyone. Let's just if this thing goes 9 hours, it goes 9 hours. Don't tell Rick.
Okay. What? No, we're not. We can get it done. So if you have questions, put them in there. I'll look at them as I'm doing it. But the idea is to give you a guide. So a lot of people go, Rick, what about comping? Oh my God, comping is so challenging. I'm gonna be honest with you, comping is just a math problem. So here's the really cool part. You only have to do basic calculations in this because a wholesaler, do we need to know the values? Absolutely. There's no denying that. A lot of people misunderstand, but a lot of you guys waste time looking up values on people that don't even want to do business. Let me show you how this works. Yeah. Okay, hold on here. Let me get this loaded. Ugh. Of course, it's not going to work for me. Okay, hold on. I get it. Okay. I think we got it to work. Okay, I got it. I'm in the right screen. I'm not the technology guy. So when we're comping, the most important thing you got to understand is if I have 100 people, 100 leads, are you going to comp all 100? I promise you, you're going to try to when you start out. And it's one of the biggest mistakes I learned in wholesaling. I had to learn the hard way. On average, it would take me 20 to 30 minutes to comp a property. And when I dealt with 100 prospects, the reality is 3 to 5 were the only ones worth comping. So instead of comping 100 properties because you're scared of the outcome, I'm going to teach you to do the opposite. Because if you comp every property, you're nothing more than a glorified realtor. Let's face it. Why am I going to waste time comping a property if I do not have a motivated seller? So if we know that, the first thing we want to do is just show you. Let me go back here. So this is all inside of freewholesaling.com, which is inside the Ginn games. You can get in there. And we update this chart. We're not updating it right now because things seem to be holding steady, but there is basically 2 different categories that you comp any type of property in. See if I put my face up here. Let's see. No, I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. There we go. So you have 3 different types. So light, medium, heavy, and then you're going to have these total square footage. The idea is to simplify this. The reality is most of you guys aren't contractors. I know I'm not a contractor. I've spent way too much time in this field. And the last thing you're going to do is be an expert on the repairs, and you're never going to get the number completely correct. Remember, you just got to get an idea to quantify the number. So at this point, we have someone that's interested in talking to us, and they've shown signs of motivation. I'm trying to figure out what is the damage on this property. So the first one is if I take the properties 1,500 square feet or less, and it's light, I'm going to assume the rehab's around 15,000. Now, I'm going to tell you, it doesn't take much to spend 15 grand on a property. Most of these properties on 1,500 square feet are going to be the simpler versions. They're not going to be the high-end kitchens, the high-end bathrooms. And once you start getting up in bigger square footage, there's just a cost to it. So the challenge is like light properties, I love doing them. They're rare. The reality is most of our properties wind up being in the medium range. And then on the heavy properties, you have to understand you are somewhat guessing because your in-cash buyer, the person who's going to do the ultimate rehab, they're going to assign a number. You have to know roughly where the numbers lie. If it's 60,000 or 75,000, kind of pointless. You just can't put down 10 grand or 100 grand. And so this chart just simplifies the process. Now, if you guys want to kick it up a notch, you can go into XLeads and get really detailed estimates and everything. I like to use charts because the more you simplify your business, the easier it is to get contracts written. So if we know this is the setup right here, you just got to, so if I have a 2,000 square foot house that needs medium rehab, you're probably 45 to 50 grand. I'm just telling you, it doesn't take much to do it. Now, when it comes down to flooring and painting, if you go inside of XLeads, you put in the square footage and you put in your market, it will actually spit you out a price. Now, I know these numbers all too well, and I'm not proud of it. I never wanted to be a contractor, but I spent a lot of time with contractors, and contractors will mess with you. The only reason I want you to know your numbers is you need to know how to underwrite the deal. And most importantly, you need to be able to talk to your cash buyers that are most likely going to hire a general contractor to do the repairs on the medium and heavy properties. If you don't have an idea of those numbers, people are going to try to take advantage of you. You have more tools today than ever. So painting is very, very, very simple. You can actually calculate that inside of XLeads, but a one-story house, inside, outside, 5 to 6K is the rough value of the paint job. Add another floor, you add more expenses on it. Flooring, once again, the average is $3 a square foot for the product. And then you can usually kind of double it for the labor. If you don't know what you're doing, you could get it cheaper. So it's going to be around $6 a square foot. So if I got 1,000 square foot home and I need painting and I need flooring, right there with those numbers I just gave you, it comes in around $10,000 or $11,000, which is right in this chart, just to show you how it works. So I understand, use this chart. You can simplify it. If you want to get more advanced, you can go inside of XLeads and you can do that. So everybody's got that chart. Let's see if I have any questions. We're going to keep moving on here. Do you ever use cost per square foot? Yeah, but so when it comes to paint and flooring, it's very simple to do cost per square foot. It's all the other crap you got to add on there, outlets and like countertops. If you get down to every detail, you are going to wind up becoming a general contractor, and that's not your highest and best skill set. So you can do it per square foot, whatever you need to do. Remember, you have to have a general understanding. You are never going to nail this number perfectly. I have never nailed it perfectly in my 22 years. In fact, I've done a pretty bad job at this point. So let's keep moving on how to do some calculations here. Make sure I'm on the right screen. Perfect. So now you have just a general. So if you know the size of the property under air, and under air, what do I call it? We call it UA, under air. It doesn't include the garage. It doesn't include the patio. Under air is anything that's under the HVAC system. So keep that in mind when you do that. So this is a quick one, do that. Why? Because you need to know what the repairs on the property. Because if I have a $200,000 property and somebody offers, go, Rick, you can have it for $100,000. Some of you get excited. I don't. Because if I don't know the condition of that property, I don't know if I'm getting a good deal. And so if you don't understand simple underwriting rules, you can waste your time very quick in wholesaling, particularly when you do it virtually. So let's walk through how to do this. So the first one is we just calculated, we're going to calculate ARV. And guys, listen, you can do this for free. You got more tools to calculate ARV than you ever have. That's the after repaired value. It's simply Zillow, Trulia, Realtor.com. What else is there? You guys can name them in the comments. It's actually kind of overkill. So never, ever before has it been easier to get an ARV. There's more reliable ones out there. We'll talk about that. And then you got to minus off the repairs and come up with a multiplier. Now, you all heard this 70% rule. I didn't make this rule up. To me, it is a default rule. It's the same as saying if you find a Rolex watch for 50 cents on the dollar, buy it, you can't lose money. This is all that's saying. Now, the reason why it works on values under 125K, because the number's smaller. And a lot of you are working in this markets. This is just a general rule. But what most of you are missing are what are the repairs on the property. You got to come up with an estimate. And here's what customers will typically do. Is it good? Is it fair? Or is it really bad? That's it. That's all we do is grade the properties like that. Why? Because I just got to do an initial underwriting. So if you're staying under 125K, unfortunately, you're going to have to stay close to that 70% number, because the smaller the number, the more the percentages work towards that 70% number. Now, keep in mind, you got to use your brain on this. This isn't like, I did not invent these rules. They're just basic guidelines for math. Now, this right here is under 125K, which if you're in markets like Pennsylvania, Ohio, stuff like that, you know all too well what I'm saying on this. The next one, if we go up to 220, we're going to do ARV minus repairs. roughly around 80. Once again, this is a guideline. It is not a rule. I did not make these rules up. I'm just telling you, doing thousands of deals, these are the laws of averages. Every deal is different. You have to interject like human thought when you do this stuff. Some of you guys stop being robots. Let me give you an example. If I got a deal and I got it under contract for $205,000 and say I screwed it up, like I overpaid for it, but I found a buyer that'll pay me $215,000 and make a $10,000 profit, I don't care what the 80, 70, 60, or 90% rule says. If you can make money with little to no risk, go for it. Odds are it's not going to work out if you go above these numbers, but every now and then you do get a hot property. Unfortunately, this will work against you as often as it does work for you. So I gave you general guidelines. And remember, all real estate's local, so it's going to be a little bit different in your own market, depending. The next one, we're going to go up. Now we get up to 300K. 83% is more of the sweet spot. If you don't believe me, do it with a calculator, because when numbers get bigger, percentages get bigger spreads. And there are limits. There are numbers that people can work with. If I tried to buy every $300,000 to $500,000 property at 70 cents on the dollar, I would be out of business. Will I buy them 70 cents? Yeah, but like how many deals am I going to get like that? So we have to increase the numbers as the numbers get bigger. In the United States, the average cost to buying real estate has just gotten enormous. So we can't stick with that 70% number. And eventually, one day when I'm talking to you and I'm like really old and every house is $1 million because we're at 420 some odd thousand, the average US towards the end of 2024. Guys, in another 10, 15, 20 years, we'll probably be closer to $1 million. And we'll be talking about like 85 to 87%. Why? Because when the number gets bigger, the percentages get bigger, and you have to calculate for that. So, and then we do ARVs at 300K plus. I go up another point or two. These are just the numbers. But remember, 85K on $1 million home, which most of you aren't doing, you have to have a bigger multiplier to make it work. Once again, these are generalizations. People are going to take this and go, Rick said, if you don't follow this rule, you get. No, they're generalization after doing thousands and thousands of deals in 2024. Are these numbers going to go up or down? We always change them a little bit slightly, but like you get the idea when you get it. So remember, we're just trying to figure out how to comp. So you have to understand comping. It's 5 minutes max. And here's the only people we're going to comp. Let me make this clear. I got to put my face up on here. Let me pull this off. I don't know, pull me all the way off. When we comp, we only comp people that need to sell their house. The reason why you guys overcomp is because you want to know a definitive answer before when you meet with a seller. Here's the reality. You're never going to get a definitive answer. You're taking a chance when you get wholesaling. But here's the problem is if I have 100 leads, you need to go through and qualify those leads, which I'm about to show you how to do, before you start comping everything. And you guys spend so much time comping. Why? Because you constantly ask me to comp for you. I'm not a big fan of like comping. I comp deals for people you have appointments for that have already shown signs of motivation. Those are the only ones I comp. If you do that, you will get back hundreds of hours back in your life. You know who comps all day? Realtors. I don't comp. I have to buy my properties at a very low price to make it work. I'm not going to get caught up in what the retail number of the house is, because in the end, we don't know until we put it out on the market. I'm not a guy who takes those kind of massive risks. Can I? Yes, I do. But as a pure wholesaler, I want to sell it to a cash buyer and know exactly what I'm going to make and minimize my risk. I know I have to sell a deal, leave some money into it, and make it work. And you're going to learn that as a wholesaler. But you guys stop sitting there and comping everything. So we talked about, hey, what's the best way to comp? What's the easiest way to do it? And I'm about to show it to you because I'm just going to simplify your life, because God, I wish I had this 15 years ago, but I didn't. Hold on, let me Let's see here. Okay, I got this. I got to figure out how to get the other graphics up. I get problems when Zach leaves. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see my screen. And let me put my self slide down here. So here's what I do. So let's just say, let me just bring up, I'm just going to bring up Connecticut because I was helping somebody out with this. So say I get somebody calling me on a property and let's just hit one. So I'm having a wonderful conversation with them. I'm hiding the phone numbers because we give you the phone numbers on this. And if you look on X Leads, this is simply how we do it. You have a retail value, same as your ARV. You have a rental value. If your worst case scenario, you got to calculate cash flows. It's always wise to know what the rental income is for a property to know what its potential is. And then the third one over here is just a wholesale score. Now, the reason we created it like this is when I'm talking to somebody on the phone, I go, okay, the retail's 345, the wholesale's 224. We verify the motivation of the seller, which I'm about to go through. And he says, listen, Rick, I can't take anything less than like 365 on it. Guess what? I'm not spending a lot of energy on this lead because I know I got to be somewhere around this number. Now, I'll be honest with you. If you can hit this number, you're usually doing really well once you factor in the repairs to the property. Some of you ignore the repairs, which is why the first technique I showed you, because then you think you got a great deal and find out there's $100,000 in repair and that was your profit. So if I have a seller who says, listen, I need $700,000 for it, and I know the retail's already 345 on its best day, and then I know I got to get in the low twos, I'm not going to waste my time comping this property. That's it, guys. This is all I do. I try to find out what the seller needs, and then I find out what their motivation is, and I have a rough idea where I need to be. I don't have to do every formula in the world. You can go back, but now we have to decide what is the overall condition of the property. So if I'm going to comp, this doesn't take 5 minutes. This takes a minute. And I can do this while I'm on the phone with them and go through the whole thing. Can I go through the rest of this? Yes, but I'm not going to waste my time. What's the point? You guys want to know everything? This is all you need to know. The retail and the target number. Now, just to give you a little cheat sheet, this is between 65 and 70% of the value. Geez, how did they come up with that? I don't know. Once you get close there and you identify, then you can really underwrite the property and get into more details and find out what the number needs to get under contract. But once again, if I'm dealing with 100 sellers, 3 to 5 are the ones I'm typically writing contracts for. So don't try to comp 100 properties because it's literally a waste of your time. Let me take this off here. So let me add this. Let's keep going. So the next thing you're probably saying is, okay, Rick, let's see. I got to get back from the slide I left here. So I don't want you comping every property because it just becomes a huge waste of time. So if we all understand that, we'll go forward. I lost my place on here, so I'll get it back here. Here we go. Okay, so everyone's got the numbers on that. We went through the comps. It's simple. Now, you don't have to have X leads. It's a nice benefit. And the number one question is like, how in the heck can I underwrite these properties? You can use X leads, or honestly, just go to Zillow, look up the value, and you have to ask the seller the condition of the property. There's no way around it. You have to do it. So let me pull this back up here. Okay, we're in it. Awesome. Now let's keep moving because now we got to learn how to deal with these sellers. So how do we talk to motivated sellers? This is it. So I want you to understand the technique I teach and the technique I taught my son. This is the way I do wholesaling. I'm not asking for everyone's endorsement on it, but I tell you this, I've been doing it 22 years. It has never steered me wrong. My whole philosophy on connecting with a motivated seller is basically solving a problem, connecting with them by building rapport and creating trust, and solving their problem. That's it. A lot of people like to bring in the salesmanship game to it. It doesn't exist in wholesaling. I've been doing this 22 years. Like, I came from a sales background. I failed miserably when I tried to use high-end sales like you do on cars or like normal real estate as a realtor. It's not going to work. We are looking for a very niche type of person. The real specialty is in locating them. So a true wholesaler will learn how to cultivate their own leads. They understand how they got to them. They're going to learn how to talk to people. And then from there, they'll figure a way to scale their business while doing it. Nobody just goes to paid leads and just ignores it like whole marketing. If you do, you're going to get killed in this business. You have to understand how leads are derived, the value of a lead, and the cost of a lead. How are you going to ever do it if you don't do it yourself? I would love someone just to hand me leads, but like whenever I go to buy and evaluate a lead, I have to know how to get it done. And so the best way to do it is do it yourself first. Why? Because you need to learn how this business works. If you're going to outsource everything, you're always letting other people in control of you. Like right now, if you relied completely on pay per lead or pay per click and you have no experience in wholesaling, I don't know how you're going to survive. The average leads, anywhere from $400 to $700 each, and you probably have to go through 100 just to figure out how to do it. How much you think that's going to cost you? Do they work? They do, but they are not for a brand new beginner, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Plus, they're constantly trying to find a way to like outlaw these things, like the handwriting's on the wall. So it's important you learn how to do your own leads. Can you pay someone else to do it? Yes. But I've used so many different lead sources. I thought I was done when I got RVMs. I just thought it was the greatest thing in the world. And they took it away from me. And I remember how lost and frustrated I felt. And I said I was never going to let that happen again. So I stuck to the fundamentals in wholesaling. So let's talk about how to deal with sellers. Number one, I teach relationships versus transactional. If you want to be a transactional wholesaler, you're probably not going to do well in the Ginn games, because transactional means you're just meeting their needs and you're usually going to win on price and being a professional. That's the last thing I want to like brag about. If you want to do that, go ahead and knock yourself out. A relationships meaning I know I'm never going to win on price. I just raise my hand. I actually tell people up front, I am not going to be your highest bid, but I'll be your best bid. So I focus on the relationship. If you get that piece, you're going to love what I'm about to show you. If you just want to be transactional, go find somebody else on the internet. They can show you how to just make offers on property. But remember, you're just a number. You're going to have to make thousands of offers to make it work or spend a fortune in marketing. I rather spend a lot of energy in marketing and then work and build relationships with sellers. That's how you get the best wholesale deals. How do you think I get the best deals? Do you think I just like make everyone an offer? If it was on price alone, I'm probably the worst wholesaler in the entire world, because wholesaling is not based on how much you pay for the property. It's based on how big of a problem you solve. So you got to stop being scared of everyone. I'm telling you, these people aren't going to hurt you. They are talking to you because they are scared and they need help. And if you understand that, you have to stay on it. For God's sakes, be relatable. Don't be that know-it-all salesman. In fact, don't be a salesman at all. You have to be able to communicate and talk. Have you ever talked to someone and all they do is talk about themselves? Man, I went to a lot of holiday parties and man, I'm like a fly on the wall when I go to a party. Why? Because the more I listen, the more data I can collect in, and then I can decide who I want to spend my time with, who's relatable, and who's actually doing incredible things in this room. And then the people who talk with the biggest mouths, they are usually the lowest performers in the room, and they try to dominate everyone's time. I avoid those people like the plague. How do you do it? You got to keep your mouth shut. You got to be relatable. Next one. In wholesaling, you have two choices. You can take the salesman route. God bless you. It's not going to work. Or you can take the guide route. Remember, our specialty in wholesaling is finding niche sellers that need to sell their house. A salesman convinces people that want to sell their house to sell it. I can't convince people who want to sell their house for the realtor to sell it to me as a wholesaler. It doesn't make sense. Now, if I have someone that's in foreclosure, I act as a guide. I give them options. I educate them. and I try to solve a problem for them. How we get there, everyone you ever talk to at wholesaling has a different route doing it. And you know what? We all just have different ways of doing it. Here's the difference between me and a lot. I've been doing this 22 years. You can sit here and question me all the way. I've done so many deals. Honestly, some of the best wholesalers in the entire country have worked with me. They know what I can do. I've bred some of the greatest people, and all the people that I've bred in this business, they're not salesmen. The salesmen never last. You know what salesmen do? They convert over and then they come up with some sales thing, and then they run either a coaching business, and I got no problem with that. If that's what they want to do and that's what makes them happiest, God bless them. In wholesaling, we have to solve and guide people through situations. I look at it like the yellow brick road. Your job is that road winds around. You ever seen The Wizard of Oz? And your job is to keep the seller on that path. And a lot of them will go astray. And your job is to keep guiding them so they don't get in danger, so they have the best options possible. And you can give them the truth and have them swallow it while they cry, laugh, and hug you at the same time. It's weird. I know. So the next thing we do is we focus on progressing the conversation. I don't shove people in a corner. I don't box them in, but I do use my wording so I can progress the conversation. Think about this. Have you ever talked to someone and the conversation just goes round and round and round and round? Drives me freaking nuts. And I learned this. The hard way. You know what? I'm sorry, I didn't progress the slide there. Is our entire goal. Wholesaling is a funnel. But here's the thing is, you got to make a decision right now. We'll talk about the conditioning. Conditioning is important, and people don't do conditioning. They typically do like paid leads. We're working with people directly off market. That's why conditioning works. But we have to make sure we can make a decision. My goal with every conversation I have with any human being, maybe except for my wife and kids, is I want to progress the conversation to have a positive outcome for both parties. And not all conversations have that, but that's it. And that's what I focus on in our CRM. Everything we do in X Leads is, are we making progress or not? And I teach you techniques all the time when you get stuck. Some people just get stuck. You can't do it. You might as well go for the Hail Mary, because who wants to keep having the same conversation over and over with no progress? So keep this in mind. We're a relationship first. Stop being scared because the seller's scared. We can't have two people scared or nothing gets done. We have to relate to them, meaning we're going to have to be a really good listener, and we're going to have to be a guide versus a salesman. There's way too many salespeople out there that are just way too fake. Remember, salespeople convince people that want to sell their house to sell it for some set price. The only way you're going to do that is induce price. I'm never going to do that. My job is to locate people that need to sell their house and guide them. If you understand that distinct difference, wholesaling is a whole new game. It's a whole new game. So let's talk about the motivated sellers. I give you guys MCTP. Why? Because it's simple. It's an acronym. Freaking write it. I don't care, dude. Now, I used to be the guy in high school who used to write like notes on my hand. And I always got caught because I just wasn't the brightest guy. But if you got to write MCTP on your hand, if you got to write it on a piece of paper, why? MCTP, motivation, condition, timeline, and price. So they go, Rick, what if they go straight to price? Just redirect the conversation. Mr. Seller, do you mind if I ask you a few questions so I can see if I can get you the best offer for your property? You see, I just go, I'm going to table price, and I'm going to ask you questions about the property, because we don't really know anything about the property. So like, you can't give a price. And how can I buy something that I don't know anything about? It is a common sense answer. You got to redirect it, because if you don't redirect, then you are nothing more than a McDonald's order taker. If you constantly have to adapt to the seller and then they just boss you around, that means they just want to extract basic pieces of information and they want to throw you out the door. You won't get a good deal by doing that. That's what a lot of like paid leads wind up being. They just want to get to an end result and they don't want a relationship with you. which is fair. I mean, not everybody wants to do it, but like you're not going to get a great deal when it comes to that. If it's just on price alone, I promise you it's going to be painful. So these are the 4 qualifiers, every one of them. Did I come up with this? Absolutely not. This has been handed around generation after generation after generation, and will be here long after I'm gone or long after Zach's gone. Let's stop trying to pretend like we all invented the wheel. We didn't. We've been around a long time. Certain things rhyme. I want to know the motivation of why somebody's selling a property. I want to know the condition of the property. I want to know the time frame, and I want to know the price. So let's talk about motivation. What is the underlying reason for you selling the property? That's it. Like if I had to just say it in one word, but remember, this is an internal conversation I'm having in my head. I'm not having that with the seller. This is my objective and motivation. I want to know what is the real reason they're selling the property. Well, I need money. That's not a reason. Money is not a reason. It's a quantifiable number. So let me give you an example. Maybe I found them on the vacant list. I don't tell them the property's vacant. I'm like, so what's going on with the property? They go, yeah. Yeah, it's been vacant for about 3 years. Now, let me ask you, do you think anybody chooses just to have a vacant property? There are some really filthy rich people that have homes all over the world. That's about the only exception. I would never choose to have a vacant property. You would never choose to have a vacant property. So the vacant property is the symptom of the real estate, but we need to find the underlying human issue. Why is it vacant? Why is it vacant? And here's like the final outcome of you getting the answer. Go, Rick, I'm just really bad at managing tenants. I'm super nice guy to everybody. I'm tired of being a bad landlord. That's why it's vacant, and that's why I want to get it sold today. Now, here's the truth of the matter, and you have to understand this. You are not going to get from, hey, what's your reason for selling the property, to like, I'm really bad with people. In a perfect world, that would be amazing. But you're going to have a conversation, and you're going to have to be an incredible listener, and you're going to have to invoke thoughtful questions to get the seller talking. So this right here is really what we're doing. This is why we're doing it. This is the symptom. And then you got to get to a conversation. People are not going to open up and tell you the worst side of their life in the first minute or two of any type of wholesale conversation. It is up to you to extract that information out of them. How do we do it? We have conversations. Remember, your MCTP is just part of your script. And I'm going to show you why that's so important. Let's keep going. I got a lot of information here. It's like getting a course without paying for it. Condition. We talked about, hey, how do I know what the repairs and condition of the property? You know who knows the condition of the property more than you? That's right, your seller. So just ask them, tell me a little bit about the property. Shut your mouth and become the best listener you've ever humanly possibly come in your life. See how long they pause, see what kind of grunts noise they make. If you're with them on person or even on the phone, it's even more important on the phone that you listen in. And they're going to give you clues. And here's typically how most of my conversations go. Either the property's absolutely wonderful, and if they ran on for 10 minutes, I disrupt them. And here's what I say. Sounds like a great property. Why would you even consider selling it? I know the odds are that maybe there's just no motivation there, and I got to dig deeper. Now, remember, they're never going to tell you their problems in the first minute or two. There's a few rare exceptions, but for the most part, they're going to tell you everything is perfect. Now, the other one is, listen, this property is so bad. My tenants trashed it. I'm going to let them go on and just find out what they want to accomplish. And the better I become a listener, the more money I make in wholesaling. You guys understand, I'm only trying to assess 3 conditions and the 3 evaluations at this point. Is the property good? Is it fair? Or is it poor? Most properties are going to rely somewhere in there. I'm going to be honest with you. Some sellers lie. This is part of the underwriting part of it. But like, you have to listen to them. When a seller tells you their property's in poor condition, believe them. It's usually worse. I've had properties in good condition and wind up being poor. But this is where you probe. My favorite part of condition is you should be able to assess what the property's worth, get an idea of the condition. And here's what you guys say. Well, Rick, how do I know what the condition of the property is? Sometimes you have to ask the seller questions. So if a property's been vacant for 2 years, say, Mr. Seller, if you had to move in the property tomorrow, could you live there? Yes or no? That will 9 times, if they can't live there, you already know it's at best fair. So good, fair, poor. And it's probably somewhere between fair and poor. And I listen to how quickly they answer the question. Like I'd have to rehab it 6 months before I live in there. Okay, there we go. So use the people that know the most. The problem is they don't know the exact number. So you're going to have to ask around. Did you ever get any bids on the property? Hey, if you had to wave a magic wand, what do you think it costs to get that thing up to par to have you live in it? Some people are like, I just need a mattress and a gun. That's not what we want to hear. So we have to you have to take some assessments. Now, keep in mind, if the seller's information is 100% wrong, can we adjust our offer? Absolutely. You can only write an offer based on the quality of questions you ask the seller. So if it's wrong, you have a right to change the number. The question is by how much, which we'll talk about on that. So let's keep going. I'll answer questions, I promise. So time frame. Why do I ask time frame? Time frame to me is the secret qualification question. Why? People don't lie about their time frame. Let me give you an example. I'm going to try to determine the seller's true motives. The time frame questions will catch somebody that lies to you. Let me give you an example. Mr. Seller, in a perfect world, if we could buy your house, when would you like to get it sold? I go, well, yeah, that's a good question. I haven't really thought about it. And then I'll go like this. Have you ever thought about where you're going to go to when you sell it? And I'll tell you, without fail, if they haven't thought about it or they don't have a plan, it means you're a minimum 90 days at best from getting a contract to stick on that property. Why? Who sells their house without a plan to go somewhere, especially if it's homeowner occupied? And I warn that. Now, the other one is they'll go, hey, listen, Rick, I'm going to get that house sold and move to Austin, Texas with my brother in 3 weeks. Dude, I'm all over that deal. I know I have the right motivated seller. They need to sell and they already have a time limit imposed. Once that time frame is imposed, you just got to guide them down. You just got to help solve their problem. So here's what I like to do. If you put up here less than 30 days, I'm all over these people. A lot of my people are 30 to 90 days. That is very, very realistic on how it works. Then I have the 90 to 180 day people. These are people I just have to spend a lot of time in follow-up. And then I have some people that honestly, I'm just guessing at 180 days plus. So I believe every seller should be touched at least twice a year. That is in your database. But time frame, guys, hands down time frame. If you don't, I don't know how. Let's see. I'm not going to remove that because it always flies off on that. Time frame, hands down, will give you the guidance on if you have a motivated seller right then and there. Now, they can still be motivated. They just haven't figured out a plan. But remember, when people move, it's a big deal. And this is part of the job that you can possibly help them. I'm going to forewarn you, do not try to play pseudo realtor. A lot of you try to do it. If I can find you a condo, if I can find you this, if you do that, it's going to screw your deal up. Because now if you can't find the right deal that's affordable for them, they're not going to sell the house. So please stay out of that part of the equation. God knows I've tried it. It usually backfires on me. We do not want to play realtors as wholesalers. And God knows I don't want you finding them other properties. Occasionally it works that way, but honestly, it'll work against you more than you have. Okay, let's keep going here. So what I do is the time frame, I'm going to classify them in these 4 categories. And that's how I set the follow-up in XLeads when I go in my ninja mode. That's it. Why? Time frame's my favorite because I can verify what the motivating factor is. The sooner I can verify what the motivating factor is, the more likely is that I can get a deal done. So if we understand that, let's keep going here. When it comes to price, This one, you guys get more confused on this one than anything else. We all know at the end, we eventually have to come up with a price. How we get there is the topic of debate. Now, I'm specifically talking when you talk to sellers directly that are off market that need to sell. If you want to do this with real estate agents and stuff like that, it's not going to work because I'm a wholesaler. I go and derive my own motivated seller leads because I control them. I get the highest profit level. And at the end of the day, I'm in control of my business. Do I do other outside ones? I do, but I go in and out of them based on the cost. Some of the cost of some of these lead services is getting outrageous. And eventually a lead cost gets so high, it's not worth doing anymore. And that's the problem if you skip doing marketing and wholesaling. So get a firm foundation for you so you are educated on what everything costs. Now, the goal for price is to extract the seller's subconscious price. Once again, guys, this only works directly with sellers. This does not work with real estate agents. It does not work with like paid per click, paid per lead. Why? Because they're answering a form on the internet. You already know the answer to some of the questions. The question is, can you get them to say yes or no? And honestly, the only power you have is how quick you can think on your feet, which, don't get me wrong, is a valuable skill set. But eventually it's going to come down to price and your ability to close. And in the beginning, most of you don't have that. That's why we're teaching you how to do your own leads. So here's what you got to understand. As a wholesaler, you should avoid words ask, offer, price, or like. Period. Why? Because these are realtor words. They were never designed for us. What's your asking price? What are you offering? What is your price? I don't know why I put the word like up there. To get a like price, something like that. It's like, stop. Every word has meanings. Every word has meanings in real estate, and you've got to understand what triggers people. So once you use the word ask, I immediately think retail. Everybody thinks retail. You're already subconsciously programmed for it. So these words up here, offer, price, ask, they're all subconscious. And all I mean by subconscious, because I got a lot of wisdom, but on this earth, is these are stuff that real estate's already preconditioned you for. So when I hear people about their ask price, I know they're completely focused on retail. And I got to get past that. Remember, because I have to buy it for a deep discounted price. So here's what I ask. What do you need to get out from this property? Period. I didn't say what's your asking price, what's your offer price, what would you like to get for this property? Those are wish list words. And if you want someone to make a wish, then go to a fountain. But wholesaling is not about that. We have to get to a result. What do you need to get out from under this property? And you know what most people say to me when I say that? Here's the honest to God truth. What do you mean by that question? They're struggling in their mind. They're like, wait a minute. What do you mean? What do I need to get? What I'm trying to tell you is, what is the bottom line price you need to get on to move on with your life? Now, I would like to tell you everybody just answers that. The reality is no, and we're going to tell you how to get it. But honestly, in the perfect world, what you see on the screen, what do you need to get out from this property, out from under this property, is nothing more than a play on their subconscious mind. Because most of you are trying to guess what they need to get or what their ask price is, and you have already been brainwashed to go for the highest tippy top number. So I have completely unbrainwashed myself, and I go to the opposite way. I get a lot of people make fun of me. I don't care. I've been doing this 22 years. I'm telling you, if you constantly try to guess what their ask price is, that's not wholesaling. You're playing realtor. It will work on some deals, but for the most part, it's not going to go very well. So I highlighted it there for you. Use that line. What do you need to get out from under this property? What do you need to get out from this property? I talk fast, my ADHD. What can I say? Now, how do we talk to motivated sellers? I gave you a checklist here. Remember, I'm talking about conversations versus transactional. If you want to do transactional, the things I'm teaching, it's just not going to work. I'm not even going to hide it from you. There's a huge difference between a transactional wholesaler and someone who creates a relationship. Can you get a relationship with everybody in wholesaling? No, you can't. And that's some of the hard part. So you have to understand. Let me click this here. Where did that go? We have to understand this. Number one, I will tell you this without any hesitation. If you don't learn to become an amazing listener in wholesaling, you will not last. How do I know this? 80-20 rule. You're the 20, the seller's the 80. The more the seller talks, the more data they provide you so you can ultimately solve their problem. If you constantly talk and you interrupt people, number one, it's disrespectful. Number two, it means your ego is bigger than the deal itself. And number three, if you want to feel important and just so significant, then just keep talking because you will never last in this business. We are in a world where nobody wants to listen. Like there's just not good listeners anymore. I'm well aware of this. Every human being wants to be heard, especially when they have problems in their life. Now, I'm not about complainers and whiners. Like that's that's where you got to stop it. But when I'm seeking out motivated sellers that need to sell their house and they got a problem, you better be a damn good listener. And if you're not, why would they ever do business with you? I see it all the time. People they go on and they just, oh my God, listen how good I am. Look how many properties. Nobody gives you a crap. Can you help that seller out there right there or not? That's all that matters. Nobody gives a crap how many deals you closed. Nobody cares what kind of car you drive. Nobody cares where you got the lead from. Can you help me and my family out? That's all we do. The best way to help people out in wholesaling is listen to their problems and acknowledge them and let them know you're there to help them out. Period. In fact, I tell all my sellers when I met with them, and I still meet with them, no matter what, I'm going to help you out with this problem. Because once they go, crap, this guy just said he's going to help me out even if he doesn't buy his house, it means they go all in with you. But a lot of people like, if I can't buy your house, I can't give you any information. It's like, to me, you've got to put their guard down to get where you want to go. So the next one is understand that people want to do business with people they connect with and they trust. You're no different. You're the same way. If you got a leak in your roof and your best friend's a roofer, are you going to call 10 other people in the yellow pages or go on a Google search? No, you're going to call your buddy. Why? Because you already trust him and you feel a connection with him. So, let's see. I don't have to reinvent the wheel. I just got to learn how to connect people and establish trust. What I actually teach works. Remember, if you're just going to go off of a sheet of a paper on a paid lead or something like this stuff's not going to work. Why? Because it's not wholesaling. You're just buying properties. Let's just say it what it is. If you're just buying properties, then buy properties. I got no problem with it, but let's not call it wholesaling. Wholesaling is the art of buying deeply discounted properties directly from sellers. I get it. The paid things come in between. But the problem is you lose control of your business once you rely on a third party. Next, authenticity is the key. People are tired of everybody being fake. They can't stand it, and we have to get rid of it. Now, I don't want you to misunderstand. Being authentic does not mean you roll over and you let people walk on you. It's actually the complete opposite. You're comfortable in your own skin. You progress every lead you talk to. And you work towards connecting and building a relationship with them. How can you do it if you're not authentic? If you're scared of what you're doing and you feel like you're fake, if you're trying to duplicate, if you're trying to be me or Zach, don't do it. Trust me, two's enough. I see people all the time trying to follow their mentors, wear the same shoes, the hat. Guys, God only created one of you. Honor it. Have fun with it. Embrace it, for God's sakes. If you're goofy and silly, go with it. Laughter is a huge cure. Turn your scripts into conversations. You start with the MCTP just for qualifying, but the idea is to ask high quality questions so you can get answers that open up that 80-20 conversation. If you're doing all the conversation in wholesaling, it's not going to work out well for you. You should get to the point where you cannot shut up the seller. Why? Because they connect with you and they trust you. People that don't trust you and connect with you answer with yes and no answers. And then the last one I always tell you is help the sellers get out of their own way. I can't tell you how many times I help a seller that's got a hole in the roof, got an extension cord coming over from the neighbor's house, and there's no flooring and I can barely breathe due to the smell and the heat in there. And they have small children. They need help. They can't even understand the environment they're in. And our job is to help them out. I don't care at any cost. I'll call family. I'll call children's services if I feel it's necessary. I'm not passing judgment, but I'm just a human first and a wholesaler second. You are going to find people just like this, I promise you. And remember, they're just doing the best they can with the tools they have. So I never take advantage of people. I would treat them just like I would treat my own mother, and I'm going to help them out. Am I going to make a profit? Yes, I am. But most importantly, I'm going to take care of them, even if I don't buy the house. You got to provide value to people first. Stop expecting the seller to provide you this incredible wholesale deal with you absolutely doing nothing. That is fairy tale stuff. You got to get real with people, guys. You really do. Okay, so let's talk about acquisitions. This is simply when we acquire the contracts to sign to buy the houses. So acquisitions is the act of meeting with the seller. I'm always scared to take this off the screen because it won't come back on. So I'm going to leave it on for now, but I'll make myself a little bit bigger here. Okay. So acquisition is going to include your direct communication with the seller. This is contracts and most importantly, negotiations. Negotiations falls under the umbrella of acquisitions. Now, here's what you have to understand in wholesaling. Hear me carefully. You have to master marketing first. Marketing is the art of finding motivated sellers that need to sell their house. If you can't find them, you can't write a contract and you can't negotiate with them. So you have to start with marketing. So when you go through the Ginn games, we have a heavy focus on the first 90 days in marketing. Why? Most of you have no leads, you have no momentum, and you have very little money to get started. So we got to show you exactly how to do it. Remember, you have two commitments to me. You have to outwork and you decided not to quit. Once you do that, it's just a matter of time before you get your first deal. So when we get to acquisitions, this is something that you're going to learn what I call in getting in the reps. This is part of the journey of wholesaling. You're going to meet with a lot of people. You're going to meet with a ton of leads. These are people that are suspect. And that's where you're going to get a predominant of your work. You're going to get doors slammed in your face. You're going to get hung up. Honestly, it's going to feel rough. Hang in there. You're there. Then we're going to get in with the acquisitions, most importantly, the negotiations. I have good news for you. Once you master marketing, your next one that you're really going to pick up is negotiations. Negotiations, it takes time. Nobody becomes a great negotiator overnight. And how do you do it? You get it just through reps and experience and wisdom, period. I have a lot of that. Was it always pretty for me? No. But you're better off becoming a master marketer first, then learn your negotiations. Because if you master negotiations, you will never have a deal to write because you're not doing enough marketing. Listen, all businesses, their lifeblood is about marketing. And a lot of businesses try to outsource everyone. They try to get an internet guy, a social media girl. They try to get someone to run an ad agency for them. Listen, whoever does the best marketing controls the business. No difference in how I'm connecting with you right now. I'm a really good marketer. That's why you're watching the video right now. How do you think I learned this skill set? Through wholesaling. I did not outsource this. Can you? Yeah, but if you don't know what you're outsourcing and you don't know the value of the lead, you're probably going to overpay for it. So we have to understand that. Next one. We're not a typical salesperson. I've been over this. You're going to qualify. You're going to be a guide. I can't stress this enough. And you're like, Rick, I don't know what to say. You just don't know how to say it. That's all. So we got to get the guts to be able to start the process. Go to freewholesaling.com, get started today. And remember, all you are is becoming an incredible marketer. Then I'm going to teach you to become a great listener in the acquisition phase. And then all you have to do is solve the seller's problems. If you look at it like that, so many of you think of like this massive like obstacle. How am I going to sell? Here's the quote. I'm going to take that one away from you because you don't need to know that. Closing is for realtors. A wholesaler will guide somebody and help them solve their problem. How we get there? Well, we all got a different way to doing it. But I like to find people that actually have incredible traction in the business. But Don't take my word for it. Just check around all the people that we've helped out. So wholesalers are not salespeople. I will stand on the ledge for it because I've watched so many people that apparently, the sales training and everything they do it. Is there a process? I agree with the process. Is it sales training? No, because I don't have any magic words to make somebody force them to sell me their house. So we're going to talk to sellers. We're going to qualify them. We're going to give solutions. We don't sell, we guide. End of story. If I find a motivated seller that needs to sell their house, say their house is in probate and they need to get sold, they go, Rick, I need to get it sold. I just have to help them to the best of my ability. Now, don't get me wrong. Your confidence level, your willingness to follow through, your willingness to do research and solve problems for them, and your resourcefulness is going to dictate who gets the deal. Because if it's just based on price, every realtor is going to beat me out, and I'm okay with that. I don't win on price. I win on being the absolute best buyer for that situation, and that's what I'm going to focus on. So, marketing versus acquisitions. Marketing, so I know I'm doing a summary here, but you got to understand, marketing and wholesaling is about finding people who need to sell. If you're confused with this, I want you to understand this. Everybody wants to sell a house. 100% of the people that put their house on the market anyway want to sell it. If I had 100 people put their house on the market, probably 15, maybe 18 need to sell. And then the question is, what price will they sell it for? Do you see, by using the want versus need filter right off the bat, I just stop wasting my time. I point my wholesaling compass in the right direction. Remember, this is a core fundamental of how a wholesaler operates. If you want to waste a bunch of time and buy a bunch of useless courses and you want to be busy, do it. Go chase people who want to sell their house. How do I find people who want to sell their house? Go on MLS. There's a reason it's on MLS. Most of those are overpriced because someone's going to come in with a lower offer. So they are going to play games from minute one. You'll never talk directly to the seller. And I promise you, they don't want you to make a dime. They don't want an assignable contract, and they want proof of funds. That's why I do not fish in that pond. So I will hang my hat on this. The highest skill set you can learn as a wholesaler, the highest skill set you can learn as a wholesaler is marketing. Don't believe me? Go test it out in the market. Go find the best people in real estate and find out what their background is. And you're going to find all of them are usually amazing marketers because they learned the basic skill set of wholesale marketing when they got started. And that skill set translates in social media, like I'm talking to you now, and all aspects of their business, period. Why? Because they took the time to completely understand how to locate a particular crowd. Once they do that, they can locate any crowd. I'm walking living proof example of how we do this. I would not have this skill set if it was not for wholesaling. So the people that try to skip marketing for wholesaling are missing the highest calling they can get. Don't believe me? Look across the board. Look at anyone has a quality business in any type of real estate. A majority of them will start in wholesaling. Why? Because they mastered marketing. And that marketing skill set has translated to make them tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars because they know how to carry their message to the masses, always. And you see what that little skill set, that tiny little thing in wholesaling can catapult you to $100 million sales. Why? Because he or she that can learn to communicate their message best to the masses and solve problems will ultimately make the most money. Period. We have to understand that. And then the last thing to summarize, acquisition is just the art of getting your contract signed from motivated sellers. Yes, this is going to include, ready for this? Negotiations. And most of you are scared to death of negotiations, and I have an easy fix for you on that. So once again, a review on this. Motivated sellers, they need to sell due to an extenuating circumstance, foreclosure, probate, divorce, eviction, tax delinquency, code violation. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Let's not overthink this. Divorce, tired landlords. My favorite one is the landlord that got the property because someone told him it was a passive investment. I got to tell you, real estate's anything but a passive. It's the complete opposite of what a stock is. It's not liquid and it's not passive. A stock, completely liquid, 100% passive, but you don't have control like you have in real estate. Okay, let's get into this. Conversation is all about confidence. So when we talk about confidence, it's just your high level of belief and when you're talking to somebody else. Why is somebody so much more confident to another person when they talk to them? You know, I've struggled with this statement my entire life because, like, I do talk to people that there is a limit to confidence. And if you go over it, it becomes cockiness. And cockiness to me is basically unproven confidence. You ever met someone that just talks and talks like an incredible game, but like, I don't think they've ever done a lick of it. And I'm like, oh my God, they're so confident. And I'm like, either you're absolutely amazing or I don't believe a word you're saying. And the problem is if you get too high on the confidence level, you create doubt in people. But the problem is most of you are starting out with little to no confidence. And I've got to kind of let you know how that works is, let me switch this here. Let me go in the upper. No. Okay. You have to believe in what you're asking. So for the longest time, I worked for a corporation. I did not believe in what they were selling. In fact, I thought it was, I'm not going to get into it, but have you ever sold something in your heart and heart you didn't believe in? So if I don't believe in something, I can't sell it because I feel like I'm lying. When I learned about wholesaling and I learned I could actually help people, from day one, I believed I helped more people I came in contact with. End of story. And to this day, I believe that everybody that comes in contact with me, my son, my family, and my company is better off for it. I believe every day. That's why I have no problem reaching out to anybody. Now, if you have a problem with that, your confidence is going to waver horribly. And you've got to understand you have to earn confidence with every conversation. Rick, how do I earn confidence when I've never even done a wholesale deal? It's a great question. You have to be confident in what you're selling. So the thing is, we're not selling because we're just buying properties. We are solving problems. If you're okay solving people's problems and understand you're not going to hit every one of them out of the park, that's it. That's all you need to start with. But the minute you guys start thinking, I go, what I'm doing, I think it's like a little bit scammy. It probably means you're doing something wrong or you got guidance from someone that really doesn't want to help people out in wholesaling. Remember, the ultimate flex on wholesaling is when you truly help somebody out of a situation and you get paid a ton of money doing it. And they're happy and they're hugging you. There's nobody wants to make 50 grand and feel like they ripped somebody off. In fact, I've walked away from plenty of deals where I got that exact same situation. I go, it ain't about the money with me. If you don't want to sell me the house, I'll just move on. And they always beg me in the end to buy it. Don't shame me for what I do. I solve big problems most people aren't willing to do. And you need to understand you can do the exact same. But your confidence just has to go up with each conversation. So your first 10 or 15 conversations are just going to suck. Get them out of the way. The first video I did was so bad, I begged Zach not to put it on the internet. He goes, you'll get better. And I did. And if I'm willing to do it, you have to do the exact same deal. So you have to earn it with each conversation. So when we go out and meet with a seller, which was simply, when we're canvassing or whatever you do, just some basic thing is, hey, this is Rick or Zach. I always put it on there. We're looking to buy some more properties in the area for cash. Do you have any interest in selling? Like, remember, the biggest thing you have to do is find out if they even have interest in selling. If they have no interest in selling, do not waste your time with people like that because you're not going to get anywhere. Here's some other examples. This is what I want. I want to buy some houses for cash with my partner. If Rick's your partner or Zach's your partner, that's fine. You're starting out. Go to Zach Discord, find a partner in there. Go inside of the Ginn games and connect. The whole idea is to have you guys interact with other people so you can do deals together. But like, I got to get you out of your own way, just like the sellers got out of the way. You got to start connecting with people now because you can do more as a community than you're ever going to be able to do as an individual. Here's another one I put on the screen. My partner and I like to buy houses for rentals. Sometimes we buy, sometimes we flip it and then it'll work. It just depends on what the property needs. So The other 20%, which we talked about earlier, is about you asking very key, specific questions to get detailed answers. And remember, the idea is to get sellers talking. Now, some sellers have no problem talking. Some are hard to get information out. Your job as a wholesaler is to be resourceful. And remember this, if your seller is not going to talk, you're most likely not going to get a deal. Yes and no answers are a horrible sign in wholesaling. Yes and no answers usually result in transactional sales, and we don't do that. So we have to understand that. These are words I absolutely avoid, which I said earlier on that with offer, price, and ask. Hold on, let me move my... It's always in the way. Offer, ask, and price. Just, you got to understand every word has a meaning to it. So when we say a word, like, let's face it, if you're driving in a car and you hear a police siren or blue sirens in the back of your rearview mirror, it's an awkward feeling. And you have this gut feeling like when you were a teenager driving, go, my God, if I get a speeding ticket, my dad's going to kill me. But why do we still get scared in like my 50s when I see why? Because it's wired into our system. So when we have keywords, what can I tell you? I need your signature here. People freak out. Still to this day, I've lost deals over just saying that word: contract, signature. Hey, I need your endorsement. I need your autograph. Contract, I use agreement. Just honestly, a lot of these are common sense words. Go to freewholesaling.com. I'll share them all with you. I promise you on that. So remember, tone and tonality is everything, especially for you virtual investors. You have to listen how people talk to you because you can't see it. So understanding almost 70% of communication is nonverbal. Understanding when you're not in front of someone, your hands are tied. So you virtual investors, you have to lean in and listen like crazy. You got to listen to the inflection in their voice. You have to listen to everything. You have to smile while you talk to them. You have to listen to their pace. And most importantly, the one sales technique that I will bring over to wholesaling, because it works, and it works in all fields, is mirroring. Now, mirroring is not a sales thing. It is a human thing. Remember, our job is to connect with sellers and gain trust. How do I do that? People like to do business with people that are like them. What do I mean by like them? If I talk fast, they like people who talk fast. They talk slow, they like people who talk slow. They talk quiet, they like people who talk quiet. It's mirroring. And honestly, when one person leads a projection of a conversation, which should be who? You or the seller? It should be the seller. You need to mirror them. They should never mirror you. In fact, if you are having your sellers mirror you, you're doing the complete opposite of connecting with a motivated seller. In fact, you're trying to dominate the conversation and you're trying to win the ego game, and you're only going to lose the deal. You're going to have to understand this. To gain people's trust, you have to think like them, you have to talk like them, and you have to connect the same way they connect with you. You have to do it. It's not the seller's job. So if you're a loud, obnoxious person and you have this like swag about you, get rid of it. Do it on your own. Do whatever you want on your own. But when you meet with a seller, if you truly want to connect with them, once you start mirroring, it's freaky how people will connect with you. Can you do it over the phone? Yes. You just have to lean in harder and listen even better. Better than you would ever do in person, because in person, I can get visual clues and it's a lot easier. So let's keep moving. I got a lot of stuff on here. How do I build trust and rapport with sellers? Easy. Hold on. Let me get this so you can see everything on here. Number one is the Ford method. Once again, I didn't invent this. This has been around forever. It's just an acronym we use to connect with people: family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. Talk about those things, get people to open up. It ain't rocket scientist. Don't reinvent the wheel. The next one is humor. If you have the God-given ability to make everybody laugh, you will dominate in wholesaling. It's statistically proven when you can make somebody laugh, you put them at ease, you make them feel comfortable, because it's actually a vulnerable act to laugh. It means I'm connecting with you. You tickled, like you said something so funny, I had to laugh out loud. So I'm telling you, humor is probably one of the greatest skills. So if you're like the class clown or like a real funny guy or gal, dude, embrace it and go with it. The more you can make a seller laugh, the easier it'll take the edge off of it. And for God's sakes, let the seller speak. 80-20. I cannot stress this enough to you. And then really caring about the seller and their needs. That goes into the premonition of help the seller get out of their own way. And the last one, which I'm always going to keep harping you on, is keep it being authentic. God made one of you. I don't need 100 Ricks out there. Trust me, I don't even know why he made one. It's kind of weird. We have to understand that. So we're going to talk about conditioning the seller, which it's kind of funny. People are like, the conditioning seller doesn't work. Guys, this works on ODN customers, off-market, direct to seller that needs to sell. You want to try this on a realtor? They don't give a crap. That's why it wouldn't work with them. I've never, ever said, I don't teach those techniques. And remember, there's a million ways to skin a cat in wholesaling, but I only teach wholesaling. If you want to go out and bid on open market properties with realtors, God bless you. Do it, but don't use these techniques. It's not going to work. Why would I condition a realtor? Why would I condition a paid lead? It's a complete opposite thinking. So why did we do a conditioning? Because people love not making decisions. I prove it every day. By not making a decision, it is a decision, and it's not going to be good for you as a wholesaler. So basically, before I meet with them or as I'm meeting with them, I go through a process. I said, listen, I don't want to waste your time or my time. We're going to come out, spend X amount of time with you. And at the end, you'll have a decision made. Either you're going to love Rick, we're going to work together, and I'll buy your house, or decide that absolutely doesn't work with me. It's an utter no, and I don't want to work with you. That's it. But either way, you make a decision. How do you feel about that, seller? Every one of them, they give a head nod. I make them say yes. Why? Because I can rely on that when it gets to the end of the conversation, either virtual or in person. If they go, I don't know, I have to think about it. Now, does it eliminate all of them? No. I'm just giving you safeguards to help you progress your conversation with every seller you deal with. If you give them an option to lead out, they will take it every time. Now, here's the really cool part. That agreement you make with the seller, you two did it right in front of each other. They really can't deny each other. So when the seller goes, I don't know, I'll have to think about it. I'm going to go, hey, listen, John, remember I kind of told you in the beginning that you would have a decision to make, and like, I'm okay if it's a no, and I'm okay with it's a yes, but let's make a decision. You need a house, you need to get sold here. And then my idea is most likely he does not have enough information to make that decision. Or I can at least nail down if he needs 12 hours, 24 hours, or talk to his wife, I can get some finality in it. If by not using the conditioning statement when you're dealing with sellers directly, you're not dealing with realtors, off-market properties people need to sell. If you sit down and wait for like the perfect situation, another wholesaler, another cash buyer is going to swoop in and take your deal every time. Why? Because you sat on the sideline and you couldn't help them get a decision. Remember, our job is to help sellers get out of their own way. Preconditioning them just sets the odds in your favor. Am I tricking anyone? Absolutely not. But we need to make a decision. I'm not going to let them sit there and option me for 3 weeks. Either take me to the prom or let's move on. Either way, I'm going to be super nice and try to help them out with whatever I can do. And I find that most people are just scared to make a decision. And if they haven't made that decision, they're going to try to stall. And stalling means you did not solve their problem, or you did not get enough information, or maybe you talked too much. And that is your signal to try to solve that problem. The only way I can do it is if I precondition them. Because if I get stuck in that, like, I don't know when I'm going to make a decision, I don't know what to do, you're in the exact same process and there's no way out of it. But shocking, someone would use with the realtor and goes, it doesn't work with realtors. Realtors don't own the house. They don't make the decision. They're technically there to guide their client to get the highest and best offer regardless of who buys it. And so we have to understand that. So, okay, let's keep going. If you guys want to join the Ginn Games, just go in the school, go to freewholesaling.com and you get in there. It's real simple. So I have a ton of information. So when we're on the appointment, we're going to walk around the house, take a look at it, almost kind of like you're buying a car. Remember, everybody's got to test drive it. I will tell you, houses I don't even look at when I do virtual. They'll ask me, did someone take a look at it? I'll tell them, listen, we've looked at it electronically. You can tell them you've had one of your partners drive by. Be careful, because if you lie to them, it's going to be a problem. So if you don't have a partner in there, just say, listen, once we get under contract, we come out and verify the property. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. And then basically our job in the appointment is to build rapport, connect. How do we connect? You have conversations. If you ever wonder, go, man, am I connecting with this person? Think about when you talk to your friends. Do you just do yes, no questions and answers, or do you have a conversation with them where it flows back and forth? Here's the difference. Be careful, because you only flow back key information to get more data from the sellers. At the end, you can have a wide open conversation, but I want them to talk 80% of the time so I get as much information as I can. But if you're trying to match word for word, it means you're probably not listening because you're thinking about what you're going to say. And number two, you're trying to feel important and you have not put wholesaling first, and you need to be careful when you do that. And then on the bottom one here, which you need to get to the closing line. And this is what I call the transition statement. And a lot of you guys that are scared of negotiations, which we're going to talk about right now, and I'm going to put one of your biggest fears out, and then we'll start to tie everything up, is if you're connecting with them phenomenally, at some point you have to get to the negotiations. And I find a lot of you guys get scared because you're like, oh, I'm going to screw up my rapport with them. The problem is if you wait too long, you're going to completely discredit yourself. So use a transition statement. Here's how it goes. Ms. Seller, I could talk to you about the kids all day long. I could talk about the Miami Dolphins, as bad as they are, but I was here to take a look at your house to see if I can buy it. Do you mind if we sit down and talk about some numbers? Boom. You're committed. You're stuck. You can't go back from that. And that breaks up the rapport to get down to business. And let them know at the end of the conversation, we'll pick this thing right back up. Awesome. So now they're excited to get through it. And this is where you're going to find out what you're made of. You're going to find out how well you connected with them, how well you listened to them, and how much information you've gathered to solve their problem. That's it, guys. This is what I do. Everyone thinks it's like this magic sales thing. So we use the lowball method. Oh my God, who would do that? Listen, if you are deriving your own motivated seller leads, this is how you do it. The reason I teach the lowball method, the go for no, is because I'm trying to save most wholesalers from getting out of their own way. Will this work with a realtor? 100% no. The realtor doesn't own the property. Why would it? The realtor's only goal is to sell the property for the highest commission humanly possible. I don't blame them. That's what they're hired for. So we teach the go for no method. Why? Because it is the easiest way to get a decision with the least amount of stress. Even though it's going to be stressful for you, you have to focus on the outcome. Think about this. I go to a gym for what? Do you really think I enjoy being stressed out, sweating, and just cramping up and being in pain? Do I do it for that? Absolutely not. You know what I do it for? The final outcome, the muscle growth, the feeling better about myself, having strength to go on walks, to go on runs, to go weightlift with my son. I have to bypass the pain. I have to get there pretty much every day to do it. Go for no is no different. There's going to be pain involved on your side, but the outcome will be better. The bottom line is most of you overpay for your properties. This one method will solve this problem for me. Number one, you don't have the experience to negotiate. And number two, you don't have time to learn, get out of your own way. You're going to lose a lot of deals if you don't learn how to do this. I'll show you how to do it. Now, the main thing is to stop guessing what your seller thinks they need. What do I mean by that? Is you're all trying to have ESP to figure out what your seller is getting. Stop it. It's terrible. You have no idea. You have no idea what's in their head. Stop. You're never going to guess it. I don't care how many comps you run through X leads. You're never going to know what's in the back of their head. So start out with a question you already know the answer to. How hard is it to get a no from someone? It's simple. The whole point of the go for no method is to get the seller's subconscious response, counteroffer. That's it. So if I'm trying to guess, say you think the seller wants 200 and say you offer 180, guess what? The seller goes, I didn't think they offer more than 150. Maybe I'll ask for like 210 now. The goalpost always moves based on people's perception of what the other party wants. Now listen, the seller already knows. Let's face it, most seller knows that they're going to give you an offer. It's going to be rejected off the bat. We do this. Guys, think about what realtors do every day. If a property's worth 300, they put it on the market for 349. Thinking if they get an offer at 320, they just hit it out of the park. We're just doing the same thing on the opposite side. Here's the key is this does not work with realtors. This does not work with paid per click and paid per leads. It doesn't work because they are not truly motivated seller leads. They came from a third party. Their goal is to sell it to you for the highest price and just try to even give you hope on it. I hate that crap. It's very inconsistent. So I'm going to ask a question I already know the answer to. So I know I'm going to get a no. Now, this only works when you build massive rapport with the seller. If you're not going to build rapport, and I've seen people do it, you're literally wasting your time. You are not wholesaling. So how do I get through this? There's multiple methods when we're going around this, when we're trying to get price out of people. I'm going to run through it real quickly. It's all inside of freewholesaling.com. People make fun of me this, but listen, I know it works. I'm 100% confident in what I do. A lot of you guys don't like to break bad news on people. It's easier to use a scapegoat. This happens all the time. Good cop, bad cop. What do I mean by that? Meaning you're on the seller side. It's your partner that's the one that's holding tight to the numbers, and you're looking on the human side. Do you understand what I'm saying by that? Let me give you an example. Hey, listen, Mr. Seller, my partner says I can only give you $110,000 for it. There's no way I would take that low of an offer. You get nuts, man. I'm thinking about kicking you out of here. I go, listen, I know. And you know what? I've sat down. I've got to know you. I've learned about the property. I think I can do a little bit better. I got to ask a few more questions. And go, I think I can talk them off the ledge. Would you consider if we can get your offer at 125, if we can make this work? If not, I don't even want to bother my partner. He's kind of a pain in my butt, and I don't want to deal with him. I get you. I think you need more, but like I do it. Well, why don't you call him and see what he can do? And then I'm calling. Now, if I'm calling him or not, who cares? The bottom line is you're getting to the bottom line with it. And no matter how you do it, you can use that. The next one you can use, the volley method. Honestly, all you do is just rephrase and repeat the seller's question back to them. Somebody taught me this in an entirely different business. And by the way, this is used in almost every business. You guys just aren't familiar. Is it a sales term? No, I'm just repeating back a question. Hey, Mr. Seller, what do you need to get out? What do you need to get out from under this house? I don't know. You're the expert, Rick. Why don't you tell me what the number is? Very, very common response. And here's simply how I'm going to do it. Mr. Seller, I know you don't know what the answer is, but if you did know, if you had to take a wild guess, what do you think that number needs to be? Boom. I'm just going to keep putting it back. I'm teaching the same techniques I teach you to do the government list because I've learned it with sellers. If you come back with them enough, they're eventually going to give you an answer. Now, they might not be happy about it, but people don't like to be asked the same question multiple times and not answer it. The typical response is after 2 times following, they're going to give you an answer. You know why? Because their subconscious mind's going to take over. Dude, answer this guy so we can get out of this conversation. Use it. It works. It happens all the time. Don't do this on your significant other when trying to go out to eat because it's a nightmare, but it happens all the time. Just take the answer they gave it to you and repeat it back to them with a question. It's super simple. It works all the time because all you are is look at a volley match. When I hit you the ball, you are obligated to hit that ball back to me. The question is, can you do it smoothly? It takes practice. I didn't learn this overnight, and I teach it all the time. A lot of times I like to use the volley method when they won't give me the offer that we need for the house. Mr. Seller, what do you need to get out from under this house? I don't know. I know you don't know, Mr. Seller, but if you did know, what do you think that number would be? And then the third time, I go, Rick, how do you do it the third time? Now you're in a jam. I go, no. You just keep playing the game. Mrs. Seller, I know you don't know exactly, but if you had to ballpark what that number of you and your wife thought, what would it be? I keep going. I don't care because that's how you talk to people. If you're just going to make it mechanical, you've got to play. Tony Robbins teaches all the time. You play with resistance. You don't fight it. You dance with it. You flow through it. That's how you win people over. Seller first method is my last one. Well, I'm meeting with 2 realtors and 3 wholesalers. Dude, Ricky Bobby taught me this. You're either first or you're last. Be both. Be first, be last. Go meet with them first. Set the precedence for the conversation. Be the nicest, most incredible human being you can. And let them know you're going to sneak back by at the end. And then they can compare all the offers if you want. And let them know you are the best best offer for them. Why? Because you spent more time building rapport and helping them solve their problem. Remember, realtors just want to list it. Wholesalers mostly want to steal it. If you can go in and solve the seller's problem by getting the most information and the most face time with the seller, you got a great shot. I use this method whenever they're meeting with multiple people, because all I have to do is find out what their challenge is and see if I can solve it. If it's just purely price, I'm not going to waste my time. And that's how you have to understand how this works. So basically, we're going to take lots of pictures. We're going to go forward. We're going to tell them, we're going to put it under contract, and then we're going to swing by with our partners to take a look at the property. We're going to go in this a little bit more detail, I believe, over tomorrow. So I want to give you just a quick snapshot. I know I'm hitting with you guys a lot of information, but the idea is we just give you everything. I don't have a course where I'm going to pop you over the head. Actually, go to freewholesaling.com. There's no popping over your head. I'm just giving you kind of a condensed version of it. And it's much deeper in freewholesaling.com. Number one, inbound leads, virtual. You're going to qualify, set an appointment, and then basically condition it. And then we just walk you through your follow-up. And then if you're doing it local, it's a little bit different. Listen, I love when you do it local. I'm just going to tell you, you have a huge advantage if you do this local. I have a lot of out-of-town investors that hammered my Port St. Lucie market, and I can beat most people locally because I out hustle them. But remember, when you're doing it locally, you have to qualify them first. And then I always set the condition, meaning I precondition them to make sure I can get a yes or no answer. Does it always work? No, but for the most part, if you're dealing directly with the seller on an off-market property that needs to sell, you can do it. And then I go in and make my offer. Now, on the follow-up, which is where a lot of your leads are going to wind up being, you have to understand this. You're going to have to wait them out until they're ready, period. How do you know they're ready? Set up automations. Use the ninja mode inside of X Leads and make sure you understand that you can help people out when you do that. Because when they get in the follow-up, the only difference at that point is simply, are you going to be in front of them when they go to make their decision? That's all you need to understand when it comes to that. So when it comes to virtual, I'm just going to kind of sum this up. Remember, virtual means you're not physically meeting with them. You're doing it over the phone. No appointment, but you still conditioned to talk to the seller about the house. Now, here's one of the big things you have to understand in virtual. A lot of people freak out. They go, man, I don't know if I want to sign a contract till you look at the house. You use that as a condition to move forward with them. What do I mean? Mr. Seller, to the event that we know that you're serious about doing this and we're going to commit capital into the deal, we want to have a signed agreement so you know we're committed and we know you're committed. We just need to take a quick peek at the house right after it. So what we normally do is have you sign the contract, and then I will make an appointment to have someone come out and look at the house. Can I do that with you while I have you over the phone? Once I have them over the phone, I condition them. I'm going to move forward that. Remember, I'm dealing with direct to seller, not through a third party. It's not authentic if you do it through a pay-per-click or a pay-per-lead. Remember, they just filled out a form online. They don't know who you are. So we want to do that. Now, here's the key is stay on the phone until the e-signature is signed. I know you get excited. You want to hang up the phone. Remember, having them sign is part of the process for the qualification to do virtual deals. If you do not use this step, you're going to struggle getting your e-contract signed because they're going to hang up onto you. They're going to get fused. They're going to get lost. Sometimes you have to walk older people like me through these e-signs and get it done while you're on the phone. Don't get off the phone until you get it signed. You will thank me later on this one. So let me answer a few questions here. We'll go from that. Where was it? Is there anything? So just a shout out to James. He's done 120K in deals assigned, all from Rick and Zach's knowledge. So a big part of the credit goes to exactly what he's done, but he popped that up there. I highlighted that.
There you go.
So we got up to
120. Jeez Louise, man. Some great comments. Just to make sure you have second largest assignment fee, 36 grand. Reverse driving $4. That's awesome. Love to see that. Okay, so the next part on here is going to be, it's going to be up there, is going to be virtual wholesaling real estate. So let's talk about virtual wholesaling. So what part of the acquisitions part did you go over?
We went right up to cash buyers.
Okay.
We did this.
This thing's all messed up here. So let's move this over here. There we go. Wait, this is wrong. Okay. Let's move this over here. There we go. Okay. So, this is all downloadable, by the way, guys. Yeah. So, wow, we went through a lot of slides. All right, let's go here.
I'm wearing them out.
We're just getting started.
There.
Do you show this part?
Yes.
All right, cool. So again,
I went over that.
Okay.
I did that, and right there is where we stopped.
There we go. All right. So kind of the next part here is dispositions or cash buyers. So exactly, actually, I think I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil the fun yet. There we go.
You've been going 4 hours.
Yeah, I got a lot more to do.
Oh.
There we go. I don't want to spoil all the fun. We got to stretch this out an extra 17 hours. Just kidding. Okay. So how do you find cash buyers, guys? I'm trying to go as fast as I can with this. So if you want to go out here and find a cash buyer, right? To dispo, if you want a JV, free, paid. The cool part about cash buyers is, make sure you get your mic on.
I can't find it.
It should be underneath.
I know.
Oh, it's right here.
Yeah.
My bad.
So I thought.
Okay.
You took my mic.
There you go. So to find a cash buyer, even if you're paying a bunch of money for buyers, even if you're not paying anything or you have money, no money, finding buyers is the same way. So the number one way to find cash buyers obviously is X Leads. There's a whole disposition suite in there where basically you put your area, the top buyers pop up based off of how many rentals they own or basically how many flips they've done. Really, it's the only type of disposition software that is ran like that. So it's pretty cool. Just xleads.com. That's how you do it from there. So X Leads, that's how you check it out. That's kind of a paid software, right? If you don't want to pay any money, you can go to the Zillow for Rent section, kind of a way you can find a deal. You can actually find buyers, say, hey, I'm not looking to rent out your property. I'm seeing if you're looking to buy any more rentals. Pretty simple, right?
Yep.
Next year, you can JV with other wholesalers. Obviously, we kind of talked about that method too. Realtors can provide you plenty of buyers. They can provide you deals, but they can also provide you buyers. Mm-hmm. And if you go to like really ugly houses that sold on like Zillow or Redfin, one really cool part you can do is you can find who the buyer's agent is. I know at X Leads we do this, and on kind of the free softwares, you can go do this too. But basically, realtors are an amazing way to be going out here and doing it. Heck, you can even wholesale the deal. So this is kind of outside the purview of wholesaling per se, but pretty much what this is you can just buy the house yourself or get some funding or whatever. I'm not telling you to do that right now, but this is just one method, right? But basically, what you need to do is you close on the property, then throw it on the MLS, and then basically sell it at retail. This is called wholetailing. It's kind of like a very small, tiny type of flipping. Now, there's obviously a lot more risk with this, but that is a way to dispo your deal for the most money, right? I would not recommend you listing the property on the MLS while it's under contract. Novation is not going to be what I want to do. People do it. It is a method, but it's not going to be my favorite one. On top of this too, Facebook groups have a ton of cash buyers. Still to this day, ton of cash buyers at Facebook groups. Go check it out there. Title companies actually have your buyers. So that's a great way to find title companies, and they will provide with the buyers. Because if the title company is going actually out here and the title company is closing with cash buyers on wholesaling transactions, they will have plenty of cash buyers for you. You just got to ask them nicely. And then you go to cash sales, people buying houses for cash, call them up, say, hey, I saw you bought this house for cash. Are you looking to buy any more? That's how you find cash buyers. And then obviously go to auctions. If you have a local property auction, find the people bidding on properties. They're looking to buy more houses. Now, this kind of recaps kind of day 2 of the challenge. So I think Rick had a quick call there, but basically this is recaps day 1. So day 2 is tomorrow. Sorry about that. Day 2 tomorrow, we are going to be breaking down exactly implementation and action guides. So we're going to give you basically tomorrow downloadable schedules of the next 5 weeks. So you can write down for the next 5 weeks every single day. So for the next 30 days, your entire daily schedule is going to be put out. All your budgets are going to be done right there. I mean, depending on how much money you got. We're going to break down even more about exactly, hey, I want to do paid wholesaling, right? I want to do that paid side. What should I do, right? What list should I pull? What should I do there? We have the whole entire guide for that. We got more downloadable stuff. It's all going to be there. It's pretty exciting. Remember, guys, this entire slideshow, heck, this entire video, the whole replay is going to be inside of freewholesaling.com, which is really cool. And yeah, that is the whole implementation guide is going to be there. And then that's what we're doing tomorrow. But what is your homework today? Well, your homework's pretty simple. Go to freewholesaling.com, learn how to wholesale real estate for free, and then join the community. Go through the course, learn how to do it. What I'm going to push everyone to do today is comment and connect in the community. Make a commitment, and then once you hit level 3, make a welcome post. Say, hey, my name's Zach Ginn. I'm excited for this challenge. This is how I'm going to get there. Guys, posting is how you're going to win this challenge. And just start doing deals. Now, we're going to talk about tomorrow, right? I've got some more homework for everyone in the freewholesaling.com community. But to win the Ginn games, right, you're going to have to be accountable. You're going to have to post accountabilities. Post your schedule, show exactly what you're going to do. That is how you're going to make $40,000, $50,000 in the next month. All for free, wholesaling real estate. This is what it's all about. Guys, join the Discord. This is, if you're younger, this is probably going to be more your vibe. So I absolutely love Discord. It's one of my favorites. But guys, join ZachDiscord.com. We got a ton of people in the community. We have almost 15,000 people in that Discord, and it should probably hit, I don't know, 40, 50,000 by the end of the year, hopefully even more, right? Who knows? But ZachDiscord.com is the largest wholesaling real estate Discord community by active users. It is absolutely insane how large this thing has been. And we actually go live every Friday. So I'm actually going live tomorrow, but I'm also doing a private 8 p.m. live stream inside of the Discord, only inside the Discord. I never record it. It's not recorded. It's private only for people inside the Discord. And of course, it's free to join, ZachDiscord.com. So go there, join the Discord, and that is going to be a homework requirement. If you're a winner and I find out you're not in the Discord, you're going to be in some serious problems. And then lastly, guys, I would want everyone to go through xleads.com and just get familiar with the software, or heck, even sign up. That'd be great too. But honestly, you don't have to do it. If you're someone looking to go out here and use a software, go to xleads. If you don't have the money for a software or you don't want to use a software, don't do it. But if you are thinking about getting a software for texting, dialing, whatever, check it out, xleads.com. Definitely sign up there and get it if you don't want to do the problems of free skip tracing. But overall, guys, that is the day 1 recap of the 2025 Ginn games. So, guys, I go for an extra 5 hours. I really would love to even go even more into depth and detail about, hey, guys, Rick had to stop me from doing a 2-hour PowerPoint of adding that in here about how to cold call or like scripts for texting. Like, I had to kind of chill out here, right? I mean, 4+ hours is the quick guide for me. But guys, if you really want to know exactly the scripts for cold calling, the scripts for texting, all these things, freewholesaling.com, this is how you do it. So my last thing for everybody on here for the 2025 Ginn games of what you should be doing, guys, more than anything, go to freewholesaling.com. So let me write this on here, freewholesaling.com. Let's see here. There we go. Go to freewholesaling.com. Make sure you smash that like button, subscribe. Let me know you guys love it. And then if you are watching this in the freewholesaling.com, make sure you go to Flip with Rick on YouTube and subscribe and watch the videos, comment, love, and show your support. But guys, the point of this is being a community. Guys, tonight, I want to see everybody hanging out in the Discord. I want to see everybody hanging out in the freewholesaling.com community. I want to see everybody on the voice chats on the Discord. I just want to hear everyone hanging out and talking and joining each other and being a collaborative, amazing community. Guys, go to freewholesaling.com. Me and Rick are going to see you tomorrow right there. And yeah, we'll do it. Day 2 tomorrow. Appreciate it, guys. This is Zach Ginn signing out. Rick Ginn is on a call, probably on a deal for the 2025 Ginn Games Day 1. Guys, appreciate it. All blessings. Thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow at Day 2 of the 2025 Ginn Games. What is up, guys? Zach Ginn here.
Rick Ginn here.
And welcome to Day 2 of the Ginn Games. Yes, the 2025 Ginn Games, Day 2 is all here. And this is probably one of the most exciting days of this because of just one reason. We're going to show you exactly what you have to do. Because Day 1 was all about information. You know, it's a lot of info we brought down, right? But Day 2 today is action guides action plans, going inside of all the tools, going inside the systems, how to go out here and pull the data from free sources, how to go out here and actually use the free stuff, the pay, like we're actually just getting into it, like actually in the meat of it, right? And we're getting in the thick of it right now today. So again, day one's information, day two is implementation. So this is really awesome. And we have a ton to cover here. So we're just going to break this all down and we're going to get into this right here so we can get after it. So welcome guys to the 2025 Ginn Games again. We are excited to be back. We are excited to break this all down on a special presentation. So awesome live stream, awesome stuff. So we're ready to go. And shout out to everyone posting in freewholesaling.com too. We had a lot of people post last night, got my first deal, first contract, and all these amazing wins. So we love seeing that, and we love seeing everyone go out here and do it. So welcome guys to day two of the 2025 Ginn Games. Now we are here day two. So again, day two is all about implementation, going out here and implementing everything that we learned today for the next 30 days. So today we're going to be breaking down our action plans for every type of wholesaler, systems guides, what your schedule should be, your budgets, downloadable content, free sources, resources, and most importantly, a lot of stuff that you have never gotten from us ever before that we are sharing today, right now. So this is awesome stuff. We're really excited for it and really breaking down how you can be the best wholesaler possible, how to use the tools, all these things. And so you guys see the background behind us, right? We are in the map, the Mario map of wholesaling real estate, right? You know, we got people starting out for free, got no money, right? We got the paid side of wholesaling, we got the scaling side, the creative MLS, and the JV side, right? And so the real question is like, how do I go out here and make an action plan, like a game plan for success with all these different things? Now, the thing is, you have to have a plan. Not having a plan is a
plan to fail.
Plan to fail. And what this means is if you are going into battle, right? We're going here to battle for our financial freedom, our lives, right? Everything. And we are battling it right now for our success. And the thing is, when you go to battle, when you go to war, you just don't run around, oh, I feel like I'm going to win. No, you go with a strategic plan, right? The greatest warriors, the greatest people in battle, right? They have plans and they can do it. The thing about having a plan and going to battle and fighting, like it doesn't matter about your age, what you look like, what you sound like. It's all about just having a plan and actually believing in yourself, right? And, you know, I get a lot of young people are like, Zach, I'm too young to get in this wholesaling. I'm just like, well, Alexander the Great basically took over from Philip II, his dad, when he was 20 years old, and then became one of the greatest conquerors of all time. You look at Octavian Augustus Caesar, he at 18 years old did a civil war and created the Roman Empire. I don't think a lot of people know 18 years old did this, right? Great men have been teenagers going out here and changing lives. And then obviously you got everyone 30s, 40s, 50s that changed the world, right? If you're in your 30s and 40s and you're like, oh, what about me? Like look at Napoleon, right? But like the thing is, great men and women from all ages have accomplished the greatest things in life. It is not about your age. And I think that's the first thing I get. Like, I'm too young. I'm just 18. I'm like, the guy who created the Roman Empire legitimately was 18. Like, it doesn't matter, right? It just matters that you can go out here and do it, right? And as a person that studies all these things, right, all the greatest people have accomplished the greatest things in life. They all had plans. They all had a plan. So you must have a plan. If you want to succeed, you have to have a plan. And today's our plan. Yeah, we look at football, right? You just don't do pickup football, right? Oh, I'm going to run a route. I don't know what I'm doing, but hey, it's a plan. It's called a game plan for a reason, a plan for the game. That's how we do it, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's time after time, example, like people stepped up that didn't even know they were going to step up. Like a good example, completely different other business. But anybody knows who Joel Osteen is? He's like he's a incredible speaker. But the backstory behind him is he was just the camera guy, and he would film his father. His father got sick, passed away, and they said somebody had to step up. And he goes, I don't know how to do it. He goes, but I'll figure it out. And all he did was he just says, I got 1% better every day. He says, the first time I got behind the camera, I couldn't get words out. I was frozen. And now the guy speaks in front of millions of people without hesitation, just in a complete art. And remember, he just wanted to be the cameraman, but when the occasion came up, he saw an opportunity, and all they did was tell me, and he repeats it over and over, I just wanted to get 1% better each day. So if you've decided that wholesaling is your route and you want to make a change for you, your family, and to get the things you truly want, you're going to have to commit to it and come up with a plan. And remember, the plan is never going to go exactly the way you want it to. No. And the idea is you just compare yourself to yesterday's version. Don't worry about Zach. Don't worry about Rick. We'll give you the guidance. But to truly become better, you just have to make yourself better. So look at it as a marathon runner. Remember, they race their race. So when we give you this plans, set a plan and stick to the course. You can make adjustments. But remember, when somebody runs up to you, flashes you 4 checks, don't change everything you do because you saw a sprinter run by. Sprinters look good in the moment. Marathon people constantly try to get better and get a PB, a personal best, every time they go out and run. And they improve it just a few seconds every time they train. And that's how I have to look at it. So stop looking at everybody else. Let's get your plan, get it going, believe in it, commit to it, and understanding you're going to have a lot of crap coming your way. As long as you don't quit and you stay the course, you will achieve everything you want to do in wholesaling. It's just a question of when.
There we go. And then also, guys, let me know in the comments, where are you guys coming from? Tell me all about where you guys are at. Love to know. Great question here is from Tabitha. Says, how long should we be studying a material for taking action? That is the funniest one I have. So I'll be honest with you. It's actually in the action plan. So we're going to tell you. Spoiler alert for you, Tabitha. Because you've asked me that question, I'm going to make you call today. By the way, right? So I'm not going to spoil all the stuff we're talking about because I want you guys to be here for the full thing. But I will tell you that I have a nice training wheels guide for wholesaling, especially starting out. So I will be showing you the training wheels and how to deal with it. But the answer would be small about action and then just keep leading it up and take the training wheels off. So we got Columbus, Seattle, California, Miami, Vegas, Arlington, New York, Philly, McAllen, Augusta, La Cruces, New Mexico. We'd love to see everyone on here. So shout out to everyone. Network in the comments. Guys, let people know who you are. It'd be pretty cool, right? So let's break this down. Let's get it going and let's share how to get this started. So guys, wholesaling in 2025, this is the map. This is where we're at. We got to just figure out where we drop in. So I kind of have my game plan for every map that you're deciding to be in. And we're going to show you what to do here. Now, if you are starting out for free and you got no money, right, these are going to be our top systems and tools I'm going to tell you for 2025. All right. Number one, if you have no money, you need some sort of CRM or customer relationship manager or management, whatever you want to call it. I prefer Google Sheets, like if you just want to be super basic, but Podio is pretty much the best free one. Now, this is free, right? No money, nothing, right? Podio CRM is going to be the best CRM for you. Like I said before yesterday, cyber background checks, truepeoplesearch.com, right? That's the best way to get free skip tracing. It's manual, it's a little more work, but still not that bad. Next, we got Facebook. That is probably the best way for cash buyers if you want to be in groups. Love that. Zillow is a great cash buyer resource for the foreruns, everything like that. But Facebook's going to be an amazing source for this. For my data management, so to manage our government lists, maybe to manage our Drawing for Dollars leads, like remember, $0 at all. I would tell you Google Sheets is probably going to be the best data management software out there. Next here, ChatGPT. Guys, if you're not using ChatGPT to organize your data, or heck, hey, like, can you convert this? So one example that, we're going to talk about is like, sometimes you request the code violations and they give it to you in a PDF and you can't copy it, literally a picture. They do that on purpose, so they know it's very difficult to go transfer that information. Well, the cool part is ChatGPT, you can just press upload a picture and say, transcribe this into a Google Sheets, and it would just, pop.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. And it just does that in 5 seconds. And so it's really, really cool to do. ChatGPT is amazing for data organization. If you want to write an email to the code enforcement to, hey, make an email of me requesting the open code violations for the past 30 days, it'll be there right there. Also, I'll tell you is Zillow, Redfin, Realtor.com. Those are going to be my sources for comping when you have no money. That is honestly, what I found when you have no money, you're just getting started in this business, I'd probably say Zillow, Redfin, Realtor.com, best for comping right now. And Rick showed a little bit about that yesterday too, but that's really what I'd say. And then, a tool or a system would just be using other wholesalers, like just having relationships and just knowing, hey, this guy's doing really well. This is what he's doing. Interesting. At least I know that. Knowledge is going to be powerful for us, right? And the thing is, you don't have to pay for this knowledge anymore. It's all for free. It's all out there for everyone. We just got to take advantage of it. On top of this too, we can go inside of freewholesaling.com. Again, this is where the Ginn Games Challenge is in. It's in the course and community, freewholesaling.com. It's absolutely for free. We also have ZachDiscord.com, ZachDiscord.com. Here, look at this, ZachDiscord.com. Pretty simple, right? Go there and you can join our Discord. We have over 15,000 people in there. You probably watch this like, exactly. There's 50,000 in there now. If you're watching this like, a year from now, it's like, well, yeah, we're just growing like crazy. But the really, really cool part is when you are in a community like that, you can hang out with the coolest people and you really get the best knowledge possible. And if you ever are in the ZachDiscord.com community, right, you see people that you usually sometimes don't see on YouTube because we don't record the calls. I'll give you one example, which is mind blowing, but and guys in the comments, everyone's going to say, Zach, this is actually real. I want people in the comments to confirm this because there are people in here that were here when we did that. There's people in the Discord that are in the Northeast or the Southwest, where, the states are a little more, they give you more stuff. That's all I could say, right? And there's a wholesaler who is locked up for 8 years in federal penitentiary. He's in prison. And I didn't know this because I don't know, but in some prisons, they give you phones and internet, which sounds crazy to me, right? And there's a guy who uses his cell phone with the internet or 5G or whatever it is, and he is watching our YouTube videos and he is wholesaling real estate. And he's closed, I think, 5 deals this year.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Last year. He closed 5 deals last year. Mm-hmm. So, guys, go in the comments and actually confirm that's real. Because the guy was he put his camera on in his cell and showed me his cell. He was in a jumpsuit.
Yeah.
5 deals. And it is insane to me that he's like, I can't show this on YouTube, but I would do it in the Discord for you, bro. And he wanted to help me out. But like, it's just mind blowing to me that you guys have excuses of why you can't become successful. And that is the truth. And you know what his quote to me was? And I'm not saying, let's just say he was an entrepreneur on the bad side of things. He was in the distribution business on the bad side of things. And he basically says, you know what? I got really good at it, but obviously that's not the right thing to do. And I said, that's really not what you did was really bad. You could hurt a lot of people and you probably did with what you sold. That's bad. Don't do that. But if you just use those efforts into wholesaling, I promise you, the distribution of contracts on real estate will make you rich too. And it's all legal, which is the really cool part, right? And so that's, it's insane to me, right? And the cool part is, he calls you on the live, right? People remember the chats, right? So it is true. It is completely, yes. So the people confirmed that was a real thing. You got to be in the Discord for that. And the thing is, he basically says, like, Zach, like, I was locked up. I'm in prison. I have a phone. Everyone's just like looking at girls on their phone all day, and they're scrolling through social media, which is like, yeah, duh. Like, why are you going to give prisoners cell phones? Like, I'm like, that's what they're going to do. But he said, I had no money. Okay. I had no money at all. And I wanted to get into wholesaling, and you're the only guy that showed me that you could do it for free. Everyone else told me that I had to spend $15,000, and I'm in prison. I have no money. All I had is my phone. And I'm not saying I'm not here to, rub some dough. I'm not in the prisoner training business, but I was the guy's only option. And I think he makes more. He tells me, he says he doesn't want to tell the CEOs, the correction officers.
Yeah.
But I told him, like, you make more than your correction officers every single year. He's like, yeah, that's true.
Think about that, though. If you can teach someone,
he's making more money
situation
in prison in a month than the guy who's his thing.
I don't know. Maybe we should have like I'm not going to do that.
No,
I'm saying it's like, but like thing is, it's all perspective and how you look at it. It doesn't matter if you're Joel Osteen, you're in prison. Like some of you guys, like we just we all have different interpretations of meetings. Somebody who sits in prison has nothing, really, honestly, no motivation in the world. He winds up having all the motivation in the world because he just wants to do something. And he goes, wholesaling is a gift. And when other people look at it like, oh, it's hard, it's difficult. This man's sitting there with
he's Fish Bands. He's not using his real name, but he showed the checks and showed him in the guys. He literally showed him in the jail cell. Brazilian drug dealer doing 8 years. Yes.
But think about this, guys.
Not proud of what he's done.
Yeah.
But
it's making the best of his situation. So if somebody can do that and have nothing, like none of the comfort creatures you have, like what's your excuse? And I know I made excuses when I first started. The only difference is I didn't quit. I know a lot of you are like kicking that around. Like, I'm going to tell you, you're going to have to adapt. You're actually going to have to kill the old version of yourself. And I know that scares a lot of you and you'll fight it. But the sooner you accept it, the better off you'll do. Just like the gentleman in prison, he had to kill off the old version to do legitimate businesses. But the thing is, it's such a fine line. He was just in the wrong business with the right skill set.
He was doing very bad things. People get really hurt from it. And we have a problem in this country and he's feeling really bad things. But at the end of the day, it is a business. And it's not a business. A business is the resources of goods and buying and selling. He was doing that, the thing is, we just made a certain plant legal in the United States that wasn't like 20 years ago right now. And now that's a legitimate business. It's all about what laws and things are, right? Level. On a state, but like that's a bit, now it's a legit business. 20 years ago, you get handcuffed for it, right? It's funny to me how, alcohol used to be illegal. Now it's a legit business, right? Corporate. So like, it's all a little fluffy here and there. But like one thing I would tell everyone is just, he's doing well because he had nothing else. He had nothing else going on, and he kind of eliminated his excuse. Do you think he was sitting there in his prison cell and be like, all I need is $5,000 to get PPL leads, and then I'll have success? Yeah. He ain't telling himself that, right? He is telling himself, Zach's telling me I can do it for free. Let's get it going. And here's the thing, and as much as I hate being a realtor, and I always say this, when he gets out of prison in 8 years and he wants to make a change in his life and do something better, what do you think is going to happen to him? He's going to go try to get a job. They're going to say no. Okay. He's going to try to do all this type of work. He's probably going to get stuck doing construction and not using a stereotype, but like, you know what I mean? Like he's going to be doing brutal back breaking work. He paid his debt to society. And what is he going to do? What if he wants to get into real estate? Would a realtor let him do it? Nope. Real estate agents and realtors discriminate. And a lot of people say, oh, Zach, you're being harsh. No, they discriminate. If you do not have enough education, they won't let you be a realtor. If you're not old enough, they won't let you be a realtor. And if you have a felony, they won't let you be a realtor.
Well, I've read
that's discrimination.
So they have to hear it on a case-by-case basis on like.
Think you're going to let that guy in?
Well, the problem is.
You think they're going to let him?
Well, I'm just going to tell you the truth. A lot of realtors get DUIs, so they have to make exceptions.
They have to do it.
But like the thing is, you just
said it. You're gonna get.
No, it's true. Like
true.
It's like realtors are no different. But the thing is, it's like, okay, this one's good, but this one's bad. This one's good. This one's bad.
That's the truth, though.
And here's what I always love about wholesaling is, much as it doesn't discriminate, like it could care less how old you are. Nobody gives a crap about your education. It's kind of like wrestling. Like you could be dead broke, but if you're willing to outwork and like put in the work and commit to it, you'll do phenomenal things. That's why I love wrestling, because to me, it's like there is no money involved in, like there is some money involved in wrestling if you want to train at like 3. But the reality, you take 2 kids on going in their freshman year of high school and they commit to it. You could take one that's super, super wealthy and one that's broke. Wrestling don't care. Wholesaling doesn't care either. Now, as much as it doesn't care about where you come from, your financial background, or any of that, it also was only going to reward the people that work for wholesaling. It doesn't care that like you called 10 people today. They're like, dude, this guy's over here banging out 500 calls a day. I think the money's going to flow to him. And wholesaling is not about being fair. Like I'm just like, I can't stand when people go, it's not fair. Dude, life's not fair. Look how people get like taken out. So as much as it just like, it doesn't discriminate, it on the opposite side, it doesn't care about your excuses, doesn't care about what you got going on today, doesn't care you don't feel good today, doesn't care your car broke down. And that's what you got to understand. As rewarding as it is on that side, it's going to smack you in the face when it comes to actually getting the work done. So if you want to get the work done and roll it up, we all love wholesaling because anybody can enter the playing field. The question is, who's going to move forward? The people with the expectations is, I don't have to do anything, they always get killed in wholesaling.
That's why I hate people saying you need to be a realtor to get into wholesaling. Here's the thing. Wholesaling real estate, you reach your hand out and you have nothing and you need help. Me as a wholesaler that teaches you for free, I'll grab your hand and lift you up.
Yep.
The thing is, if I hold my hand out to be a realtor, if I say you have to be a realtor to be to wholesale, the hand says, are you educated enough?
Yeah.
Are you old enough? Have you done anything bad in your past? Let me do a background check. Like that, the United States was not built on if you've been arrested before. Bill Gates very famously was arrested.
What was he arrested for?
Speeding. I think it was drunk speeding. He's got a famous mugshot when he was young.
Really?
Oh yeah. That. It's just like, well, if someone's been arrested, does that make them like the worst human being in the world, right? Like, no. Now there's certain ones I say are inexcusable, but like, guys, come on.
But isn't it funny that the realtor said you can't have a felony, and then they adapted the code that we'll hear it case by case, meaning if you get a DUI, which thousands of realtors get it, they're going to make an exception because it fits the narrative. And I just I think it's either felony is a felony, either you're black and white with it or you're not. So the problem is when you start making exceptions and all this other stuff, it gets ugly. And then now they're considering accepting the GED, but that you have to go through an interview process. Listen, a high school diploma is a high school diploma. I don't care how you get it.
Really quick. I don't know why this is funny to me, but do you know the default Outlook picture, like Outlook, the avatar, is the outline of Bill Gates's mugshot? That's his mugshot. Does that mean he's a terrible person? That's in 1977.
That's wild.
Isn't that funny? No, I've never been arrested, but I'm just saying that's kind of gangster. But like, see, that's the thing. That's how you do it. All right. So let's break this down and let's get into it. I'm not here to say anything good or bad about Bill Gates, but I'm just saying, would I just toss that guy up as scum of the earth? No. Okay. So let's break this all down and let's share this. On top of this too, Property Appraiser, it's got amazing free government data for us to be using. Now, if we have money, our top paid tools and system, which again, it makes life a lot easier. I will tell you this, it makes life a lot easier using a paid tool, but it's like digging with a shovel. You can dig with your hands or you can dig with a shovel. It's possible. I just showed you a video I saw of someone explaining wholesaling, and they said, oh, you want to wholesale for free? You got the MLS or referrals. That's all you got.
Yeah. Oh,
JVs or the MLS.
Yeah.
That's the only way when you're starting out in wholesaling, you have any shot with no money. I'm like, dude.
It's so funny how wholesaling is getting like, it just seems like the general population's trying to shove wholesaling where it doesn't belong. Like,
oh yeah.
Don't get it. Can you get a wholesale deal on an MLS? You can. I'm not, but the odds of it, like almost slim to none, especially as a beginner. Wholesaling, just so you guys know, it derives from a marketing aspect. And the thing is, a lot of people overlook one of the most incredible skill sets you can learn from wholesaling, which is marketing. And I don't care what you do. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. I've seen terrible products. Let's go outside of real estate. If you see incredible marketing, it sells. Like, it connects, it works. Why? Because marketing is a skill set, and you're going to have to learn by trial and error. You know how you learn is you get deals. And once you start getting good at deals, then you have the ability to communicate, connect with cash buyers better, get JV partners. One of me and Zach's highest skill set is connecting with people like you. How do you think we learned the skill set? We learned it in the trenches wholesaling, like we do every day. And if you're going to bypass what I think is the highest skill set for a wholesaler, which is your ability to market to people, you're going to struggle. There's no way around it, because I've never met anyone who's incredible at business that doesn't have a high level ability to market. That's why I love wholesaling. And honestly, some of the biggest money I made was by staying in the marketing aspect of wholesaling. So we want you to embrace it. We want you to understand it. It is the core fundamentals of wholesaling, because we are going after a niche target market, motivated sellers. They are not all over MLS. They are not all over internet leads. And honestly, the more you're direct with them without having a third party, the more you can connect with them, get a relationship with them, and do business with them. And if you remove all these components, I don't like wholesaling is, can you do paid ways to do it? Absolutely. But starting out doing that, I just don't see a path where you're going to survive.
Well, there are paid systems. Like if you go to X Leads and like you use that, you do ninja mode texting, right? When you're brand new.
I'm talking about like full scale.
That's
paying, like
that's what I'm talking. Because like you can do that. We're not the biggest fans of that when you're starting, especially when you're broke, right? I'm not telling you your last dime for it. But the thing I'm telling you is like, if you have some money, like for example, like you starting out like with a job and kids and making good money, like it would definitely be advantageous if you started now to probably text blast, right? Versus trying to be out here cold calling free government list and spending 30 hours a week skip tracing true people search on the weekends, right? You couldn't do it.
No, but like we did have a lot of tools back then. So
but
we
if you're starting
to
out
figure
now,
stuff out. Yeah.
You know,
now you got a lot more tools. I'm talking about dropping the 10, 20, 30K a month.
Yeah, that's
I'm just going to fast track my business. I'm like, I'm telling you, I've watched people do it all the time. They rarely ever win. Why? Because they don't learn the fundamentals of the game, like fundamentals of wholesaling, how to connect with people. What is a motivated seller? Where do I find them? How do I have a conversation with them? And how does the contract look? And how do I dispo it? That's it. I don't know what any other business. Can you imagine in football and go, listen, we're just going to skip blocking because your offensive line blocks for them. So like, you don't have to worry about it.
No, I know.
But the thing is, you got to understand how somebody does that. If you're going to go left or right. I know he's 300-400 pounds, but.
So the point here, guys, is there's a difference between hearing what people tell you. So you hear a lot of talk on the internet saying, Zach, you know, you need to spend $5 or $6 grand a month. That's what paid wholesaling is. Guys, the paid part I'm talking about $100, $200 a month, and then maybe up to $1,000 if you're crazy. Once we get into scaling, then we could start talking about other things. So I just want everyone to understand, like when I say paid part of wholesaling, this is like under $1,000 a month. This is $100 a month, $200 a month. Okay. When we're talking about the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 grand a month, and then 100 grand a month, stuff like that's part of the scaling part of wholesaling. So let's make that very clear right now. Okay. Paid under $1,000 a month, free, nothing, broke,
$0,
$100, $200, $300 a month. That is paid. I think a lot of people like, I'm not that type of guy and I'm never that guy to say it. So let's just keep that clear. Okay. So paid tools for wholesaling real estate 2025. Again, number one, if you really want to get serious about a good CRM, Ninja Mode, you get that for $49 a month with xleads.com. Sounds like an XLeads commercial, but it's not. I'm just telling you what we use. xleads.com, what we use for our free unlimited skip tracing. You can upload. On the X plan, we get 60,000, but it goes up to 15,000 starting out, right? We use the xleads.com Pro plan or the X plan to use for our disposition software. So you put in your market, finds the top buyers. You can blast them out with Ninja Mode. So that's what we use for the dispositions. We use our Ninja Mode dialer for the dialing. It is the cheapest one. On average, it'll probably be $30, $40 a month if you're calling like 2 to 8 p.m. Like if you're calling like 5 times 5, if you're calling like 20, 25 hours a week, you're probably going to be at $30 a month, maybe up to 40 if you want to go crazy. The point is you can get multiple phone numbers. There's no spam, right? There is spam, but if it is spam, you just change the phone number, right? It's the cheapest one out there. If you called all day, every day, then there's other ones you can do, but it's pay per use, which is a lot different than paying just like $150 for a triple line dialer. And then you're kind of stuck, right? So it's very important. Our Ninja Mode AI SMS blaster, again, this is all $49 a month. Pro plan goes up to $199 a month. But basically you can use AI to text for you, and you can use AI drip mode, and drip basically means back in the day when you do texting, right? You had to go click, 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 click. Now you can, and this is all legally compliant. This is the really cool part about it, right? Is you can actually just upload SMS blaster on here, and guess what happens? It'll send out 1,000 a day, 2,000 a day, and it drips it out throughout the day. So that's the really important and cool part about that. So that is the kind of the point. You can just go out here and text blast thousands of people every single day. You just add them on the ROS texter or the texting platform in Ninja mode, and it'll send 2,000 texts throughout the day. And you just add it on, and it drips and does it all for you. And AI will answer the text too. We'll show a little bit about that today, but Ninja mode is what we use for SMS text blasting. And then for lists, data, comping, driving for dollars app included. Heck, our e-signing is actually in XLeads too.
That's really cool.
So a lot of people pay 30, 40, 50 bucks a month for a e-signing service, docu something, right? But basically you get that free inside of XLeads. So basically, I know we talked a lot about XLeads, but like the point is, back in the day, right? Let me grab my phone, right? Like, let's call let's do a year ago. A year ago today, I would tell you that you had to spend $120 for probably batch or whatever, or maybe even dmzack.com. I still love dmzack.com. We're actually going to do a dmzack.com tutorial today too, because we like dmzack.com a lot. It's still the best drawing for dollars app, but you'd spend $120 for dmzack.com, right? Let's actually get a list going, because guys, this is what you're told in wholesaling real estate of exactly what you have to do. Okay. And I'm not here to try to tell you what you have to do, but I just want to show you exactly a year ago. And heck, people are still telling you today what you should be spending on paid tools. So this is kind of the chart that we always do. But basically, if you want to do an unlimited free skip tracing site, there's 3 or 4 now out there. Heck, there's probably 15, 20 of them now, right? They're all copying everyone. But that'll cost you $120 up to $150 a month. If you want a CRM, like a Go High level CRM that we have, it'll probably be $150 a month. They tell you, then get the $100 a month drawing for dollars app, and then go and get this type of software for pulling the list. Just pay your $40 a month for e-signing, then get $100 a month auto dialer. Here's an SMS service, and then spend $483 a month for this display. That is the problem. People are telling you this is what you have to do to get a system. And the cool part is with XLeads, you just kind of get it all included. And that's why I'm not pushing XLeads on you just to get it, right? I'm saying it replaces it all. And it's crazy that me and Rick are actually, never mind. There are actually some YouTubers actually talking about XLeads now, which is kind of funny.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, fine. There's actually some YouTube videos, people reviewing XLeads saying, oh my God, this thing's amazing, right? So FYI, I can't say I'm the only one talking about it anymore, but pretty cool. But yeah, XLeads is great, and it's cool. Go to the XLeads YouTube channel. The only problem with XLeads, I want everyone to understand there is an issue with it. And the problem is it is everything. And so it is for the super advanced people, like the automated RVM drops, it's in there too. And it's very basic if you want to make it basic. It's up to you what you want to make it. If you go to the XLeads YouTube channel, the XLeads YouTube channel, I go live every Saturday on there at 10 a.m. and I just do training. There is a ton of training you need to do for XLeads. If you want to make it advanced, if you want to make it simple, under an hour, you can do it. But I'll tell you, it can get really advanced. So that's my FYI on it.
And you can grow with it. That's the whole idea. Yeah. You can start as a beginner and be the most advanced wholesaler. And before, you had to keep jumping around software services to meet your levels. So in the beginning, you're going to be overwhelmed because it's a lot, but it's designed because it gives you the best value. So in the beginning, you just need marketing lists and be able to pull data so you can get in touch with motivated sellers. And then you get leads, you put them in your system, you go into the Ninja mode, and then you can get help with Dispo, obviously skip tracing. And the idea is you want to go one platform to do a majority of your wholesaling, and that's what it's set up for. So if you feel overwhelmed in the beginning, that's good because you had all those options are included. You're not paying for all the bells and whistles on it like we showed you on the chart before.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm telling you guys, go out here and go as my paid systems. And the reason is I'm paying $500 a month for all my tools. I'm like, just go to XLeads. But I have XLeads, but I still have these. I'm like, just use them. But I don't know how to use them. Just go to. So the problem is I'm trying to stop people from going out here and using the wrong software. So that's what we're telling you on there. If you want if you're really big on drawing for dollars and you want a full suite, the Drawing for Dollars app for XLeads is really good. Yeah. We're working on a massive XLeads app update, which is very expensive and very time consuming. So I don't want to put something out there like an update that isn't just going to be revolutionary. So we are taking our sweet time with it. But I'm telling you guys, if you want like the best drawing for dollars app by far, it's dmzack.com. That's the one we use. Now, CallRail for call tracking. Why do you need call tracking when you're kind of using some paid systems? You don't need it, but it starts being important, right?
Yeah, and CallRail, it's not the cheapest service, but it does the most. So like examples is obviously it captures all the information when people call, and it's pretty straightforward. But what we like about it is you can transcribe any conversation or record it, which is valuable when you're either working by yourself, because sometimes you can't write everything down and you can listen to the phone call again. And then if you're working with VAs and stuff like that, if you want to spot check their calls, which you should always, that is a great service. Now, there's all sorts of AI transcription, stuff like that. We just haven't found one that like builds all the way into it. So as of right now, CallRail, monetary wise, is the best bang for your buck to get all the additional tools you want. Now, CallRails goes way above what like the average wholesaler needs. And that's the part I don't really like about it with webhooks and all this other stuff, because most of the time you're just connecting with a seller, either just doing an inbound or calling you off of a reverse driving for dollars. But I do like the ability to transcribe, and I can look at every word, everything, either it's for me or my employees. So I think the basic ones around what, like $60 or something like that.
That's it. Yeah. And so like when you're doing a lot of direct mail, that is what we use for call tracking, because we're going to show you our whole marketing rotation today of how basically we can go from basically starting out, like when you're in that paid system and then how to go from paid to scaling. We're actually going to show that big jump. But like when you have 3 different areas, you got to have different zip codes, got to have different area codes, and you want to get the best return on your investment. If you're spending $2,000 a month, you want to figure out how can I, make, 30, 40 grand a month with that investment. There's certain ways to do it. CallRail, when you have 5 different type of postcards, you got to see which one's getting the best data. Call tracking is really important on there. So we do that. You can do it inside. It is true. It is possible you can do it inside of basically Ninja Mode and Google Voice, but I probably wouldn't be doing that right now. So that is our top paid system starting out for 2025. Now, also mailingmastery.com if you want to go direct mail and start sending postcards out. That is an amazing source for it. Now, let's kind of get into an action guide for us. All right. So if we're getting started wholesaling real estate on the free side, right? We have no money. Okay. We're broke. We got no money. What do I do? How do I get started? Zach, I already know the information from freewholesaling.com. I know exactly like the list I have to do. I know what works. I know calling works, texting, but like, Zach, can you just tell me what to do? Can you be my coach? I'm Patrick Mahomes. You're Patrick Mahomes. I got to be Andy Reid, right? I got to give you the play. I got to set it up for you so you're in the best position to win. I've heard you loud and clear. Let me just tell you what to do. All right. So let's break this all down and share exactly what you have to do for wholesaling real estate. So the free side, if you want to go out here and have deals, you want to become successful, right? What is the action guide? So let's break this all down. All right. First thing, if you're brand new and you're starting out wholesaling real estate and you got no money, I'm telling you the first 3 days of this challenge, the first 3 days of wholesaling real estate, just in general, I think what you should be doing is you need to go out here and from day 1 to 3, just focus on your knowledge and picking the market. That's pretty much, I think as a beginner, that is roughly where you should be doing right now. Don't get crazy with it, but like, that's it. Day 1 to 3, knowledge and pick the market. I think a lot of virtual wholesalers spend all this, what market should I do? You're freaking out here. Just pick your market and just learn some knowledge. Heck, we're on day 2 right now. Yep. So tomorrow is the last day of sitting around doing nothing. Right?
Yeah. Dude, you're in 2025, you're in the gig games. You got to get going. So yesterday was all about where to go to get the list, how to do it. Today we're talking about implementation, but you can sit there and stare at stuff all day long. This is where a lot of you guys get stuck. You're like, oh my God, it's so much information. What do I do? So you got to take it down in bite size and you just got to start. You should take some form of action today. That's not tomorrow. Listen, stop dieting. It's got the word DI in it. Just do it. And it's not painful. It's just painful to you because you're not used to it. And so the best cure of it, the anxiety, I promise you, is 10 times worse than the actionable step. Just do it. These people aren't going to bite your head off. Are you going to get yelled at? Most likely. Are you going to get hung up? Yes. You're going to get rejected? I guarantee that. But look where you are now. And if you're tired and frustrated and you've chose wholesaling to make the change, for God's sakes, at least step up to the starting line and start the race. Do not cower down. Do not procrastinate. It will drive you nuts. If you want to make a change, you're right now, you're what, the third day of the year? Make it happen today.
Oh, yeah. So let's break this all down. So day 1 to 3, we got the knowledge. Now we got to pick the market. Now from there, day 3 to 7. All right. Mm-hmm. So after tomorrow, we have to gather I'm assuming you have no money, right? Start gathering government lists, pre-foreclosures, code violations, water shutoffs, fire damage, like the ones I talked about for you yesterday. We actually have the resources, right? I actually showed you that whole entire guide inside of the school community, right? Of exactly what you should be doing. Just in case we're a little confused here, right? Let me break this down. So I actually shared this little guide we actually had, which is pretty dang cool. I actually shared it in the school group, by the way. So let me show you. In the school group, we actually shared this. So this was actually, we posted only for the school community. So remember, you're in here for free. You just go to freewholesaling.com, search wholesaling real estate. Go to school.com/wholesaling. It's all in there, right? This is all free. 6,100 people in the challenge, which is awesome.
Crazy.
But basically, look at all these people. I love seeing this, right? But basically, if you go here, I kind of did a wrap up. I did the entire, basically all the slides we did yesterday. I'll post this today, right? All these new graphics. But basically, I shared this one, right? This is the 31 ways to find a wholesaling real estate deal for free. So for day 3 to 7, we just got to be doing these 31 things. Pretty simple. From the top, just in case we're a little confused here, let's break this down. Drawing for dollars, code violations, pre-foreclosures, probates, evictions, fire damage properties, water shutoffs, arrest records, physical bandit signs, virtual bandit signs, bandit comments, joint ventures, property managers, pre-realtor leads, pawn shops, RIAs, general contractors, estate sales, handymen, bartenders, title companies, hard money lenders, quick claim deeds, the divorce list, garage sales, local auctions, Zillow, FSBOs, for rents, tax delinquencies, liens, and expired listings. What is your excuse of why you don't know how to get started in wholesaling? It is all in there. It is completely up to you how you got to get started wholesaling real estate step by step. There's honestly no excuse anymore why you can't find a deal. So day 3 to 7, all right, this is what we're doing, all right? So day 3 to 7 here, this is what we're doing. Now after a week, we got the information. We're going to start some marketing, right? I'd say call. So a general rule is I want you to call and text these leads. And I'm going to show you exactly how much you should call, should you text, draft, all these things, right? One thing I'll let you know, and I want everyone to know, is just we should be focusing by day 14, getting at least 10 leads. And again, a lead is somebody who says they want to sell the property. So that is what a lead is. They're interested in selling the property. That is it, okay? On top of that too, you want to at least have this the goal, because we want to get some traction, we want to get a deal, right? Make at least 2 offers. In 2 weeks, an offer in the week 1, offer week 2. Simple, right? I know it's a lot of work. There's a lot of effort that's going to have to be made to do this, but I'm telling you, this is what we have to do.
And remember, those of you just starting out, get excited, have the energy. Remember, you're going from 0 miles an hour. I got to get you to 1 to get you to mile 2. Some of you want to drop and just put it in 5th gear and get to 100 miles an hour. I'm just telling you, I use the terminology not because I like Grant Cardone, not a bad marketing guy, but he talks about a 10X, wrote a pretty good book. And like whatever you think, multiply it by 10, because that's what it's going to take to get that momentum to get started in wholesaling. Because remember, it takes energy to get the first start. It usually takes like a lightning bolt or like an earthquake to start like a tidal wave. But it's an incredible amount of force and energy that is directed towards wholesaling. And you are going to have to be the person that ignites that. You can't just call 10 people and expect to get anywhere. In fact, you should just whatever you think, multiply it by 10. I don't care, multiply it by 100. Because why do we do this? Number one, the more opportunities you have, the more reps you get in and you learn how to talk to sellers. And the more opportunities you have means you're eventually going to get lucky. You ever met that person who just gets lucky? Guess what? Most people have to go out and find their own luck. I get lucky all the time, but the difference is I put in the work to do it. And if you just want to get lucky once or twice, wholesaling won't work with you. But if you want luck all the time, if you go in and put in the work, just remember that initial push. Are you going to be the lightning bolt, the earthquake? What's going to start it? It's got to be an incredible jolt of energy. And then you got to keep it up and keep it going. Now, how long you get going? Completely up to you. I get going until you have a problem. You have too many leads and you need to get help. But most of us aren't there yet. So start that spark, that energy, whatever you need, because 20 calls, no, we got to do more than that.
Exactly. So that is exactly what we got to do. 10 leads, 2 offers. That's roughly where we're going to be at. Then again, we just repeat and start closing some deals. At making 2 offers, you're going to get somebody. You're going to get someone. I promise you this. Then you'll get a deal. So if we look at the other free side, right, what lists, what marketing channels should we be doing? Again, I'm telling you, if you're just brand new, you got no money, you're just starting out, I'm going to tell you, let's do some cold calling. Let's do some SMS text blasting. Let's put sticky notes out there. That's it. Like, those are the 3 we're going to be focusing on. We're not getting cute, not getting crazy. We're not trying all these different nutty things, right? Let's stick to these 3. I think door knocking is a good one, but I probably won't tell you to do that starting out. Hit all of those lists and channels with basically the same exact energy as you are in this challenge now. So hit all of these channels with the government lists and just finding ugly houses on earned lists, which are basically drawing for dollars, right? That's what we got to do. So I made this very simple, right? There's only a certain amount of lists to do and a certain amount of channels. You just got to attack it, right? I'm telling you guys.
That's it.
That's what we got to be doing. So if we focus on that, we're going to actually have good results. Now, if I'm telling you starting out, I'd probably tell you that this is a really good weekly planner. Now, this is actually inside of the freewholesaling.com classroom. If you go into the Ginn Games modules and you go in the Ginn Games recordings and the Ginn Games, basically the bonus stuff, the downloadable content, stuff like that, it's actually in there for free for everyone, obviously in there. Gotta go to freewholesaling.com, by the way. But look at this. This is what I'm going to say is a good weekly planner. And we're actually going to give you blank weekly planners. So for week 1 through 5, so you can fill out yourself. But if you're brand new free, this is where I'm going to push a lot of people. Okay. So I would tell you start this Monday, right? I would say do 100 driving for dollars leads. 100. That's where I would start. Do 100 driving for dollars leads. That's all you got to do. Focus on 100 for the day, which is an all-day endeavor. Like, I'm telling you, that'll probably take you 3, 4, 5 hours maybe, but that's all day. And then what I want you to do, and this is crazy, but when you have an ugly house you see, put a sticky note on the door. Now, what the sticky note should say is grab a trusty pen and write, right, hey, this is Zach. I had a quick question about your property. All right, hey, this is John, whatever your name is, Sarah. Please give me a call back. Go to Google Voice. So go to voice.google.com or just search Google Voice, create your own phone number in there, and write that phone number, make sure it gets connected to your phone. That's all you need to do. And then you'll get inbound leads. So we talked about how important it was, right, to get inbound leads, not outbound leads. Outbound's really cool, right? We love going here, calling and texting, as what I tell everyone starting up, like inbound leads. The leads are coming to you. Whew, stuff's powerful stuff, right? And this is our planner, right? That's what I'm probably going to say for Monday. That is what we should be doing for Monday if we can, right? On top of that too, on Tuesday, we have 100 leads to call, by the way, because we have 100 drawing for dollars leads. That's pretty cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the genius of this is because we did 100 driving for dollars leads and we put sticky notes on there, a quarter of them are going to call us, which means I don't have to call all 100. I have to only call 75 because 25 already called me back. And heck, if I'm broke, I don't have to pay for skip tracing because they called me, right? And there's no skip tracing. It makes your life way, way easier here. Now, on top of this too, we are going to cold call those government lists we've been harvesting, right? So our code violations, our fire damage properties, right? Probates are massive, right? We showed you all how to do it, right? I just posted a short how to pull the pre-foreclosure list. So for some reason, guys, by the way, I can't actually make a YouTube video on how to go and pull the pre-foreclosure list. But for some really, really, I'll be honest with you, a really weird, awkward reason, I can make a short about it. And this is a new hack I learned. I learned I can pull government lists on YouTube Shorts and on TikTok, but if I made a long form video, it would get kicked off. So I'm going to be starting to show you guys shorts of me doing it. And I don't know. I just did a short of how to do it. And so like, for example, right, I'll show you some implementation on here. Let me show you a short I recorded, and hopefully this doesn't get me in trouble. I think it actually might. I'll show it.
Don't get this banned.
Okay, I won't get it banned, fine. But basically, if you're watching this live, right, if you go to my Instagram, @flipwithzach, do you like that handle?
I do.
It's a funny handle. @flipwithzach. If you look at my latest short, I showed you how to pull a pre-foreclosure list. Pretty cool. It'll be on YouTube also. If you go to my TikTok, guys, follow me on TikTok @thezachginn, because TikTok banned me on at 150,000 followers.
Yeah.
And I've been posting every single day, and now I'm starting to get people watching me on TikTok. Finally, I think we're at 20,000 now. We'll get back to that 100,000, no problem, unless the 27th happens, right? Maybe no more TikTok. Who knows? Oh, that would suck. Oh, but okay. Well, hopefully, if you're watching this on TikTok, by the way, follow me on YouTube. Flip with Rick on YouTube. FYI. But okay. So let's talk about exactly what we got to be doing. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to cold call those government lists. We're going to call the Driving for Dollars lists, and we're going to cold call from the best time possible for cold calling, 2 to 7 p.m. local time. What I've personally found is, your cold calling times are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Those are the best times to be cold calling. And my favorite part is, people go and tell you, and, we've never argued about this, but those guys say, I'll get up at 4 a.m. in the morning. Right? Well, it's kind of funny, but the best times to wholesale real estate are 2 to 7 p.m.
Yeah, it's definitely not 4 a.m.
If you get up at 4 a.m. and you want to get 8 hours of sleep, do you know what time you have to go to bed at? 8 p.m. That means 7 p.m. is your wind down time, or you're tired, right? You're super tired 2 hours before you go to bed. So if you're looking to close a seller at 7 p.m., have you done 6 and 7 p.m. closings at someone's house?
I have, yes.
All the time.
Yeah.
So guys, are you telling me that you want to be super tired trying to close a seller? No way. Yeah. No way. So I'm telling you, do not be the 4 a.m. guy. You could be a 6 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 maybe, but being that guy. No, 2 to 7 p.m. is your top time where contact rates are the highest, people pick up the most, and you get the most dials in. So 2 to 7 p.m. is the best time to be calling. So I'm telling everyone, and I'm pushing everyone, call 2 to 7 p.m. Now, if you want to go even crazier, if you say, Zach, I only have 2 hours in the day to do marketing. I call this the golden hour of wholesaling, the golden hour of cold calling, 5 to 7 p.m. That is the best time by far people pick up their phones on the weekdays, right? 5 to 7 p.m. If you live in California and you are calling people in North Carolina, that is going to be 2 to 4. No. Yeah, 2 to 4, right? So, all right. Yeah, 2 to 4 p.m. So 3 hour difference.
Yep.
So that's what you got to do. So it's wherever you're calling the seller. If you're doing virtual, that is where we got to be doing it. So that's what I'll be doing. 2 to 7 p.m. government list driving for dollars. Back on Wednesday, we're back driving for dollars, baby. That's right, guys. That is how important driving for dollars is, especially starting out. Now, you might say, Zach, I live in Botswana. I can't drive for dollars. That's okay. We can do some other things. I have more things. You could probably, what should we do if you can't drive for dollars? I would say if you can't drive for dollars, you're going to pull some extra lists and you're going to cold call some more. Why not? Why not? That's it. And why are you saying texting? Well, I'll give you the reason why. Wednesday, drive for dollars, and then we make Wednesday our probate day. This is how important probates are. I'm making it our probate day. All right. Which means we're focusing after our 100 driving for dollars leads. The rest of the day is solely focused on getting the probates.
Yep.
That is why it's so. Why are probates so important? Can you explain?
Listen, guys, probates A lot of people have the perception like they're complicated. It's a legal maneuver.
Can you start out, what is a probate?
So a probate is nothing more when somebody passes away and they own a piece of real estate and they have a deed in their name. So depending on where you're in the country, it's either called a deed or a deed of trust. And basically, it's your receipt for owning the house. Obviously, when somebody passes away, they don't have the physical ability to sign it over. Now, without getting in the complete weeds of it, most people die with a will and basically name a responsible person or party in their family or their close acquaintances. And they have to apply through the legal process called probate. And basically what probate allows people to do is wind up their financial affairs of the dearly departed. And then it gives someone the authority, the responsible person, as we call the PR, or the personal representative or the executor, depending where you are. And that person has the same powers as the person that passed away. Now, why are probates so great? Rick, that sounds complicated. They're usually very outdated houses because when people get old, we take care of the people, not the property. That's how you should do it. Number two, most of these properties are vacant and the PR or the executor lives in another state. Mm-hmm. And number three, they take time to get through the process of probate. You're like, why do I want to wait? So many wholesalers are so dead focused on getting a deal done right now that if I told you you could come back in 2 or 3 months and make $100,000, you just got to work this lead. Some people will bypass it. Why? Because they want instant gratification. Probates are the highest profit for all of wholesaling for the reasons I named: deferred maintenance, vacant, out-of-state owner, and you have time to find a cash buyer with very little resistance. All three of those gives you the perfect storm as a new wholesaler to do a probate deal. Why are probates? Because they're extremely profitable. They're about 3.5 times more profitable than an average assignable deal. Meaning if I sign it for 10, I could probably do a full probate and get $30,000 for it. Guys, that's like some of you doing 5 or 6 deals in one shot. Here's the downside is they take a little bit more time. They're going to take a little bit more education for you to learn, and you're going to have to be patient. But if you can throw in just 2 more probates in your wholesaling business a year, that alone can make you an extra $50,000 or $100,000. My highest profitable deals have always come from probates because you can maximize your return on it while solving the estate's problem of getting the property sold. And we do people a favor. They're tired of paying the insurance, the mortgage, the utilities. They're tired of shoveling snow, cutting the grass, dealing with hurricane prep. And for this reason, we help people liquidate these houses. And not to mention, if you've ever had somebody pass away, it's extremely emotional. A home is a home, and they look at it as a home. We look at it as a property. We teach you how to tie in a property to a home and honor the people that have passed away. Guys, probates, you got to be a really good listener and help people out. Not every deal's a home run, but I'm just telling you, my biggest scores have always come from probates. And I avoided them when I started wholesaling because I didn't understand them and they made me nervous. And I've learned that you need to run towards those things instead of avoiding them. So I'm telling you guys, probates, they are perfect for beginner wholesalers. You have to be an empathetic person and you have to be the best listener. If you don't have those 2 skill sets, don't do probates because you won't do well. It's not about shoving an offer down their mouth. It's about solving a problem and hearing them out. And a lot of wholesalers, they just want a contract right now. I'll wait 3, 6 months or a year and I'll take a $50,000, $100,000 hit because I understand where the profit is. So if it's like planting a seed, if I go, listen, plant the seed, come back and you get $100 in 3 months. Like, no, I need my dollar right now. And that's it. That's why I love probates. You should never ignore them. And probates will never make you broke. You can work 3 full-time jobs and do them. So nobody has an excuse for not doing probates. The downside is some of you guys want instant gratification and you're not going to get that with probates.
Exactly. So that's why it's pretty important here. Probates, we have a full day for them. And then from there, guys, Thursday, we're going back to calling. Friday, what we're going to do is all the probates, all the drawing for dollars, all the government lists we called, we're just going to spend all of Friday texting all those leads. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're using Google Voice for free, you can text all the days, Monday through Sunday, right? But like I'm telling you, I have Friday just solely for texting sellers. That is a great one when you have just starting out, right? It's another way to attack them. And then Saturday is going to be spent JVing and networking and doing some more drawing for dollars. But we're going to try to do some JV deals. Sunday, JVs and door knocking. We're making Sunday a door knocking day. And I would door knock pre-foreclosure. So pull a pre-foreclosure list, knock on the door. They say, hey, my partner Rick and I are looking to buy a couple houses in the area. And we're just going around the neighborhood seeing who's looking to sell the property. Yep. Now, I don't say, oh, you're in pre-foreclosure, let me help you out. I get people, I'm not a pre-foreclosure specialist. No, just going around the area.
Here's a hint, guys. If you have to tell the seller, the prospect, what their problem is, you're going to be putting them on the defense. The goal is to connect with them, to earn their trust and have a conversation so they tell you what the problem is. Because that's the key. If they tell you what the problem is, it means they don't want to acknowledge it. They're not comfortable with you and they don't trust you. So you have to find a way to have a conversation with them. Like I used to door knock pre-foreclosures. Now I learned the hard way by telling them, I can't help but notice your pending problem.
Yeah. And
it was just constant like attack. Whereas, hey, listen, I was just in the area, wanted to see if you're interested in selling a home. If this is the type of home we're looking for, me and my partner, do you have interest? Now, I know they're deep in foreclosure, but like, I don't want to embarrass them and tell them, if you can get them to talk and tell you, you'll do a lot better.
Exactly. So that's what we're doing. And then just go out here and do that. That's what I do be doing. We have a weekly planner you can download. It's blank for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So you know exactly what you should be doing. But it's a great weekly planner. Plan out your week, and it just puts you in the seat to take your actions. Now, going here, if we're on the paid side, right now we're using systems. What I'd probably tell you is make a creative marketing rotation for day 1 to 3. We are going to start gathering our lists, right? Some X leads lists, some non-X leads lists, go from there. And then from there, we are going to get probably 40 leads, I would say, doing that, and then make about 5 offers. Now, this is where we're like, I'm not going to tell you exactly what to do, but you can pull vacants, you can pull high equities, right? We'll show you how to go inside these softwares and pull lists. I would still do government lists, even if you're doing paid. You just hit them with dialers and other cool things too. So it's ultimately up to you what you want to do. But you should get at least 40 deals and 5 offers, not 2. And you just double your chances of success. That's the point of the paid systems. Now, let's kind of explain what our marketing rotation is. So a lot of people get confused about this. Roughly what you should be doing is there should be, I don't think I showed that. Oops. Yeah. 1 to 3 creative marketing rotation, gather list, start marketing, 40 leads, 5 offers, repeat, and close the deal. Now, the marketing rotation is for your area in wholesaling. There's probably 3 areas you can be going after. So like if you're in Atlanta, Georgia, right? You got Fulton County, you got Marietta, right? Maybe you want to go and do like, I don't know, kind of where like East Stone Mountain area, right? You might want to do those 3 separate areas. Mm-hmm. If you're in Dallas, right? You got, you got Dallas, you got Fort Worth, you got like Garland up Northeast Plano area, right? You got most biggers. If you're in a decent sized city, which most people watching this are, there's 3 ways to attack for 3 separate counties. If you don't know what to do, just do the 3 surrounding counties. That is what I'm telling you. And so where we live, there's 3 really good counties, right? You have basically St. Lucie County. Mm-hmm. You have up in Indian River County.
Yep.
And then you have Brevard County. Those are the 3 main ones. And then we have Martin County, but Martin County, it's same thing as St. Lucie with our marketing, right? Those are the 3 ones we started out with. Then we expanded to Palm Beach, Okeechobee, more north, and then virtual, right? So that's what, but the problem with our counties is they all had separate zip codes. So we actually had to learn pretty quick how to do this. But this is roughly what a average marketing rotation off of 3 separate areas should be. So maybe do it by city, county, whatever you want to do, area code, right? Whatever it is. But like month 1, so let's call it January, right? Mm-hmm. We should cold call the high equity list. So what we should do is go out here and go to X leads, go to anything with a LTV max of 40%, so 60% equity or higher. County 1, we're going to cold call the high equities using X leads ninja mode for the dialing, right?
Yep.
That's pretty cool, right? Month 1 for County 2, we are going to SMS text blast on ninja mode, basically on County 2. We're not calling County 2, we're just texting them. Then in January, County 3, we're just going to send some postcards out. Maybe probate letters, maybe something simple, door knocking, reverse drawing for dollars if you don't want to do direct mail, whatever you want to do. But I'd say roughly do that. Then you guys can kind of guess what's next, right? Then in February, we're going to do direct mail or sticky notes or whatever you want to do for county 1, right? No more cold calling, right? County 2, we're going to cold call them in February.
Yep.
And then we're going to text blast county 3. So you kind of get the point here. The point of this is to get the best ROI, or what we call return on investment. When I have to spend money on X leads, when I have to spend money on text, when I have to spend this money, right, we want to get the most out of it. And the point is, if we just call high equities in the county every single month, it is not as efficient as calling that high equity once every 3 months. Because when we call after 3 months, we get a brand new change.
Yeah, you get a whole new set of circumstances.
You might lose out on some deals, but the thing is, like, you can't, with your resources, you can't do it. I'm assuming you're doing this all by yourself, maybe with a partner, right? But if you hit them with calling and then that county, then you hit them with texting for the month, it's more fresh.
You already have the phone number.
You get more leads per hour. So LPH is something we talk about, leads per hour. Mm-hmm. You actually get more leads per hour and you're more efficient doing this.
And think about this. I always talk about the McDonald's Burger King approach. Like, some people like McDonald's stuff and some people like Burger King. Like, in the perfect world, you take the McDonald's fries and the Whopper. We're not getting a debate on it. But the idea is, some people respond to cold calling, some people respond to text, and some people respond to direct mail. Why? I have no idea. I don't know. So the 3-prong rotation we did, number one, it accomplishes multiple things. It gives you kind of the a la carte. Some people go, I'm so glad you're not one of those cold callers. I'm so glad you sent me a piece of mail. And then they'll tell you the opposite. I'm so glad you cold called me. I can get tired of the direct mail. I'm so glad you text. That was a lot more polite than cold calling me. You be able to touch them on all the bases, and a different marketing medium. Some marketing meetings just have a better effect. Now, I'm going to tell you, I make some generalizations. Some of the older people just respond better to direct mail. And the reason why I do like direct mail is scalable. And it's illegal. And we talk about all the problems all these other marketing meetings have. Direct mail is not having it, other than the cost, which is like a life issue. Guys, the simpler you make this approach, having like a 1, 2, 3 rotation, you can do it with 2. It keeps you on point, on schedule, on task. If you have to constantly go, crap, which county I'm going to mail to, you should have at least 2 or 3. You could possibly have 4 zones and just break it down. Like, for instance, we would have like a north, a south, and then like a middle. And you break them down depending. Some of you guys are going to like micro target this in your local market. That's fine, whatever you got to do. But once you have that is a rotation. You would now have a schedule. You have a marketing plan. Now you just got to follow through in the implementation. That's where it gets really boring. But I'm telling you, boring means you're redundant, which means you're doing the things that are required to do on a daily basis. Simplify it. Do not complicate it. Like this one right here, I've always gotten a rhythm by just doing a 3-piece rotation. Okay. Now, can you add? You can put your spin on it. Go ahead.
So again, 3rd month, obviously March, we would text blast county 1, direct mail county 2, and then cold call county 3. And then what we do is repeat every 3 months.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be county. It could be by city. It could be by a group of zip codes.
Yeah.
But like, you need to like we broke ours up based on like territories. Like the North, it was just different how we attacked the ones on the South. And so you guys are going to have some of that local real estate market. You've got to apply it to this. But we find that the rotation is, some people just respond to text, some on the cold call. In a perfect world, we would cold call everyone, but like not everybody responds to it.
Exactly. So that's roughly what a marketing rotation is going to be looking like. Now, when we get in the scaling part of wholesaling, right, what we're going to do is just move from 4 blasts for calling for a county for a year to just 12. Like, once we're in scaling, we have to call the same like high equity list, like, and the government list, like, we just got to hit it every month.
Yep.
Well, once you're scaled out, you just have to push it out, and the ROI goes down, but you start making more money, right?
And it becomes much more consistent. So you need leads, you need volume. In the beginning, like with your government list and all the stuff you guys do, we're just trying to get you off the ground and up and running. But eventually you're going to go, gosh, what am I going to do with 15,000 leads in the basic X leads plan? I go, trust me, I'm going to create a problem for you.
Yeah.
So the idea is to get you up to 60,000, because eventually you will need it, because you need volume. Yeah. Once you scale, you got to feed it. Before we're putting the odds in your favor and we're stacking them. But like eventually we have to push it over the edge with scaling.
Yeah. So we just got blast out calling every single month. We're going to call all 3 counties. We're going to text all 3. We're going to like really, once you get that, I would say you should do some ROS like postcards for all of them. Start blasting out when you get started. But like, that's more advanced. So we won't get too crazy into that. But like move from 4 blasts to 12. I would add an extra 1 to 2 marketing channels. So what could that be? Maybe if you're not doing sticky notes, do that. If you're not doing drawing for dollars, do that. Heck, if you're not doing RVMs, try them, right? Now, I'm not in Florida, but like there's so many more channels we could be doing. Do it. I would say, I'm not going to say that you should do the government list, but like there's no point once you get out of, now this is a little more high level, but there comes to a point with your scaling that you don't really do any other list except for high equity. What I mean by this is government lists always get put in, drawing for dollars gets put in. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to a paid software, you only do high equity. And so you only really go at 30% equity or 40% or above. And that's just, you do all of them. Now for Dallas, it's a little different, right? But like where we're at with the counties are 500,000, 250,000. I'd say like at the point where we're at right now, we just literally just do pretty much anything with some equity and we just attack them. And then we do the government list on there because the one cool part about government lists when they start getting better, this isn't wholesaling, but like you get a lot of creative deals and they're pretty dang fun. So yes, we're going to do 40% equity at that point. And the really important part here is just to test everything. Guys, test. You have to figure out what's working, what's not working. It's really important to go out here and test. Guys, if you don't test it, you ain't going to figure out what's working. You ain't going to figure out what's not working. So even like as much as I hate Facebook ads, as much as I hate radio and tell you don't be doing that, there should be a point where you test it out. So I've tested out PPL, hated it, but I tested it out. The most famous example of us testing is in 2018, 2019, we tried this new marketing thing for millennials and Gen Z kids where it was calling SMS blasting.
Yeah.
What is that? What? And I'm like, well, we're going to waste money on this and test it out. And it worked.
Worked great.
And there's other things that didn't work, right? But like I'm telling you, it's very important to do, right? We've done TV, radio. We've done them all. There's certain ones that work really well, some that don't. One thing I'll tell you that has never really worked for me is SEO. But I know a ton of people who really know what they're doing, do really well with SEO. But testing is really important. So just try all these different ones. DMsite.com actually has a new like marketing thing to test out, which we'll show you too, which is just important for it. Now, if you're doing JV operations, I'll be honest with you, you're just going to have to go meet and talk to as many people as stinking possible, like as many. So what I mean by this is like DM as many wholesalers as you can on the Discord, on Instagram, like go to my followers, people that like my videos, just go and DM those people, comment on all my live streams, go inside of freeholstein.com, go inside of all the posts in there, right? Be loud, be inside of ZachDiscord.com, right? Guys, I'm going live in ZachDiscord.com at 8 p.m. tonight. I'm going live in the Discord tonight. Even we're going to go live for this challenge. I'm still going because it creates not just me sharing and talking to you guys, but me going out here and being in kind of, it's a meetup, right? There's hundreds of people that hang out in there every single Friday night. And the cool part about that is it's not recorded. So like people can just, it's like you got to be in the moment because nothing's recorded. What we say, what people say, I'm telling you right now, it's so powerful. Guys, give value, be loud. One thing I can tell you is if you want to have success in wholesaling real estate, you just have to give value to people. If you do not give value to people, you are not going to get JV deals. Call and text. One thing I say, just get people's phone numbers and call them up and really be good at finding cash buyers. That's really important here. Be really good at finding buyers. You'll be good to go. One thing I'll tell you is use your full name, make a nice profile pic, say you have X leads for the dispo. That would be huge. Hey, this person has something they can give to me. Already have your buyers. Be proud, be bold. If you've closed deals before, tell people you've done them. You'll get JV deals. Control the title company. And the last and most important part, always assume you're going to be screwed. What I mean by this is if somebody wants to do a JV deal with you, always assume that person's going to screw you. Not that like you should think that they are, but just assume. Oh, well, let's write a JV agreement. Not trust me, bro. Right? That's how we should be doing it.
That's the worst one right there, man.
That's the worst one. And just JV with people. Those are the tips for my success in wholesaling. I think a lot of people, if you're looking to JV and do well in there, that is what you should be doing. And that's really the best tips starting out. So if I can give anybody an action plan, what I would probably say is I would spend about an hour a day inside of ZachDiscord.com. That's what I was talking about. Go to ZachDiscord.com, go to the Discord, spend an hour a day. Even if you're not familiar with it, right? I know it's a little training for you, but ZachDiscord.com, that's how I'd be doing it. Every single YouTube live stream or every single video that we post, I would put a comment on the live. So when I go live, like I'm live right now, go and make at least 2 posts. My name's Zach. I am in Port St. Lucie, Florida. Here's my phone number. I want to do deals. Let's connect. Do 2 posts on every live stream I do. Also, smash the like button, subscribe. That doesn't hurt. Also on top of there, every single YouTube video that is on the Flip with Our YouTube channel, put a comment. Hey, love today's video, Zach. I actually love pre-foreclosures. Great thing you just did there. Great video. I'm also really big into JVs and I have a ton of buyers. Hit me up. Here's my number. Guys, be selfless on your promotions. Say something nice in the comments. Hey, why not? And then go out here and comment on every single YouTube video that we post in the future. People, go in the comments. Do it. Make it a rule too. Call at least 1 wholesaler a day. Build that connection. 50 DMs a day. I know it's a lot, but do it. And then spend at least 30 minutes inside of freewholesaling.com on the posts. And most importantly, create an accountability post. Post every single week about yourself and you will get JV deals. It's crazy, but that's how you do it. And that's how you win the Ginn games, right? You go out here and do it. So that's why it's really important for your success starting out in wholesaling real estate. So what we're going to do is kind of show you some of these paid softwares we've talked about today and what we're going to do. So we're going to, I'll have you take a break because you're going to do some breakdowns too.
Yep.
And what we're going to do is talk with Matt from DMZach.com and talk about how to use DMZach.com too, because it's really important once you start getting in here to start understanding the softwares. And so many people push all these crazy softwares on here. DMZach.com is one of the best, and we're here to talk. So Matt, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Yeah, and this is awesome. What a way to kick it off. So yeah, good. All good, Rick. Great seeing you though for a second there. Awesome, guys. Yeah, I was going to say happy 2025. This is an incredible way to kick it off. Love seeing how many people are jumping into the Ginn games and taking this thing. And the plan you just gave people is incredible. Like if you follow that, it is not if you're going to have success, it is when you're going to have success. So I'm excited to be a part of it, man. Thanks for having me.
There we go. So we're here to talk about DMZach.com. So exactly, tell everyone, there's a lot of newbies on here, right? So what is DMZach.com and what are we talking about today?
Yeah, and your mic's a little low. I don't know if the audio cut out on you there, but yeah, dude. Just to give a brief little intro here for you guys. Matt Camp over here with Deal Machine. Love teaming up with Zach and Rick over there. I know part of the Ginn games too. We're doing a huge giveaway as well in addition to that too. So, I don't know. Have you revealed all of the grand prizes? I know you were talking about it yesterday.
A lot of it, some of it's kind of a secret, but I told you some of the top 2 winners is going to get, or at least the top winner is going to get DMZach.com a year for free. And then top 10 winners, or heck, probably people that aren't even winners who are watching today are going to get free stuff too.
Yeah, love that, man.
So the thing is, I'm assuming if you're watching this, guys, you're going to win the Ginn games, right? With the largest assignment fee. You're going to get the largest. So you need to learn how to use DMZach.com because you're going to get it a year for free.
Yeah. I mean, you do one deal. I mean, you're going to be paying for it 20, 30, 40 times over. Yeah. But getting the biggest assignment fee, that's incredible, man. Like that's you guys are competing. That's the real prize, right? Is like we want to give you all this free stuff, but the fact that you guys are giving them this playbook, giving them so much information, tools and knowledge and all of this, like they were set up to succeed and have an amazing year. So we love being a part of it. I know, that winner is going to be fun. They're going to get a year DMZach.com. They're going to get a ton of like $200 of free marketing with it. They're going to get free onboarding from us to make sure that you're completely set up, ready to go. I know our mission over here is to give everyone the power of real estate investing. So I love coming on these and just sharing, hey, here's what's working. Here's what people are doing in today's market that, we've had over 10,000 coming up on 15,000 deals done at this point using DMZach.com, using Deal Machine here. And so we've got a ton of stories we can share, YouTube videos that we publish all the time, just us listening to you guys of, hey, here's what's working. And I want to help you not have to reinvent the wheel. So Zach, I'm happy to come on here today, man. I know we just love teaming up with you in general. And I'm happy to dig into like you said, the test, like show you guys, hey, here are things that you can go test that we see other people having a ton of success with right now. So,
oh yeah, I love it. So a lot of people ask like, what's going on? You talk about talk about deal machine. So the one thing I'll tell you is you guys I would say try both of them out and see which one you want. I actually have a ton of people that they're like, I prefer DMZack.com over X Leads on the data. I'm like, okay, well, go use DMZack.com and then get X Leads for the ninja mode and for the texting, if you want to do that, right? It's up to you what you want to do. But the one thing I've always been very, very large on is, guys, try them all and see which one works best for you. They're ultimately tools. You don't need DMZack.com to become successful. You don't need any software to become successful. They're just tools that make it easier. And I would feel dirty if I was like, oh, don't use DMZack.com and I don't show you what it is. It's ultimately up to you which one you want to do. One thing I will tell you is, because I'm talking about DMZack.com, you will become successful with it if you use it correctly. There's some other softwares which I don't think have that. And ultimately, at the end of the day, like, you should be using what you feel like's best for you. So we're here to show you how to use it.
Yeah. And we do, just to reiterate that too. One, absolutely, you don't need any technology to succeed. I mean, before we came out, before any of these technologies came out, people were doing off-market deals. It's not like it's, impossible that way. We just want to help you do more of them. And even like you said, if you're picking one or the other, I mean, we see a ton of people, that are using both. It's a great combo as well. So even if you do that route, I mean, again, you do one deal, you follow this, you put in the work, you do one deal, it's paying for itself again, 10, 20, 40 times over. So that's our goal here, is to help you guys see this as an investment in yourself, not as just like another expense that you have to be thinking about. So,
so cool. We're excited. So let's talk about this. Break it down. I'm excited.
Awesome, man. So what I can dig in here into today, I'll give you a few ideas again, guys, on what you can be testing yourself. I love Zach and Rick breaking that down for you. Just, hey, go out there, no matter what you're doing, be intentional about it, test and measure those results and do more of what's working. And so a couple things I want to break down here, and let me try to share my screen here if I can. Yeah. A couple things I do.
Break this down for a second. I need to go fix this.
Yeah.
Let me grab another cord.
Yeah, go for it, man. All good. No worries. So I'll break this down here for you guys for a few minutes of just a handful of things. I know we've got kind of two pieces to what you can think of DMZack.com can help you with. There's the list size, the data side of what we do. And then there's the marketing side, the technology around how do you go out there and reach out directly to sellers that way. So I'll share a few things of what we see working really, really well right now. One thing, and I know you'll hear this from Zach and Rick often, I love that they focus on talking about niche, however you say that word, a niche list that is unique, that is different than everybody else is going after, that are properties that you go out there and uncover in a way that other people aren't. The reason being is, hey, if you go in and put in the work and you go in and build a list of leads in a way that other people aren't going out and doing, right, you are going to find the least competitive leads in your market. I mean, that's just the simple facts of, hey, you're going out there, you're doing things other people won't, or other people can't, or they're not willing to do. They're not willing to put in the work and time. They're not willing to get on live streams today. And I mean, it's, you're not forced to be here. It's a Friday afternoon and first one in January. But you guys are putting in the work. You guys are different. Like, you are going out there and doing things that other people won't. And so applying that same logic to going out and building your list, I mean, on our end, like, we have been known as best in class for driving for dollars. And we still see that today as a list that I know Zach and Rick talk about all the time, is something that's not going away. Like, you going out there, putting in the manual work to go out there and getting in a car. I mean, there's virtual options too, but ideally it's getting in a car, driving around, looking for those properties that, again, have a tarp on the roof, have gutters falling off, have broken board up windows, have a front yard or backyard that is a mess, have just an indicator, whether it be a house that's literally falling over or a house that is, has these more subtle things that are wrong with it. That is the number one indicator that they might be looking to sell. That is a huge data point to go in and identify, because, again, they are the least competitive leads. Not everyone is willing to go out and build their own list this way. And then also, again, that's the number one indicator if they're looking to sell. So they're not only the least competitive leads, but they're the most powerful leads, the least number of leads it'll take to get to a deal. So From a driving for dollars perspective, I know we've upgraded the map a little bit here for you guys, made it even faster, made it a little more vibrant. So that way it's easier to see properties as you drive around as well. But with dmzac.com, it's really simple and easy. It locks onto your location. So you're seeing the desktop version, obviously. But if you're physically driving around in your market, you're probably going to use mobile. But it would lock onto your location. You drive down the street. If I'm driving down Lemp Avenue right here in South City, St. Louis, driving south on here, every little point around me is a property. Here we go. Every little black dot's a property right here. Again, don't overthink it. Simply look for those houses that have all those signs we just talked about there. Tap on that little button or that little dot right here. Hit add lead. It will pin that property at a little blue pin, and at that point, it becomes a lead, a prospect in your system to be able to reach out to. So, Zach, I know it's not revolutionary; it's been around forever, but there's a reason, man. Is that, like you said, niche lists are not going away. Like driving for dollars, first and foremost, is going to be an effective list for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, you've probably heard me talk so much snot about PPL and SEO and PPC, and just. We have found that just like that, it's a good way to do it, but the amount of sheer cost it is just insane. Mm-hmm. And we're talking about people telling you have to spend $6 or $7 a month to get one deal. It's like, if you just have dmzac.com or a software and you just, I don't know, spend $200 maybe, like you get the same deal. Like, and all the data is there. And it's just insane to me that like, there's just, people tell this is the way to do it if you're going to pay for marketing. $200 a month. That's basically it.
Yeah. When I look at, we talk about testing and measuring results. I'm doing it here in St. Louis, doing wholesale deals myself, practicing what we preach and all that. Every single quarter we go through and look back, and because we send a good amount of mail, we do a variety of different things that we teach on here. I look back and figure out, okay, where are we getting our highest response rates? Where are we getting our highest appointments, the number of appointments, and especially looking at how many mailers we're sending out versus how many convert into appointments. Literally every single quarter, driving for dollars, #1 conversion rate for it. So it is something like, again, there's a reason for it. It takes extra time. You're building that niche, unique list that no one else has because they don't have it, because, hey, you're going out and you're finding those hidden deals that not everyone else is going after. Takes a little bit of hustle, but I mean, if you're following your guys' plan of getting on here and putting in the work, you're here on a Friday afternoon, like you guys are doing things other people aren't. Like, here's another thing to test out, to go out there and say, how will this list perform? So that's one thing. The other piece, I know, Zach, you were hinting at a little bit here before this, is we've launched this was 6 weeks ago or so. Yeah. We've launched another level of how you can use AI to help you go out there and do what we're talking about here in a virtual way. So this has been awesome to be able to kind of unveil to people over the last 6 weeks or so. And it's been really cool to kind of get those first case studies in of people using this and seeing success with it. You'll notice on Deal Machine down here on dmzac.com, you've got this little try AI vision builder button right here. And so this is something brand new that we just launched. Zach, have you messed with this at all? I can't remember how much you've got. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I want to hear your thoughts real quick as I get to this.
Yeah, it's really good. I think it's a brand new marketing, I guess, list, right? I guess the best way to explain it, that no one else is doing. And it's really cool, right? I mean, obviously I wish it was free, but I think I'm not predicting what you guys are doing, but I predict with the cost of AI going down with all these new data centers, you probably will be able to give it for free, which would be pretty cool. But that's like 2 or 3 years down the line, probably. But this is something that I don't want it free, because then everyone can do it. So I'm telling you, if you have the funds to test this out, like I told people, when you start scaling, you need to test. This is the first thing you need to do. Mm-hmm. And it works pretty well.
Yeah, it's something we've had this idea for quite a while, but it's something that AI hasn't gotten to this scale until now, that it's this good and this cheap to be able to really justify going and testing a list like this. Essentially what you're looking at here, this AI vision builder, if you pop this open here now, guys, you'll see Alma, our little AI assistant, built into this list building view. And what you can do here is you are using AI to now analyze all of our data. So we've got 700 plus different data points when it comes to property data, demographic data, contact data, all that stuff. Now, what's unique about this is you're taking that next level when it comes to visual data as well. And so we are adding in satellite imaging. We've added in street view imaging. We've added in all of that visual data on top of everything else. And now inside Deal Machine, you can look and say like, oh yeah, I say I want to go and, select an area. So kind of when you're using this, step one is picking your area, right, of where you want to analyze, where you want to do this, which you can use the draw tool up here. You can search by zip code, city, county up here. But if I want to say, okay, let me draw around this little block right here. So I've got this spot. Oh, let me scoot over here. This little triangle here. And let me stretch this out for us. Make this a nice little square block for us. You can go through, use this draw tool, or again, use any other kind of way to outline the area in terms of, address or zip code, city, county, all of that. But if I want to say, hey, show me out of these 142 properties, these few streets right here. If I want to analyze those on the spot, again, I can look at things like, show me off-market properties. I know you talked about high equity, Zach. Love that idea. So you can come in here and say like, oh yeah, go after, high equity properties. Cool.
The reason is like, you don't want to go find an ugly house that has 10% equity. Like, you don't want you can't even do a subject to on that thing. Like, that probably won't work. Owner financing is going to be too much on the renovation side, right? So like really anything below 20% equity, you can just cut out, and that's probably 10, 15%. It saves you in cost and saves you wasted time.
That adds up. Oh yeah. I mean, we put on, when we drive for dollars, I put on the high equity filter while I drive around. So that way it pops up all around me too. So I'm with you, man. So we've got that right here. So now you've got, this little area, there's 47 properties that are off market and high equity. Great. So that you're kind of choosing your area, you're filtering a little bit. But what's so cool about using the AI on top of this is now with all that visual data, literally anything visual about the property, you can type in here and say, show me properties that fit this, this, and this. So if you guys have used, any AI tool, any, ChatGPT, Gemini, anything like this, go in, prompting, right? Prompting is the name of the game. So what you ask it to do, what you type into it, is it just follows those directions, and the more specific, the better guidelines you can give, the more exact directions on what that AI should do, the better that your result's going to be. So what we're doing on the back end here is we're always testing out these different prompts to help you guys be more successful, which this first one is a great example of that, distressed properties. So think of this as essentially AI virtual driving for dollars, the entire area in an instant. So what you can go in here, when I click this preset prompt, again, you can type whatever you like, down at the bottom here, like whatever you like. But when I click on distressed properties, what's going to pop up automatically for you here is it'll define it as identify properties showing signs of distress in satellite and street view images. Cool. So there's that direction, right? Look for indicators like neglected landscaping, structural damage, broken roofs, like everything we kind of just covered here of what to look for when driving for dollars, right? And then we can even give it another guideline of properties don't need to fit everything on this list, but the more the better essentially is what we're kind of summarizing here. And like Zach had mentioned, you want to put all this in here. You will want to budget for this because it's about 2 cents per property to analyze them. So like think of this as a time investment, right? Like if you're working off zero budget, maybe don't do the AI Vision Builder, maybe use virtual driving for dollars, maybe go out and drive for dollars yourself. Like you've got other options for you. But if you got a little bit to test out here and you want to save a ridiculous amount of time and still go out and identify distressed properties, identify houses that have, literally we've got so many prompts in here, corner lots, bad roofs, you can type in, again, anything you want. But when you've got all of this lined up for you, the final thing before you hit build list is you can pop open this little matching score. And this is where you can basically tell it how strict to the prompt you want it to fit. Do you want it to be, word for word match everything you've got in there? Do you want it to be roughly, fit this prompt in general? I usually go to around that 75% mark. So it's a little bit stringent on how, defining how it fits. And then when you've got, again, the area, that match score, and the prompt all lined up, that's when you hit build list with AI Vision, confirm build. And now it will, again, essentially virtual drive for dollars the entire list for you in an instant. Use all of the property data, use all the visual data, go through one by one, pick out those needles in the haystack of, hey, here are those houses that looking at the imaging fit your particular prompt. And here we go. We've got 7 properties out of those 47 that are distressed to be able to start working. So
there you go. It's beautiful. I love it.
Awesome. The one other thing, guys, too, we've seen a ton of people have this success using, we kind of, it's like a reverse engineering feature within this too. So if you go in here and you're like, hey, I don't know what prompt to do. I don't know exactly, like, I know what a good deal looks like. I've seen this deal done in my market, or I go on Facebook and I see in this, group that this person's looking for a cash buyer, or, I see transactions happening, but I don't know exactly what to prompt it. If you go into this attach example properties button, what that will do is then you can then search by a very specific address. So like, for example, here, and what I did is we have a property that we wholesaled in the Kirkwood area like 6 months ago ish. It was like May, whenever that was, 6-7 months ago. May, that we went in and we wholesaled that. It was a lot that the house was falling over, and it's an area, there's a lot of new development going on. So it was a great fit for a new builder, and we wholesaled that property. And what I did in Deal Machine was, okay, great. We know builders in this area. Let me go back to that address, use this lookalike feature. So attach an example property with that address right here, and then say, you know what? Find every other property in the area that looks like that deal we just did. And so if you know any deal that's been done, again, you can look anywhere to be able to see those transactions happening, or you can even look at like recently sold and things like that in here. Go type in that address, say, show me other properties that look just like that deal, and then hit build with AI Vision. And what it's going to do is it will look at, again, all the property data, all the demographic data, all of the visual data, the street view, the satellite imaging, all that stuff, to then build you a lookalike list, run it against that analysis and say, here's every other property that looks just like this in an instant. There you go. It took 5 seconds. I've got 4 more properties that could be good leads right there. So that specifically has been huge for people lately.
Oh, love seeing that. And then obviously you got the skip tracing in there too. Can't show too much on the YouTube, unfortunately. But I've personally found that if you do the shorts, you can do. So maybe I'll do a short on it and we can show you. But basically all the information has the contact information in it, which makes everything a lot easier.
Yeah, on leads right here, I hit all of the emails and I hit all the sensitive info. I just have addresses on here, at least for you guys. So
there you go.
We've got this right here. So for example, if you scroll through, you're going to be able to click on it, or if you view any lead, that's where, like you said, you get the phone numbers, you get the emails, you get all that included right there inside Deal Machine. I know our dialer, that's something that people, especially if you're trying to do that first deal, you're not quite comfortable on the phone yet. We've seen people have a ton of success using the AI kind of real-time coaching function in that dialer. So if I hit that click to call button, which, that would be, I won't uncover that info for you, but if I hit click to call right here, it'll actually pop up a dialer, right? Which, usually you have to go, and a lot of the like specialized dialers, I mean, those can be hundreds a month. It can take forever to set it up and get the right data in there, and like have to go through and actually learn that new platform, buy a number, all that. This is just click to call. The cool thing is you can go in here, and if you go into your dialer settings up in your actual Deal Machine account, right there, dialer settings, you can go into your Alma AI right here and upload your script. So when you do that, you can go to like freewholesaling.com, for example, take that advice, take the scripts and everything you give people there, upload that into your dialer, and now you've got like a little Zach over your shoulder being able to help kind of coach you through it, because it'll say, what do I say next, is a little button inside the dialer. And what it does is you click that button, it's going to take into account everything that has been said in the conversation so far, the uploaded script, all of that is the prompt for your sales call. And in real time, it'll say, okay, here's what Zach's saying, here's what Matt's saying. Well, if I click that what do I say next button, here's a recommendation of where to take the conversation. So that specifically for the people, especially if you're like, again, just not comfortable with calling, you're really dreading it, you need a little more guidance. Like, we've gotten a ton of feedback from people who are like, yeah, I hate calling. I don't even want to talk to people on the phone. I'm an introvert. I don't want to deal with any of this stuff. this was fun. Like we've got literally the word fun used, which is probably the highest compliment we can get, where it's like, oh yeah, people are enjoying this and they're using this as a way to help themselves be more successful by kind of getting that other perspective of, okay, here's where to take the conversation and kind of coach you through that. So
there we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. That's why it works. I love it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So that's been great. I know the only last thing I want to touch on here briefly here is from a data standpoint, the new stuff we've got out there. The big one is the LLC owners as well. Oh, yeah. So if you're making direct calls to people and you're driving for dollars and you find properties that are corporate owned, or you're using the AI vision builder and you're finding corporate owned properties, now our contact match rate, guys, is literally 95% for single family homes, because we have it went from like 75 to about 95. So it was like a 20% jump, because we added LLC owners, agents, organizers, all of that LLC data now in Deal Machine. So definitely hit those lists. Like that's data that is very tough and manual to get otherwise. So.
Oh yeah, I absolutely love it. I think that's really cool. I love the voicemail drops. I think the content is awesome, right? Direct mail is great. And then, I think it's cool. I think the rehab calculator you guys have on there is really cool too. I don't think you talk about it too much. That you should. I think it's really cool the way it's done.
Nice.
And the AI recording on there. Is there any changes with the DNC, or are we still no DNC on this?
So we've got on the AI voice drops?
Yeah, on the AI side.
Yeah, currently still no. I mean, we're always looking at compliance for that and everything. But yeah, we've got this AI voice clone right here. That's like you mentioned, Zach. It's for the voicemail. So if it goes to voicemail, your call, you're one click away from dropping an AI voicemail, which is, if you go in there and train it, it's your voice saying the right seller name, the callback number, the right address, everything. So you don't have to spend time doing it or mess up that message in any way. So it's people are, especially when you're doing high volume of calls and just trying to get to more and more, that saves people, like half the time. So yeah, that's been really great for people too.
Oh, I love it. I mean, I think everyone remembers when we came out with that. Before you guys didn't make it no DNC, I told everyone to just abuse it, honestly. Just make as many as you can, because I don't know how long this is going to be a thing for. And so, guys, you got to listen to me when I tell you this. And a lot of people got a lot of deals doing that. Obviously, compliance, stuff like that. But I asked Dave, I said, am I allowed to do this? And he said, yeah, we should be all good. I said, okay. And I went low. I do that with all my marketing. So
yeah, test it. And again, like any new data source that comes out, like you said, the people who jump on it early, that's where you're going to get. That's a lot of people are going to get a lot of advantage out of that. So it's like, for example, the corporate skip trace data that's in there, that LLC owner data, that is something that's brand new. I'd highly recommend testing that out, and I bet you'll get a very high response rate. So it's been working for people. So good tips, man.
There we go. Awesome. If there's anything else you want to break down, love to see it. But basically, I mean, you can go a whole 15-hour thing on this, on the comping and this.
Right.
And that. There's so much in it, but it's pretty cool. We got a lot of cool tutorials in there, and it's pretty cool. I like it, man.
Love it, guys. Yeah. Keep. In general, think about it as, how do you stand out by building a list that other people don't have? Those niche lists, using things like AI to help you, AI vision builder, using things like driving for dollars to help you, going in there and then using marketing that's going to help you continue to level up and get better and better. The AI powered dialer is an example of that. The corporate owned LLC, data, that's an example of getting a better and better, contact rate. And then even just more tailored conversations. Like when you go in Deal Machine, you've got demographic data about each owner. Like you can see things like their portfolio, their contact net asset value, like all kinds of different stuff. So that way you're going in with all your due diligence in front of you. And those are going to help you stand out in your market too, just help you ask better questions. So guys, I'd say go in there and like Zach said, go test it. And, we love being part of the Ginn games. Like, again, somebody's going to be winning an entire year of this thing, hundreds of dollars in marketing, the onboarding, all that stuff. So it's fun to show it off, man.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Matt, so much for hopping on, and we'll see you next when you do the next crazy update. We don't know. Is there going to be a unveiled for the summer? Can you say that yet, or do you not know?
I mean, we're always working on that.
You guys did two. You guys did two. You did two crazy ones in a year. So are you planning on doing two or just like maybe?
We're trying to keep them. We're trying to stay on pace, man. Yeah, we're always adding new stuff. So we've got a whole list of things that we could be doing. It's just a matter of like how do we find the things that are going to help people the most. So we're kind of going through that right now. And absolutely, dude, you'll be one of the first to know. So.
There we go. I'm excited. Well, Matt, thank you so much, guys. If you want to check it out for free, go to dmzack.com right there. And it's awesome software. A lot of people use bad software. It's a great one. And check it out. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Beautiful. Loved it. So, yeah, dmzack.com is great. I absolutely love it. There's a lot of softwares that don't have skip tracing in it. Make sure you guys are doing it. So, definitely an amazing one. So right now, too, I want to kind of show a couple other things on here, too. So if you go to freewholesaling.com, we actually have a outbound marketing cheat sheet. A lot of the stuff that you need to know about what to say, scripts, things like that, we actually have it in there. So let me just show you exactly what it is. I want to go over some stuff because I kind of go over scripts, but I want to show, again, a little more on there. So let me show you what it is. So, again, got to go to freewholesaling.com. That's where it's at. So let me put it on the bottom so we don't forget what the link is to get this. So you go in here, right? Obviously, we got the Ginn Games Day 2 right now, but we're going to go to Classroom right here. We're going to go all the way down here to 2025 Ginn Games. And our system guides right here on the PDF, right? So again, if we want to know, okay, I want to call, but again, I don't know what script to use. Things. Remember, freewholesaling.com's got it all, right? It's all going to be in here. But very, very specifically, you are going to want to be using Google Voice for your calling, texting with Google Voice, all these things, drawing for dollars, JV, stuff like that. That's really important here. So definitely telling everyone on here, especially starting out, that use the scripts, do what we're saying. That is the best way to do it. Drawing for dollars, all the stuff. And then all the resources we have is on here. I'm going to show you guys the planner. Pretty simple, but like, just a blank planner that we can go out here and download, use. I know there's a lot of people that are very, very, very organized on here on how to deal with it and how to do it. So yeah, it's pretty cool. And that's how we do it on there too. So we have the marketing sheets, all this stuff. Again, if you want to learn exactly how to be doing this right here, right? And hopefully Rick comes back soon. But guys, you just go out here to Classroom, right? You got to Dispo, acquisitions, all this stuff is going to be right here. So again, we have a 30-day wholesaling challenge on here too. But like, guys, you want to know how to cold call, go to marketing and then go to the cold calling section and all the cold calling stuff, scripts, guys, all the information you need to know for success is actually in there. So it's pretty dang cool. So that's how we do it. That's how you get going on there too. One thing I'll tell everyone too is make sure you know how to use property appraiser data. So another part of the implementation guide is when you get a deal, you want to look at the property appraiser. So let's actually use the St. Lucie County property appraiser as kind of a cool little guide for it so you know what to do. So let's show this. So let me show you here. There we go. Okay. So for example, if I have a property in St. Lucie County, let me show you this. Hopefully we don't get in trouble with this, but I think we should be fine. So if I'm wholesaling in St. Lucie County, right? When somebody tells me that they're looking to sell the property, I'm broke, I have no money, right? What I need to do, what I'm telling everyone to do is to go out here and go inside of your property appraiser. So if you're in Chicago, Illinois, it's going to be the Cook County property appraiser and just look at your government data. And so this is really important. It's not even about getting a list, about looking at it. So search by property, right? And if we look at some random houses, so 865. Oh, if you go here like 865, right? And I do like Shady Lake Lane. Let's do, yeah, okay, let's do this one. So I'm going to go to record card. And what's going to do is pop up the government information on that property. Now, this is one of the better ones, I'll tell you. But I have personally always looked at this. I don't talk about it too much on YouTube. It's pretty, it's very secret, right? Some of them are a lot more clunky and they don't work as good, but a lot of Florida is really good too. But like basically what it does is, okay, this is the property. They actually have a picture of the house. This is all free, by the way, right? Let me actually give everyone the link to this so you can follow along with me. But basically, this is the address. Sometimes like a software has the property information wrong. That's why it's really important, this challenge I teach you. And I always tell people, like, check the zoning and everything like that out right here. Here's yours. But I don't really see many people on YouTube talk about this, right? They say only just use the software as there. But so you got some really cool stuff, right? So one thing on here is right here is like, it's going to tell you the legal description of the property, who's the owner, the address, the mailing address, right? This is what the assessed value is. And other stuff, like one really cool thing about it is it will give you the actual structure of the building, the actual plat. So it'll tell you this is what the under air square footage is. It'll tell you also the garage and stuff. Like, so what is it, a concrete block house? Is it brick? Is it wood frame? It tells me this property was built in 1996. It is concrete block, stucco. That is what it is. It literally even tells me the type of flooring, which is really crazy. But it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Sometimes you go on a software and it says 0 bedroom, 0 baths. Go to the government details and the government information, and it's, I gotta use this mic for a second. The government details are going to be on here, and it'll tell you exactly all this information. Hey, what's the type of roof? Shingle roof, right? Now, some other information that software, even if you pay for it, it's not going to tell you, which I'm just giving you some secret ninja stuff right here, is if you go right here to permits. Now, I want to figure out, when was this roof put on? Guys, can somebody tell me in the comments, how old is the roof on this building? On this property right here. I just showed you this. Okay. It is currently 7. Oh boy. 3. Wait. Hold on. 3 + 5 is 8. So the roof is 8 years old on this building. Does that make sense? Because I go to the permits. So the permit on the roof was in 2017, which means the roof was 8 years old. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the times you can get secret information that other softwares don't tell you. And as a beginner, this is really important information, right? Now we got some more information on here. Heck, I could figure out the guy paid his taxes or not. It'll actually show me on here. Show me how much his taxes are and all that important information. So guys, that is the point here. Also, I'm going to figure out if he did a bunch of crazy quick claim deeds and all these things. It's really important. So the government information here is essential for our success starting out in wholesaling real estate. But again, I want to talk about how do we start pulling lists and using them and doing them. And that's what we got Rick here. So Rick's going to show us exactly how to use xleads.com. But more specifically, not even just not to show you about xleads and stuff right here, but we just kind of want to show you exactly how to pull lists using software, because for a vast majority, a lot of people are going to be doing that. And we're just going to show you how to pull like vacant lists, how to filter out data, stuff like that for success. Because we just talked about the free part, just kind of on the paid part here on how you can go out here and do it. So okay. Let's talk.
Let's do it. Okay. Out of my way. All righty. And the microphone that works.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Let's pull it up.
You use that one, yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, guys. So let me pull it up here. Let's see. So today I'm going to show you how to use the XLead software, which my opinion is a great one-stop shopping. So he showed you how to use dmzack.com. So let me go over here and let's figure out how to share the screen. Share screen. Perfect. Okay. So let me see if I kept my noggin in here, and let's put, nope. Let's put it down. How do you rotate this thing? Okay, we'll start with that. So this is going to be basic, guys, but it's important you know how to do this. So if we go into XLeads, which you're going to go in there, you got 2 ways to log in. And so we're just talking about pulling lists. You have to learn how to pull lists in wholesaling. If this is the only point I get across in my XLeads tutorial, that's fine, because I could go on like 10 hours. But I just want to kind of give you an overview on how it works. Are these softwares required? No, but they do save you a ton of time. And remember, the core part of wholesaling is marketing. Without a marketing list, you have nothing outside of driving for dollars, which is a marketing list. So click on here on property leads. Now there's a million ways to skin this cat. You can go through a million tutorials. Make sure you go to the XLeads channel and it'll show you how to do it. Now, you have multiple ways that you can look up a list. So on this segment, I'm talking about specifically pulling a list. I'm an absolute ninja at pulling a list. It's what I was best at when I started out wholesaling, and to this day, I'm still the best at list. You have to become a master of pulling lists. How do you do it? Just tons of rep and playing around. So I'm going to show you a couple things that you can take advantage of it. Now, it'll save some of our recent searches there. Sorry about that. But what you can do is you can come up here and you can click in the box here. And depending on which type of plan you have, if you have the basic plan, you will have some basic preloaded searches in there for you. Now, if you have them in the plan and you want to take full advantage of them, you have high equity, you have a low equity, but let's just do tax delinquent activity. Now, you obviously have to put in a county. So if I did, let's just say, I'll do the county I'm in, see if it pulls up here. St. Lucie County. I'm going to click right there. I do delinquents, and if you'll see it down there, it's searching on the bottom. Now, it gave me 2,962. Let's see here. 2,962 on the result. So if you look in here, that's a simple list. Now, if you want to filter it out even more, you can go on here. Some of you guys have the exclude option. And by the way, this is just a perk. If you want to take properties that were on market or anything like that, you can take them off here, like active listing. It really doesn't even reduce it a ton, 2,962 to 2,877. There's a reason why on the basic plan, we don't do the list stacking for you because the value just isn't there. I'm not saying it's not worth it, but in the beginning, you just got to get your first deal. So you want to go in and you put it there. If you wanted to do additional filters on top of this, like I already know the average property value inside of this county. And so what I'm going to do is put a max of $250,000 because I'm looking for some lower hanging fruit. I usually like to put 15,000. Actually, I'm not even going to put a minimum on that. So, see the results went from 2,877 to 891. This is part of learning how to be a list ninja. So let me go back up here. You see the filters? These are all the filters. Now notice I have condo on there. I want to take that out. I excluded active listings. I'm looking ones for tax delinquent, single family. I don't care if they're apartments out and value of 250,000 or less. If you want to keep upping it, you can keep doing whatever you want. If you just want to do 3 2s, 2 2s. Another thing I can add on here is I do all owner types and say I want a minimum of 4 years ownership. Let's see what happens there. It's searching and it's going to spit out. Now that cut it way below in half. We're down to 344. So guys, listen to me. Let me make this point to you because I don't want the software to overtake everything we're doing here. Is you have to have the ability to become what we call a list ninja. And that is your ability to cultivate lists. The best way to play and learn with lists is play with I can't repeat this to you enough, every filter that XLeads has to offer you, even if it's not XLeads, and then change the filter, either increase, if you put 4 years of ownership or 10 years of ownership, 1 year of ownership, what does that do to your list? Does it expand it? Does it shrink it? And the more you understand of how the numbers move and how it affects your data, the better you'll come at this. The reason why I'm so good with pulling lists is because I was broke when I did this and everything was pay for play. You guys don't know what a luxury you have with XLeads because everything's included. 15,000 pieces, I had to pay for every one of them. I'm not even going to tell you the numbers because it was anywhere from 12 cents to 25 cents a piece. So think about what you get included in the software. What you have to do is play around with the software. Find this criteria and just change it up. So, and then it will confirm. So if you make the criteria tighter, your list should be getting smaller. If it's having the opposite effect, it means you're doing something wrong, and you want to understand that. So let's go back here, and I'm going to clear out our list. And so we did tax delinquencies on that one. If you wanted to find, if you wanted to do pre-foreclosures, you can do that. You want to do vacancies, depending on what plan you have. But like, keep in mind, guys, the pre-loaded list are something me and Zach are always working on. And right now we're working on a new cheat sheet list. It's not going to be out for a little while because we're still in testing, but you can go right over here to the filters like this, and you can start with anything you want from the top. So the first one's the AI score, which I'll show you later. Property valuations, honestly, is one of the biggest ones you want. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to look up, just Google, I hate using that word, but I don't have a better choice, and find out what the average median price in the market that you service. Don't go above that number because you're just wasting time, money, and energy. If you do that, it will cut your lists way down. I don't care about the bedrooms and baths. Why? Because I'm not living in the properties. In a perfect world, when I first did this, I only did 3 2s because that was the most desirable property in Florida. Honestly, it doesn't really matter anymore. I do plenty of 2 1s. I do 4 2s, 4 3s. But very, very, very rarely will we go past 4 bedrooms. And I know that. So if you know that, now I've done thousands of homes, but like, you guys don't know it. So start with the average median price. And I mean, if I had to exclude one thing, I'd love to get rid of pools, but pools are a pain in the butt because there are limitations because landlords don't like to buy properties with pools for the liability reason. You can go from there. Now, if you want to drop down here, you can go under general liens information. If you want to do, you can pull up a list pendants. You can do HOA liens. You can select them all if you want. I don't like the divorce one. I've already told you that. This one was years of ownerships. And then you could do, if you just wanted to do individual business owners, you could click on that one. And there's the mortgage information. If you're looking to do something creative finance, you're left trying to look it over. Listing information. I'm probably just going to ignore that. I mean, it's there for a reason. And then remember, Xleads now scrapes any type of MLS photos that are on there, and it will include it in there for you. Now, you can do previous sale or last sale date information. You can do foreclosures. But for a cheat sheet, if you go to the top, they're all right here. And honestly, I think they're kind of in order of importance on what you should need to do. Most of the times, you can start with property valuations. You can add features, and then ownership information is probably the big one. So I would constantly focus on ownership information and property valuations. And that's the simplest way to do it. So if somebody wants to let me know in the comments if you want me to pull a list for your area, and we can do it from scratch, and I will show you how to do it. Now, I'm going to show you a couple different ways why we're doing this, so you can get the full grasp of how to do it. And the neat thing about Xleads is if you worked in any other types of software, a lot of the stuff is just going to be common because you can only invent searching like so many ways to do it. So let me go back to my map here and we can find it. So let me pull up the comments here and let's see here. I guess you guys are putting zip codes, so let's do this. Let's take, you guys are going so fast. Okay. Okay, let's take Fred's Duluth, Georgia, because that's a good way to do it. I'm going to leave it up there so I don't forget it. Actually, just so you guys know it. So here's what we're going to do, Fred. I don't know if you have Xleads or not, but I'm just going to walk you through it and show you a couple little cool tricks, and then we'll move on to the next section and show you how to comp these properties. So let's go in here. So the simplest thing, I know nothing about Duluth other than how to spell it, hopefully. Duluth, Georgia. So there's more than one Duluth. I'm going to click on that. And it is searching. Now, what did I put in here? I don't know how big Duluth, Georgia is. And results. So I already had preset up filters. I should have cleared it. Let's remove market value. Let's remove townhome. And let's remove years of ownership. So once I remove it, that number should expand. We all agree on that? Wow, 23,153. So I'd like someone to Google me on what the average median price for Duluth, Georgia is. And we'll go ahead and stick that in there. If you could help me with that, and I'll show you a couple different ways to slice this sucker up. Now, if you look on here, it's really cool. You get a map, and it's going to show you valuations of this entire area. You can zoom in, you can zoom out. If you want to do a satellite one, it's kind of cool, but I find that if you use the roadmap, you can find dividing areas. So what I like to do is find my boundaries. So right here, I believe you have I-85, and then you have another major road, 141 over there, and you could use that as your parameters if you want to do that. So I like to use the road maps because it's easier to find. So Stan says it's 442. The average home in Duluth, Minnesota is around 269. So let's just put it at 300 and see what happens. And I just show you, this is where you guys have to play around with it. So if I go under filters, just to show you, I'm going to click property valuations, and I'm going to put 300,000. Now, you see that number in the lower corner, the 23,153? We're going to search the results on that. Uh-oh, what did I do? I did something. Let me go back. Property valuations. Oh, I put 30,000. Okay, now it's searching. See, we make mistakes. This is why you want to learn. So look at this. Under 300, which means Stan's probably closer to the number of 400,000, 442. I didn't know Duluth said. It's just crazy how expensive some of these markets are. They used to be really cheap. Now we're at 4,800. And if I put 442, it should go up. This is how you play around with the numbers to make sure you have the right data. Because remember, you guys are going to spend money and time on these. That's 7,142. And I don't believe, so the only thing I had on there was a market valuation on it. So the next thing I'm going to do is I might go and find someone. I'm going to do all owner types. I like to have someone with at least 4 years of ownership in it because it should imply some sort of built-in equity. And that cuts us down to 5,029. Now, maybe I want to do out-of-state absentee owners, which basically means they're landlord properties. I can click that. Like I would sit here and go through 6 and 8 hours of iterations to find out if I spend $300, what's the highest and best use of my money? And so say you get it down to this 300 and you're happy with that. Let's go back to the map. It's going to kind of show you the area. Now, another way that you can do this too is if you see this little sign up here, I have my areas drawn, like I can quarter them off. So if you want to just draw a particular area, say you just want to do, say just this little southern section, you can start by mapping an area like this. And you just draw the corners. Oops. And you can map it out. And for those of you guys that do a local, you can do a very, very localized search. Now, when I did that, obviously I have a much smaller number on those leads, and you can break it down and do it like that. I sometimes like to segment off my market, and like this would be my zone 1. So earlier we talked about implementation on 3 zones. Maybe this is my south zone. Maybe I have a north zone and a middle zone. You've got to make sense of what makes sense in your market. Remember, all real estate is local, and you want to do that. So let me drop those leads out of there. So that is basically how we pull list. Remember, you can have your preset lists for you. It'll have your recent searches, or you can just go in and you can set all your filters right in here. So when you click to see the results, the numbers come up. And then let me just check and see if we got any questions here while we're doing this. So someone says, thought we can do 60K. That is with the X plan. You get 60,000 leads. You can upload, you can download, you can take your government list. The basic plan starts at 15,000. Guys, like, you got to think about it. Like, if you have 60,000, you better have a machine to get ready to get through it, because 60,000 is a lot. Trust me on this. Meaning, if you're cold calling, you got to contact 60,000 people to make it really work for you. Now, the cool thing is it's included in your plan. And the idea with the X leads is you can start with a basic plan. It starts at $49 a month. That's if you do the prepaid for the year, because we give you a 50% discount. It is an incredible value just on the list pulling alone. But there's so much more than just pulling a list on here. You've got to understand. So, like, let's go back here and say let's just take the top one we pick here. I'm going to hide phone numbers, because here's a really cool thing. It just spits out the phone number. So now we're looking at this and we're trying to evaluate this property, and this is really cool. So I'm going to give you like one of my favorite parts of X Leads, because it took 20 years to get this put in software, and I don't know why. Number one, you have a retail value, also known as your ARV. It is a somewhat of a guesstimate, but it's used off data. These are the target numbers of the highest and best use of the property. If your seller is going way above this number, take the hint. They probably just want to sell. They don't need to sell. I'm not going to waste a lot of time on it. The second one is going to be your rental number. It's important to understand the cash flow of any property. The comps are more important than the cash flow, but sometimes you have to use cash flow because you can't find comps. The last one is going to be your wholesale number. Why I'm so excited about this number is now you guys don't have to sit here and do a ton of math in your head. You're still going to have to add common sense to this. But the idea of the wholesale number is somewhere between 65 and 70% of what we call the ARV, or the retail number. Now, if you're getting numbers close to this, to what your seller wants to sell for, the only thing you have to underwrite at that point is the condition of the home. Is it good? Is it fair? Is it poor? And then inside of freewholesaling.com, go over to the Ginn Games, we give you a chart, and it'll tell you light, medium, heavy rehab, which is good, fair, and poor, same thing. And then you have the size. Based on the square footage, you can put a number on it and you can do it. The only time you get in trouble on this is if somebody goes, listen, I'll sell it to you for $225, but you don't have any idea what the cost to repair it is. Now, I don't want you to be a GC. Your job is to underwrite their motivation first. Then you underwrite the property. If you do it the other way around, you will be what we call a licensed realtor. And I don't teach that in here. So I'm not going to sit out here and spit out numbers until I know that there's some form of motivation. I typically going to find out motivation when they start talking. They go, Rick, I can't take a penny less than $475. I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time with that seller. And we do have them. And the whole purpose of this is like, if I know I need to be in like the low twos and they're stuck in the mid fours, guys, I do not have a miracle Hail Mary to give a line to you to have someone sell you. You're just going to waste your time when you do that. So this is where 95% of you guys should be spending your time. The rest of this stuff, great information. Honestly, I think it's like overkill. You're getting too much information. But I've never heard someone complain about too much information, financial insights, building insights, construction material. And then it'll give you mortgage amounts, transactions, great stuff. But honestly, don't waste your time with it, because that's not wholesaling. That's going into realtor land. You've got to find out if you can put a deal together. I call a seller, say, hey, listen, you interested in selling the property? Yeah, I'd love to get rid of this. Yeah, I need 500. I'm coming up with 354. I'm simply going to say, how'd you come up with that number? You guys get it? Now, when I have challenges with the property and they need to sell it, they should be much closer to the wholesale number. Remember, it doesn't have to hit this number. We're just looking to be in a ballpark. The only thing you have to do is underwrite the condition of the property. Because here's the problem. They go, Rick, take it for $210. But they like, it's in good shape. And then we find out it has $100,000 of damage. I don't have a deal. And that's the biggest challenge when we do virtual wholesaling. So it's imperative that you get the condition of the property. Now, how do we do comparables? See the comparable buttons? You don't click this button till you're getting ready to ink a deal. I'm sorry, guys. Like, now we're going to get into the weeds. I already told you how to do this comp less than 5 minutes. It's right here. Now, if I get in the comps, you either thumbs up or thumbs down it. So this is going to be all the items that you can do comps on it. And comps just short for the word comparable. To me, the most important is going to be the proximity. I like to stay within a half mile. So I would only consider these and up. And then I want to make sure the year and the square footage. What I love about XLeads is they tell you the square footage. You usually have to build in a parameter. You usually want to be within 10 to 15% of what the number is. So if our subject property is 1437, they're telling you this comparable has 360 more square feet. Not the worst thing in the world, but like you pick the ones that match. Also, you can go in here and look and see what the year it was built to make sure it matches with your data. And oops, I clicked the wrong one. Go back to comparables. I clicked it. Sorry. You can go through, so I can include this one. You notice how this says unit number 205, unit 302. I'm not sure. I'm going to look up and make sure this isn't a townhome or anything like that, because I need apples to apples. But the proximity is close. But the fact that all these have unit ranges, I'm a little suspect on that right off the bat. So once I start clicking this, it's going to give me the average numbers on it. And then if I want to download this report, I click that. And here's the really cool part. When you save it under your leads inside of XLeads, the report's already there. You can generate it for your sellers. You can generate it for your cash buyers. You can do whatever you want to do with it. So if you see that, you understand how that works. Now let's go back to details. Okay. So on comping, it's pretty straightforward. Now I want to show you one other thing that's extremely valuable in XLeads and why I like you guys to use it. So let me go back. Okay. Got it. So if we notice while we're in here, say you take a phone call, say you had a bandit sign out and someone's calling you right off the bat, like, Rick, crap, I need data. Remember, always underwrite the individual first, because if you don't have some sort of sign of motivation, some urgency to sell the property, you are going to be nothing more than a pseudo realtor. So say somebody calls in. So if you click up the plus button in here and you see the call in, boom. Now, what you can do is put in the address. So let's just make up an address, 550 Northwest. Here we go. So say this is the address. So right off the bat, I go straight into my seller script and I can find out what's going on. Check this out. I already know that Mary's one of the owners and Richard is one of the owners. Man, holy crap. Then if I want, I already know it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2149 single family home. Now, if I want to click on it and get details on the house, I can go in and start looking on here and you can start doing valuations like whatever you want to do with it. Why? Because when I got somebody on the phone, I want to find out, do they own this property? What are the numbers on the property and what's going on with it? And by getting in there, you can find out anything you want to know on the property, the square footage, everything you want to know. Or you can simply go over, where's my back button? Here it is. The other way you could do it is simply, if I'm on the phone with someone, I could put in 559. I don't know. I forgot what address I put in there. It's a Miami address. I can punch it in there and it's right there. All my numbers are right here in front of me. Now, this one looks like it's listed. It gives me pictures, locations. I have the ARV and I have the wholesale number. Seller goes, listen, I'm interested in selling it for like $350. It's worth working with them. When they want to sell it for $680, I'm probably not going to spend a lot of energy on it. And you have to understand how that works. Now, the really cool part is, let me go back here, is you guys want to know how to skip trace these and how to make everything work on it. And it's never been easier before than how we can do it. Shoot, I would love to do a live call. It's going to tie up tons of time. And I like to call them motivated sellers. So like calling people randomly is 9 times out of 10, you're talking to people who want to sell your house. So if you want me to call real estate agents all day, I'd do it, but it's not going to teach you anything. I promise you on it. So, okay, let's get back into this. So, let's just pull up some Charleston, South Carolina list I put. Has some small houses there. Okay, so let's click on this one. And let's let it load real quick. And if you notice on this, we come up with all the numbers. But like quickly on the top here, I'm going to show it. You have the skip trace numbers. Now, if you notice, there is one up here. Well, I didn't want to do that. It'll tell you this contact was found in the DNC registry. It's also going to have their email on there. Guys, it doesn't get any easier than this. Everything's right there. If you want to do driving for dollars, if you want to click someone's abandoned house, boarded up house, XLeads goes in and digs up all the information. Is it perfect? No, there's no skip trace service that's perfect on it. But that's when you do one-off. You can tie it to your Google Voice. If not, if you're in iOS, you've got to download the Chrome extension for Google Voice. I'm not your guy to teach you that, but you understand how to do this. So I can click this, add it to my leads, and then it's all in there and I can save it. Now, most importantly is, Rick, how do I do the skip tracing thing? I am so glad you asked. So let's go back to our list. Now, there's multiple ways to do it. I will need to show with you and show you the cheat sheet on, where is it? Where is my property template form? So I got to share my screen to do this. So let me stop at this one and let me present my other screen. Well, that's not it. Okay. Well, let's just go back to the screen share. You just have to trust me on this. So when you upload a file, the first thing you're going to do is, let's go back to our dashboard under lead pipes. And let me get rid of this. Go back to my dashboard. Under property leads. And so, see this beautiful box here. You can find anything you want. You can also click here and get your preloaded list, the quick to go to. Now, you see this right here where it says upload CSV file. This is the section where if you have a government list or anything and you want to upload it, this is where you would do it. Now, when you do this, you're going to get an instruction box. I strongly urge you to read and understand how to do it. Whenever you upload a CSV file, and it's important, it's a CSV file. Don't ask me what it stands for. It's always comma, but it's the common source where all data is transposed into any type of Excel spreadsheet or any type of data spreadsheet. It's important that you do this. You download a sample of our property sheet. Now, I don't think it's showing up here because I know it just jumped screens on me. And of course it's not. So let's just stay in what we have. So basically there's going to be 4 columns. They're all it's the property address, the property city, the property state, and the property zip. There is only 4. You can only have 4 headers, and you can do up to 5,000 pieces at once. Wait a minute, Rick. You told me I could do 15,000 or 60,000. You just have to segment them. So if I have 4,000 leads, you can now upload them in here. You drag them and drop them in here, and you click upload. And then when you do it, it will spit out the file for you. Now, if you want to take your current, so I have 847 leads in here. Say I want to skip trace them because I want to get on the phones and call every one of these people because I'm super excited because I took the Ginn Games challenge. I'm going to click that. All you have to do is click standard. This Facebook custom is something that we're working on giving you, which is really cool. And then for right now, you just got to click the lead trace button. Don't worry. Inside of X Leads, your skip tracing is included. The only additional thing you have to do is lead trace because everybody else has to pay for it. So we have it all set in here, and you're going to click export. And then what it's do is it's going to be generated. This is the really cool part. Your export is being generated. You can continue using the system. Now, once you get it, you're going to get a notification in here, and you can click and download it all and see the entire file. It's that simple to do any file you want to do. Now, remember, you can one-off and pull them up one at a time, or if you want to upload your government list, which we talked about getting code violations, getting probates, getting the eviction list, getting your driving for dollars, getting the probates. Guys, I've never been in a software. I just click one button. The email's there. The phone number's there. The wholesale price I needed there. The ARV's all set in there. And then look at all these beautiful tags, guys. This is AI, which was the last section we're going to do and talk about AI on this because you're really going to enjoy this. Is this one's telling me right off the bat, it's an absentee owner, a board investor, which means they own a lot of property for a long time. It means they probably bought the property cash at some time because it's free and clear, and they're delinquent on tax activity. This is like a dream customer to pull up. So what if you ask yourself, hey, Rick, how can I use X Leads to give me, hold on here. How can I use X Leads to give me the absolute best chance at getting a motivated seller list? And I'm going to show you right now, but I got to give you a couple disclaimers. I do love what AI does, but I'm just telling you, AI does not have the ability to get in someone's mind and to see if they want to sell. That is your job to do. AI is great if you need to filter 5,000 leads down to like 2,500. But like some of you guys split hairs with AI. AI, if I have 1,000 leads, your best way to attack them is hit all 1,000 leads. If you're constantly looking to get it down to 10%, I promise you, you're going to leave great wholesale deals on the table. And I don't want you to do that. So now I want to show you actually how to go in and pull your AI. So let's jump back in here, add this to the stage. And you've got to understand, me and Zach spent a lot of time like researching AI. A lot of you go, I want AI for the entire state. No, you don't. It's expensive. It's like doing pay per lead if I did that. Now, in the future, we're going to have some incredible tools in AI and the price is all going to come down. And we like to give you services where you get your best bang for your buck. So what we recommend is if you do the plan with the AI, is start out with one zip code. Can you do more? Yes, we can customize it, but you can rotate that zip code every 30 days. How do you do that? You just reach out to support at X Leads and send a request and tell them you want to change from this zip code to that zip code. They'll put in the change. Yeah. Are we reverse hacking it? Yeah. But like, that's how we do it. Like, I'm extremely resourceful. I don't like wasting money and time. So why am I going to have you buy 15 zip codes? You know what that's going to cost you? I like to do AI if you have one market and you really like to go deep into it. This is incredible for local. If you like to specialize, like I have people in San Francisco that like go door to door. They have to have this information. It's so competitive. It's hard to do. So what I'm going to do is put in my AI zip code, which is one of my hot zip codes that I do. And I'll show you how this works. So okay, it's searching. So as it searches here, why does it say Connecticut? I don't know if it did put, let's see. Oh, it might help if I put in, hold on, I'm gonna reset my leads. And then I got to put in my criteria. Let's restart it here. Okay, hold on, let me refresh it. Okay, let's go into property leads. Okay, that's more like it. So if you see in here, 34952. So if you look under this, you're going to start to see, because I'm in my AI score, which I chose one county. Now, listen, guys, you can do more, but you're going to have to request and pay for it. I like to do stuff a la carte, because if you think you need the entire state, the minute I give you the number, you're going to say, I don't want the entire state. So start out with a zip code. So right now you're going to have 3 scores. You have the retail score, which I really don't give a crap. It trying to tell you the condition of the house and what its highest and best use is. A rental score means it's a stronger rental, and a wholesale score means this property's got a lot of issues going on, and the AI is trying to find problems with tax delinquencies, vacancies, zombies house, pre-foreclosures, anything like that. The more the stacked list gets, the higher the score. So in the old days, I want everybody to understand this. In the old days, I actually had to go in and use softwares, and I'd have to take this list, I have to merge it with this list, and then I have to put a macro in, and then I paid companies thousands and thousands of dollars a month to help me sort through this information. Honestly, XLeads has made this so much more simple. And let me just show you how it works. So if I go in here and I do this, it simply has the 3 different scores. Now, what I like to do is, if you want to find out, you can sort your data. You can do it by any one of these. So I'm going to go by wholesale score, and you can do the highest or the lowest. Obviously, I want the highest score. So a highest score is 1,000. So if you look right off the bat, we have 1,000 plus. Now I can go back into my filters here, and particularly under AI scores, I mostly focus on a wholesale score. Now, if you want to go in an area that is a heavy rental area, you can focus on the rental score. That means the majority of the properties are going to be rental related. Now, what I'll do is I'll put a minimum of, say, 700 and let that go to the max. And we had 14,742, and that puts us down to 474. Now, maybe I do 800, and let's see where that number goes to. So now I'm down to 409, and maybe I do 850. This is how we kind of do like ninja mode list looking here. And so if I'm looking, I'm down to 163. So let's pull up the results. I have 163 here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click them all and add them to my leads. So now I have all these beautiful leads. And so if, say, I just want to go and click on it, go, Rick, how do I call them? Right there. There's the phone number. I'm going to cover it up so we don't get like shut down. And you see this one? This property just got sold in 2021. And you see how XLeads goes in and gives you the most recent updated pictures. It looks like it's a decent property. So why does it have such a high AI score? Dude, right here, take a look at this. Deceased probate. It's got it on a fire number of 997. Now, remember, it's just a probability. It is not a factual piece of information. You're going to have to go dig and find out the work. And then you can go through all the information here, whatever you want to do. At this point, I'm going to get on the phone and try to call and see if there's an interest in selling the property. And this is a 2-2 villa located, looks like on a lake in an HOA. But the reason why it's so high, guys, is it is a probate. And that's what I love to do on these deals. But you can keep going down. I can click on any one of them. You see a lot of free and clears on here. And I like to look at ones like, look at this one right here. Delinquent tax activity, upside down, vacancy, utility lien. Now, I'm not a big fan of an upside down property, but I'm looking at that picture and that property is pretty rough. But you can keep going through. Another deceased probate. And here's another one, just to give you an idea how this works. Once again, it doesn't look like this one's been on the market. I'm going to cover their phone number up there. No email on this one. That's fine. I got a retail of $415, a wholesale of $269. Let's get on the phone and see if we can make a deal. It's this simple. Like, I can sit here and call all day. You guys, I'm not the best cold caller. I don't even try to hide it from you. I'm a really good wholesaler. And you give me the right list, I love to make the phone calls. But remember, using the AI score gives you the most highest probability list. Now, this is great if you're attacking one single market. Can you do more zip codes? Why don't you start with the first one and see what kind of results you get so you can track it to find out what's worth it and which ones are going to work the best, instead of overspending your money and getting stuck with something that you can't make it work. So, I'm going to answer a few questions here and see what I can help you guys out with. So pulling lists and X leads is valid. It's like going in person, just wondering because I'm 5 hours away. I will tell you this, it's better than not having the information. Nothing's going to replace a human eyes touching a property. Because remember, the one thing X leads can't do, which I can't stress, that it can't smell the property. And I really mean that sincerely. Sometimes pictures just don't do houses justice, just like they don't do people justice. But with X leads, if you get all the information, you can verify if there's any type of motivation there. You can underwrite the seller, and then you can attempt to underwrite the property, understanding whenever you do anything virtual, there is an element of risk that people will lie to you. And this is the only challenge. This is the biggest problem with virtual wholesaling. I have this problem all the time. We think we have a $50,000 profit to find out it needs $50,000 in repair. But I have a reason to go down in the price because you told me the property was in good shape and I found out it was in poor shape. And for that reason, I can't pay you X amount of dollars. So it's a simple understanding on it. So, everyone wants to know how you do pull the buyers. So I can pull that for you right now, just understanding you've got to get something above the basic plan. But let's go ahead and show you how that's going to work real quick. I didn't really plan on doing this, but we'll do it. Why not? We're here. Okay. So say I have a property under contract in the 34952 area. Simple, right? I'm going to go down and you can look at this multiple ways of how you want to attack it. So like the simple one, even on your basic plans, you can sit there and do cash buyers just like that. Like honestly, just that simple. And let's pull up the results. So when I'm looking on here, wait a minute. These are all the cash sales of cash buyers, and you can reverse engineer your cash buyers list without going deep into Dispo software. Now, for those of you, let me bounce this around here. Let me get back under lead pipes. We have to go back under our lead pipes, and if you look, you bounce down here. You're going to go under investor leads.
Are you sure about the Dispo?
Yeah, we're just talking about it.
Okay.
We showed everything up to do that. If you want to help us pull this out.
Yeah. So for the Dispo part, obviously I think everyone should be using X leads for the Dispo, but this works better than any disposition software. So you see all these super crazy expensive disposition softwares, right? This is what X leads does. You need the pro or the annual plan. If you want the landlord leads, you need to get the annual for the pro and the X. So let's just do this really, really quick. Guys, can somebody in the comments tell me, where do you want me to expose the best cash buyers? Guys, I'm about to expose the top cash buyers right now in a city. So comment it below and we're going to break down exactly. I'm just going to give everyone a free list of the top cash buyers, top landlords, and the top flippers in that county. All right, first one right there. And Nell just won that one. So let's break it all down. So let's share how to do it right here. So we're going to go here. We're going to 0808831. Here, I can show this in the ninja mode too. So we go here and let's break it down right here. There you go. And all we have to do is go by flipper and all the flippers right here. So in this weird area, I know this is New Jersey because there's a stupid 0 in front of it. When I had to mail merge probates manual, hated that. But basically, these are the top flippers. You got contracting, Mary Schnelzener. She's done 5 this year. These top ones right here. Cool part is a lot of these are homes by Manny. That's an interesting person right there. Cool part is we have Manny's phone number. We literally just exposed Manny's information. So we have the cash buyer. We have their phone number included on there. Guys, there are other softwares, but there's no other softwares that's $199 a month with everything included that has this, which is awesome. So you got the free skip tracing. Now we can market to him with his email and his phone number. Absolutely amazing right there. That's why we use it. And then obviously if I want to go by landlord, you go out here and you find the landlords. So right here are the top landlords in the county. So you guys can hit these people up. I go a little down because 15 properties. This Salvatore guy, that's amazing. He owns 15 properties. Do you think reaching out to him, he's going to want to buy any more? Let's click it and see. So let's look at Salvatore's information right here. So 3.3, that's insane. It's an insane amount of property that the guy owns. But that's how we can go in here and physically see that information and actually see the property. Oops, there we go. And that's how we go in there, and you guys can go in there and do it from there. Now, keep going in here. If we want to go and just reach out to these people, all we have to do is, let me remove it right there. There you go. All we have to do is go up here and go add them to my leads. So select those. You can filter them out in here even more. Hey, I only want guys that own more than at least 30 rentals, but own at least 3. And they've bought a rental in the last year. That's probably one of the best hacks I give to anyone. 47, boom, hit them all up. I would just select all, export them, you're good to go. That's how you can use the dispositions software in there. Now, this little button right here, Ninja Mode, it's going to bring you to the CRM part. So let me show you exactly Ninja Mode really quick and how you can use that for your dialing, your calling, your e-signing, all these things. And I'm going to do it. It's really quick. It's not that hard, but you guys want to check it out, just go to xleads.com. But let me show exactly. So just go to Ninja Mode. Guys, FYI, when you sign up for XLeads, 24 hours. So today's Friday. It's 3:57. So basically what that means is on Monday around 4 o'clock, you will get your Ninja Mode access. It takes 24 hours from a business day to get your access to Ninja Mode. So let me share exactly how to go in here. So you click that little Ninja Mode button, and what's going to pop up is your Go High Level. And there's no secret. Go High Level is Ninja Mode. Ninja Mode, Go High Level, they're basically the same thing. Mm-hmm. A lot of people think that like I don't hide it because people sell Go High Level white labels for $150, $199 a month.
By themselves.
They're insane. And then we mix exactly X leads with it. It's awesome. But basically how you use it is, let's go into an account here, log in as Rick. There we go. Let that load. You on here? Okay. There we go. It's all added on here. So all you do is you go inside here and just like really quick on here too, just basically showing you exactly everything you need to know about this right here, right? Basically what you got to do is, where are we? Okay, this is Ninja Mode. So you'll get your email access to Ninja Mode, but pretty much what it is you can use it as a dialer. I can click this and just start calling people, right? Which we just got to get our phone number. We got A2P. All the guys, just go to xleads.com and you can sign up there. But also if you go to the XLeads YouTube channel, or heck in school, we have the X Leads basically course. Mm-hmm. So we actually just give you a course on X Leads. And so I'm not going to do the full tutorial on Ninja Mode, right? But pretty much all you have to know is you can use it as a power dialer. We have all these awesome automations in there. Basically, if I want to go hit up my lead. So one thing I'll tell everyone is you can export your data and then import it into Ninja Mode in the contacts tab. But the point is what we're really good at with Ninja Mode inside of here is hitting your leads with what we call an ROS triple tap. So this is a very advanced marketing system that costs maybe $150 a month, $200. It's really not that hard. That's kind of the point and the reason why it works so well. So what you do is here, I don't want to go crazy, but you just go to contacts and all you do is you add, let's say a tag on someone. So like this tag right here, we can add a tag. So let's add a tag. There you go. Add a tag and then just call it I don't know. And then add the tag of ROS Blaster. Press add tag. You can add the tag to put on the dialer, to text, all these things, right? But basically what it does is the ROS Blaster tag has been added. Once that has been added, you go on the automations here and it will be added on the ROS triple tap. No one in wholesaling has something like this. So this is why it's really, really cool. So basically what it does is once that tag is triggered, what it does, it gives an offer email and we instantly send an email out to the seller. And the email basically says cash offer on 123 Main Avenue. You see how it's basically kind of like a merge field and all this stuff, right? So cash offer on 123 Main Avenue for Rick Ginn, right? And it'll say terms, all cash, no games, closing costs paid, no commissions, sell in as is condition, no repairs, close ASAP on the day of your choice. Your cash offer is, and what the cash offer is going to be is, of course, we teach inside of in Ninja Mode, right? So also give everyone the FYI on here because I'm not going to do I can do probably a 4-hour Ninja Mode thing, but I'm not going to do that because you guys would be mad at me. But basically, if you want the full Ninja Mode training once you get X Leads, it's a little advanced, but you go to Classroom, go right here to X Leads right here. Mm-hmm. And then the trainings are going to be on here. So I got our SMS setup guide, Ninja Mode walkthrough is right there too. And we actually have some other videos that are actually dropping right now on it. But basically we're probably going to add 6 or 7 more videos this weekend in there. And so this is basically the mini X Leads course, which you go in the Classroom. This is, guys, you're in the challenge, right? Just go to X Leads. It's all in there teaching you how to do it right there. That is how you break it down. Well, how do I use A2P? And all? It's in freewholesaling.com. Just go there, I'll show you how to do it. But basically, what we do is we send an email out, and what it basically is if the value of the property according to X Leads is 200 grand, what we're going to do is multiply that by 83%, roughly. So that means probably, I'm too lazy, so I'm not going to do the math here, but 83% of 200 grand is 166,000. So we're going to offer them initially on this email. And you can do this using Google for free, by the way, if you want to go crazy, right? But you can just offer, your cash offer is $166,000. Call me to discuss your offer. You seem pretty serious.
Yeah, I mean, they consider that an offer. And remember, we're using the age-old marketing technique of curiosity. So most wholesalers try to teach you he or she who speaks first screwed the deal up. I go the complete opposite way.
Oh, yeah.
I put a number on there to incite them to call me. Now, the reality is, if they call you, you just underwrite them like you normally do. But like it works because most wholesalers are so scared to give a number. I'm going to teach you by using this system. If you get the phone call, you have a shot. If you don't get a phone call, you have 0 shot. So which do you want? And here's the thing is, you're not obligated to pay that price. Is that a bait and switch? No, I have no idea what the property looks like. I know nothing about you or the condition of the property. This is where we get them the call and we qualify them like we do our normal wholesaling. If you guys understand, curiosity is what killed the cat. It's what's going to take down your best wholesale deals. You ever see people who send a postcard that has everything? It's like so long. People glance. You have 7 seconds to get their attention. If there's a price on that card, they take it very personal, either good or bad. I'm indifferent.
Oh, yeah.
If I over offered you or under offered you, you called me and they'll say, how did you come up with this number? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about the house? And if we're marketing to the right list and stuff, the odds of that house being perfect are slim to none. And that's how we go. Think about this. When a realtor lists your house, do they underbid it or do they overbid it? Every one of them, 99%, put it 10 to 15% above the price. Why? Because that's the game that everybody plays. So we're just playing with the fair set of rules that realtors have already created. The thing is, I'm just using curiosity. If I don't put that number in there, there is no intrigue and the odds of them call you are slim to none. I find that a number associated with the property becomes very near and dear and personal. Every owner thinks they know what their house is worth. And guys, I don't care. Don't worry about what you offer. Oh my God, if I offered them 166, I'm stuck. No, you're not. It's a marketing. It is marketing. We could possibly get you this. And honestly, if it was in perfect shape, probably have no problem making that offer. But use it, guys. It works well. And I love the automation of Ninja, of the Ninja mode, because this is something me and Zach used to have to do manually. And now you can do it like in your own system. And there's really no cost to do this once you have the data. So like, use it. Curiosity gets people to call you. Whenever you can tie a personal price to their house, that's it. Stop thinking you're stuck at that price. Everything's negotiable in life. So you got to underwrite them, find the motivation, find the condition of the property, and then you can make an educated offer and solve the seller's problem.
Oh, yeah, I agree 100%. We're just going
to You can share.
Thank you so much. All right. So basically, we give them an email right there, and it works really good. And then from there, we give them an offer text. Hey, John, I'm ready to offer you $166,000 sight unseen for that property. Thoughts? And then if they don't reply, then we're going to manually call them. And then from there, we actually drop a voicemail. So it's technically an RVM, and it says this. Hey, this is Zach, just checking in on your cash offer I just sent you. If you can please give me a call back at your earliest convenience, I'd really appreciate it. Again, this is Zach. Please give me a call. I got a cash offer in your house. I need to get it done. I need to buy some houses right now. Please give me a call back. Thank you. So again, I say this a lot, but like the reason why when I'm talking is like, give you a cash offer, like it sounds a little off. The reason is because everyone's used to perfect AI and all, like it's not, oh, that's a real person. Mm-hmm. You say, oh, that's a real person. Just gave me a voicemail. So it's technically quadruple tap, but that's not like a good selling term. So it's basically you get hit with an email, a text, a call, and a voicemail. That is how we hit these leads doing that. And it's insane. It's a lot of follow-up, but at the end of the day, the seller's going to be like, dang, this person's really serious about my house. Yep. And that's why it's really successful. We're having so many people doing so well with wholesaling real estate using Ninja mode. I'll talk about two really quick with Ninja mode, right? So I can get really nutty with this. But basically, we got all these workflows for texting. We have all of our SMS. I mean, we have workflows where you can send thousands of texts every single day. It's insane what you can do. You can create your own website on here, right? So I show people you can go out here and create your own site for sellers and stuff. It looks like this. You can edit it and oh, where is it? Right here. You can make it look all good. And it's pretty cool. On top of that too, the e-signing. I want to show everyone the e-signing really quick too, because I think a lot of people want me to kind of go over that. So basically, if you want to do e-signing inside of Ninja mode, all you need to do is go out here to payments. And then under payments, you go to documents and contracts. And then, we got to upload a contract. Let's go into freelisting.com and download a contract. So let's go to freelisting.com. And let's go out here and download a contract. So let's go to freelisting.com and we should have a contract in there. So let me see what we got. All right, cool. So let's get a contract. Okay, there we go. Okay. So all we have to know about how Ninja mode works is it's connected to the leads, right? So this is how leads kind of basically work, right? We have our contacts. And if we have a seller right here, maybe Zach at xleads.com, right? And he's looking to basically, he's my seller. So all we're going to do is go here to payments. Also, we have scrum boards. So from like left to right on the wholesaling, if we want to do JV wholesaling, we actually have a whole walkthrough of how to deal with it, right? It's so advanced what we can do here, right? But basically on the wholesaling side here, we go to payments, documents and contracts. We're going to press add new. And actually, do I have it? Oh yeah, these are other ones I showed, but just do add new, upload a PDF. And let's upload this one right here. Let's see. Oh, that's the docs. Uh-oh. Here, we just got to do this really quick. Google Docs. Upload that. Go to Docs. Okay. File, download, PDF. There you go. Okay. Download that right there. Upload and process that really here. We're just going to get that e-signed. So, okay. Redirecting to the builder. Oh, geez. Okay. So here's the contract. All we're going to do is find our recipients. One of our recipients is going to be Zachary G. He's going to be, let's say, the seller. And all we have to do is just press add an element, add a signature. So let's go down to seller. Zachary G is the seller. He goes down to seller. And what it's going to do is email him. And it looks good. We're going to preview it. So basically, it looks all nice and sexy. It's basically like any DocuSign, I guess. So it's right there. Gets an email, please sign. And then it goes there. You click, sign, boom, done like that. And then you can send the email out and you're good to go. You can even send a link. JV's virtual, like all the stuff for the e-signing. I mean, $30-$40 a month to get absolutely for free included inside Ninja Mode. So we absolutely love Ninja Mode. That's what we use for everything. And it's really good. And then obviously like on the CRM part, right? You got your contacts, your leads, contacts right here. We got our sellers, their information. We can text within the CRM. I think that's probably one of the coolest things that aren't really talked about. I can text sellers inside of the CRM. Come on. Not many ones have that, which is really cool. On top of that too, if I just want to click, I can just boom, call from there. I can add them. I can put them, I can click follow up, put them on a follow-up sequence. Heck, I know exactly how many deals I have from left to right, all these things. And it's got everything. We can even do the wave dialer, which is a triple line dialer. I think it's $120 a month. We can upgrade inside of there. I mean, pretty much everything we need is all in here. Texting is $0.008. So like an eighth of a penny per text. And the dialer is really cheap. So check it out. xleads.com comes in Ninja Mode and the data and the skip tracing and all that stuff. So it's basically me and Rick's baby that we've been working on really hard on. And yeah, we like it. It's pretty cool for wholesaling real estate. But kind of going back on the challenge part here, right? So especially on the Ginn games. So let's go. Where is it? There we go. Here we go. So let's share my screen. There we go. But basically, that is Ninja Mode, kind of like up here, 101, right? That's kind of how we get our start here in wholesaling. But pretty much what this means is we're wrapping up the challenge here. This means that it is accountability time. Guys and gals, post a weekly post inside of freewholesaling.com. If you want to win the Ginn games, you want to win the prizes, you want to have success, you want the largest assignment fee. I think someone just posted a $20,000 one yesterday. So, and now we got first bloods out here, right? Post a weekly accountability. So I would challenge everybody watching this, if you watched this far, make a post. Hey, my name's Zach. Here's a selfie of me. I'm ready to get started and become successful. Who wants to go work with me? That's how you create your JVs, your relationships, right? Also, on top of that, post your schedule. Hey, this is what I'm going to be doing. Be accountable. And every single week, post your key performance indicators. Post your KPIs. Hey, I made this many calls. These many people answered. Show the real stuff. So it's not just me, it's everyone else doing it. That's what's going to make a big change. That is what's really the big change is going to be going. So what is the homework for day 2? Go to freewholesaling.com, make a post, make something, make people know who you are, introduce yourself. Join xleads.com if you want to kind of just, if you're going to spend money into a tool, do xleads.com. That's what I do if you were going to do it. On top of that too, this is the most important part. Call 2 sellers today.
Call them, guys.
Call them.
Not tomorrow, Not Sunday, not Monday. Today. As soon as you get off this, make the call. Trust me, the anxiety is worse than the actual action. And if you want to be a wholesaler, like just cross this bridge now. Just get that badge of honor off and just get it done, because I need you to call thousands and thousands, not just 2. But we got to start somewhere. You got to get momentum. Make sure you do it today.
So 2 sellers today. And then what we're going to be doing is start ramping it up. So 2 sellers today. You know why? Because 60% of the people watching this aren't going to do that. And because they won't even get the second call done. So it's like, okay, how can I help you go to the gym every single day for 30 days? Well, go to the gym just 2 days in a row. And your chance of keeping that momentum going is insane. It's the first 2 that are the hardest, right? Yep. So that's the first part. 2 calls today. So what you got to make? 2 cold calls. That's all I'm asking. Make a post that you did your 2 cold calls. Then make your marketing plan. Guys, we have all the downloadable content, everything in there. That's all you need for your success in wholesaling real estate. So guys and gals, that concludes the Ginn Games opening ceremony. So we might do one in probably a couple months or something like that. But the Ginn Games, we're going to be giving prizes out every single month. For the most active users, but the grand prize, the big one, the big kahuna is going to be for January. That's why you're watching this. And we're going to be repeating this challenge every single month. We're not going to do massive live streams on YouTube every first of the month, but here, we are going to go crazy hard in the paint for you to be out here letting people know who you are, just getting massive deals and giving value to the community. So guys, we're super excited for it. And we're excited, guys. Go to zachdiscord.com tonight at 8 p.m. I'll be there. And like usual, guys, make a post, be in freewholesaling.com. That is the last thing. If you get one thing from this, go to the freewholesaling.com, go through the course, learn how to do it. And we'll see you soon. I know you can do this. I believe in you. Just the proof is already there. You can do it. That's how you become successful. Any parting thoughts?
Guys, just be accountable to yourself. People always talk about accountability partners. Start with yourself. And if you said you're going to make 2, hold yourself accountable to 2, because if you're going to lie to yourself, there's no end in sight. So I'm just telling you, one of my biggest changes in wholesaling is when I just said, I'm just going to hold myself accountable. And it makes yourself feel better, and it's going to make your wholesaling business a whole lot better. So a lot of us try to depend on other people accountability. We got to learn to start with ourselves, because most of you in this venture are all by yourself. It is up to you. Your parents aren't going to change it. Your government's not going to change it. Rick and Zach will light a match under you, but you're going to have to do the heavy lifting. So go out there, get started, have fun while you do this. Because remember, you're doing this. What's your belief? You're trying to make a change. You want to become free of your time and financially free. You're going to have to put yourself out there. You're going to get uncomfortable. Just stick into it. Don't run from it.
That's it, guys. Life is short. Make the most of it. I believe in you. And I'm excited at the end of the month to interview the winner of the 2025 Ginn Games. So large assignment fee. We'll see you there, guys. Smash that like button, subscribe. Thank you so much for all the love. And like always, we will see you later. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.